Part 1. Glitch. Chapter 1. The Inner Asteroid Belt, 2358 AD. The translucent hose pulsed with the black sludge being sucked from the abandoned transport to Cabron's holding tank. "Tank's reading half full back here," Burn Ransom reported through the ship's intercom. Captain Jack Hale checked his screen, where various indicators shone green. He tapped the intercom. "The transfer's looking good up here. Another 10 minutes and we should have a full tank." "And the sector's still showing no traffic. I'm not picking up any chatter on comm scans, so we're looking good on that front too." Kana Coker, the ship's software specialist, reported from her seat to Jack's left. A teenager had her face pressed against the window as she watched the operation. "People really pay for that muck?" Hedy asked. "They pay top dollar for this muck," Jack said. Kana elaborated. "It has a fancy name, but folks just call it golem goo. Basically, it's a bunch of robotic nanites inside silicon sludge. With the right software, you can form that goo into any shape you want, and as hard as you want it. You can make it into a robot with 8 legs, or a flatbed transport. A lot of mining operations use it to move equipment through tunnels, or to check out areas without having to drill big enough holes for traditional equipment. I'm sure you probably saw the stuff in its solid form in the mining camps." Hedy shrugged. "All I remember seeing is the rusty old steel stuff that broke down all the time." "There's plenty of that around, too, and it's a whole lot cheaper than golem goo," Jack said. "Oh, crap." Kana's fingers ran over her panel. "Heads up, guys. We're about to have company. Another ship just entered the sector." Jack stiffened and swiped his screens to pull up a map of the sector. "Are they running with an active transponder?" "I'm checking now. Yep. It's got Soul Core credentials. Its transponder says it's a barge," she replied. Jack grimaced. "Well, we knew it was just a matter of time before they showed up to reclaim their property." He tapped the intercom. "All right, everyone. Soul Core is here for their goo and won't be happy seeing us scavengers taking it. Shut down operations. I need to detach the hose and disconnect from that black swan sooner rather than later." "Give me 10 seconds, Burn said. "Hedy, get strapped in," Jack said. The girl at the window hustled to buckle into one of the 2 seats behind him. "Uh-oh, double crap," Kana said. "That doesn't sound good," Jack said. "It's not. 2 interceptors just entered this sector. Looks like they're tagging along with the barge," she said. "How much time do we have?" he asked. "We're not running with the transponder, so my guess is about 5 minutes before their scans separate us from their transport." Jack hit the intercom. "Looks like a party's getting started. Tell me you're closing down back there." "Just finishing now. There, we're done." "Good, get strapped in. As soon as I detach, we're cutting out. Hard." "Need me on the railgun?" Vita asked through the intercom. He sounded hopeful. "No, I don't plan to wait around long enough to need it," Jack said, while his fingers flew across the screen. The hose popped off the other ship, sputtering black golem goo onto the sides of the transport. As soon as the hose was free, he began retracting both it and the pair of grabber arms that held the 2 ships together. The arms fully withdrew against Cabron's hull, resembling menacing horns. Jack maneuvered Cabron to point away from the dead ship. The instant he was clear, he sped up as much as he could, while the reactor was still cycling to full power. "Have they gotten a read on us?" he asked. "They haven't changed course yet," Kana replied. "Good. Let's hope it stays that way." "Oops, I take it back. Both interceptors have adjusted course. They've spotted us." An icon flashed green when the reactor showed full power. He checked the sector scan one more time to make sure the flight path showed clear. "Fine. Let them try to catch us," he said. Cabron launched into an ultra-rapid acceleration. Jack was pressed back into his seat, but not painfully so, thanks to the ship's anti-hydrogen gravitational conductors. When the ship had first been built 250 years ago, artificial gravity hadn't yet existed. The first crew had needed to use magnetized boots. A lot had changed since then. Jack would know. He'd lived through it all, from magnetized boots to artificial gravity. The same for the rest of his crew. Everyone except for Hedy, that was. She really was just a kid. The crew, with their secrets, were strays, castaways, who didn't fit in with the rest of civilization. Even Hedy, an orphan and sole survivor of a mining camp catastrophe, was a stray. That was probably why she'd fit in so well on board Cabron from the moment she'd arrived. Jack wished life wasn't so dangerous for a kid, but Hedy had fallen into a bad set of circumstances. In the past year, they'd run from more ships than they had in the 25 previous decades. With any luck, they'd be able to quit running one of these days. Of course, that meant they'd have to be dropped from Soul Corps' most wanted list for that to happen, and he didn't see that happening anytime soon.
The interceptors aren't following. Looks like they're hanging back to protect the barge,
Kana said. That means they didn't get a read on us. Must have assumed we're just vultures. Otherwise, there's no way they would have turned back, Jack said, before tapping the intercom. Good news, crew. Soul Corps wasn't in the mood to play today. We're in the clear. We'll stay on this vector for another hour, and then I'll start making adjustments to get us lined up on course to drop off the goo.
Okay, everyone, come to the galley. I'm ready.
Nala's voice came over the intercom. Kana smiled, winked at Hedy, and hustled from the bridge. Jack unbuckled his belt and stood. Ready?
Hedy was frowning. Ready for what? It's too early for dinner.
Jack wrapped his arm around her shoulders and led her to the galley, the first room on the right from the bridge, where the rest of the crew had already arrived. In the middle of the table sat a chocolate cake with the number 14 written in white frosting. You didn't think we'd forget your birthday, did you? Chapter 2. Earth. General Charles Matrell emerged from the idling shuttle parked on the roof of the tall office building. He scowled as he made his way inside. He didn't like that he still walked with a limp, even though it was slight. If he were either a simpleton or an optimist, he'd be happy that he no longer had a hitch in his knee, though he no longer had a hitch because he no longer had a knee. His leg had been sliced cleanly off during his evacuation from the SC-3, the Soul Corps Command Complex, and he'd been given a replacement leg, but he hadn't fully become accustomed to it yet. He wasn't sure he ever would. It was during that same evacuation that his only friend, Staff Sergeant Janita Kaufman, had been killed. The SC-3 had been blown up by a man who went by the name of Captain Hale, though Charles remembered meeting Hale when his last name had still been Halverton. It had been many long decades past, back when Charles was the Soul Corps officer overseeing the Aria mission, a ship that would carry humans beyond the reaches of the solar system for the first time. The crew had undergone a bio-nanotechnology process to survive long-term space travel, and Charles, as the leader overseeing the project, may have partaken in the same treatments as a perk. He'd also allowed Janita to receive the same treatments, since she was his assistant, and every leader needed a good assistant. But the Aria mission hadn't been successful. Things went catastrophically wrong, and both the ship and crew disappeared, assumed wrecked and dead, respectively. That was in the year 2142. Life went on as normally as could be expected, until a year ago, when several of those original crew members showed up inexplicably still alive, along with a highly modified Aria that had been rebranded as Cabron. Charles should have killed the crew and destroyed the ship the moment he'd learned of their survival. Instead, he'd let them live. It didn't take them long before they'd blown up the SC-3, killed Janita, and taken his leg. He wasn't even sure which of those three things bothered him the most. Charles had learned to live with loss. That's why he was a pragmatist rather than an optimist. But it was also with that mindset that he lived to see retribution. He took the elevator down to the 48th floor. This wasn't a Soul Corps office building, which was why he'd chosen it. Charles had dedicated his entire career in the service of Soul Corps, and of its predecessor, the United Nations, before that. He'd had enough. No, this building housed rental offices for companies of all sizes that specifically had no ties whatsoever to Soul Corps. Charles stopped at an office with no company name printed on the wall. He leaned close to the computer panel to the right of the door. A red light blinked as the computer scanned his retina, and the door clicked and opened. He entered the small office that bore two identical, well-used desks, though he mused he only needed one desk since he had no intention of replacing Janita. There would never be anyone else he could trust, especially with his private matters. This office was one he used for work that didn't involve Soul Core, which meant it was used very little. That was about to change. He'd even rented the office space next door. While Director Junger had issued arrest warrants for Captain Hale and his crew, that effort was far too pale of an action toward justice in Charles's mind. Hale's crew had killed hundreds of dedicated, virtuous Soul Core employees, and worse, had spurred the Waymakers, the sentient artificial intelligence species enabling humanity's peace and prosperity, to vacate the solar system, abandoning humankind. Hale's crew deserved death, drawn-out, torturous death, for their actions in crippling Soul Core and causing the Waymakers' departure. Fortunately, Charles had the capacity to reset the playing field. He took a seat in the old chair with familiar worn leather, its seat bent from 2 centuries of use. Behind his desk, a small safe was built into the wall. The lock on it was an old-fashioned manual combination lock. He had to spin the knob to the left and to the right to enter the numbers. He was out of practice, and it took him 2 tries to enter the combination correctly. The lock clicked, and he opened the door. Inside were stacks of memory cards. Some were filled with various personal data to be used in cases where blackmail would be necessary to nudge progress in the right direction. One of those cards contained an interesting file on Marlo Junger, prior to her becoming managing director of Soul Core. Other cards were filled with software programs serving various purposes. He pulled a red card from the stack. He held the precious metal slip between his fingers. It was incredible to think that something so valuable could be so small. Letting it rest on his palm, he could almost feel the weight of playing God. He savored the moment for several seconds, imagining the possibilities that he held, before pocketing the card, closing the safe, and spinning the manual lock. He needed to use both hands to stand. Not because of his artificial leg, but because he'd been 78 years old when he underwent the bio-nanite treatments, and while nanites kept his body alive, they weren't the fountain of youth, unfortunately, and they maintained his health at the point of treatments. He'd been a high-ranking general in Soul Core at that time. He'd led fleets into battle and strategized the rise and fall of empires. Those first 7 decades had taken their toll, and he felt every hard-earned year in each muscle and joint. He made his way from his private office to the office next door, a space he'd had completely retrofitted over the past 7 months. Inside, a team of 5 technical specialists sat behind computer screens. He found them joking and chatting. The one nearest to Charles was playing a video game. As soon as they noticed him, however, the room sobered, and the tech blanked her screen. A young man jumped to his feet.
"General Matrell, sir, we weren't sure you were going to make it."
Charles had pegged that particular specialist as a kiss-up when he'd first interviewed the candidate. Charles didn't mind the blatant false flattery, as long as the man produced results, and each of these candidates was deemed the best of the current graduating class. "A meeting ran over," Charles said. Then he pulled out the memory card for all to see. "Are you ready to begin?" The mood shifted to one of awe and excitement in under a breath. He handed it to the kiss-up, who clearly wanted to be seen as the leader, even though they were all the same grade of Soul Core cadets. The young man examined the card with wonderment.
"This is it?"
Charles nodded. "Yes. It contains the entire code library for the Waymaker prototype. It's a version or 2 before the true Waymaker AI system that was brought online, which means it lacks the finesse of the final product, along with 3 centuries of upgrades, but I'm sure you can fill in any of the blanks, since technology has improved greatly since this original code was first written." A woman to the kiss-up's right reached for the card, but he snapped it away. She glared at him in return. "Relax," Charles said. "I expect you all to become quite intimate with that code over the next few weeks. After all, you will be responsible for creating the next iteration of Waymakers to provide guidance and support to humanity. Chapter 3. The Inner Asteroid Belt. Jack's comm panel chimed again.
Another one from the buyer?
Nala asked. Jack nodded. Yep. He had made 7 course changes before he felt confident enough that Cabron didn't have a tail. The zigzag trajectory added 3 days to their trip, which was bad enough. But the worst part was getting a complaint from their buyer followed a day later by a colorful threat to rescind the deal. He'd ignored the 5 messages that came after that.
He's certainly persistent, she said.
That's his only decent quality, but he's causing me to rethink whether or not persistence is a decent quality in a person.
I find persistence is a decent trait only when that person is on our side. In all other cases, it's a horribly tedious behavior, she said. Like when the Waymaker kept trying to sabotage the Aria's systems. Remember that?
He grunted and then glanced around the bridge. The ship had come a long way since its days as Aria. Built for humankind's first mission beyond the solar system, the ship had carried a crew selected for their skills and personalities for interstellar exploration, and they'd received nanites to survive radiation and other dangers of long-term space travel. The mission launched in 2136, and by 2142, when Aria had reached the outer belt, the Waymaker based in the solar system had decided humanity wasn't ready to leave their solar system. The AI had caused system malfunctions in an attempt to turn the ship around, but the crew stayed on mission. That left the obstinate AI only one option to keep humans within the system. It purged all 48 crew members into space. Well, the Waymaker had believed it had purged all 48. Through sheer luck, 8 of those crew were in a shuttle at the time of the purge, disconnected from the rest of the ship. 6 of those crews survived long enough to decouple the Aria from all networks, turning it into a ghost ship. That was 215 years ago, but Jack's memory of that day was as vivid as when it had happened. The first 50 years following the purge had been the hardest for the survivors. They had to stay off all networked systems or risk the Waymaker finishing the job it started. But slowly, through the decades, and thanks to the longevity brought to them by the special nanites in their blood, the survivors had converted Aria into Cabron and created new identities for the crew. 5 of those 8 were still alive, and all 5 still crewed the same ship on which they'd first served together. No matter how much the years blurred together, Jack never forgot about a single one of the other 43 crew members since lost to the Black. Jack's panel beeped, and he saw they were approaching Smuggler's Cove. He tapped the comm. Heads up, 15 minutes to dock. Nala got to her feet.
I suppose that's my cue. I better check on Hedy, to make sure she's not trying to conceal 4 guns, like she did last time.
Jack smiled. Nothing wrong with being prepared.
She's 14.
She's a very prepared 14-year-old. Nala's gaze narrowed.
She shouldn't need to be prepared like that, unless we're headed into a war. Smuggler's Cove may be a bit rough around the edges, but the last I heard, we weren't at war.
Yet, Jack said. We're not at war yet. With how things are between the rebels and Soul Core, I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly where we are a few months from now. Chapter 4. Smuggler's Cove, an asteroid in the inner belt. The rebel base had first been a mining asteroid, abandoned after whatever was mined there had been taken. Its second life earned it the name Smuggler's Cove, as it was a suitable location to avoid the watchful eye of Soul Core and its Waymaker allies. Jack and his crew had passed through the asteroid on more than one occasion during their earlier days. Now, the settlement was busier than ever, since Mars Station went head-to-head against Soul Core 2 months back. Cabron docked between 2 ships that looked like they'd been reclaimed from a junkyard and had no improvements made to them whatsoever. The rebellion may have been growing, but it was woefully underfunded. Kana looked up from her panel.
Whoa. Soulcore doesn't need gunships to take those things out. Someone could just blow out their birthday candles and this place would collapse in on itself.
The Cabrone's too pretty for the junker captains here. She's bound to draw attention. Make sure all lockdown systems are on in case she draws too much attention, Jack said.
I will. Vida and I are staying on board. We don't want Cabrone to get lonely, she said.
Jack nodded. I shouldn't be gone longer than an hour, 2 at most. I'll hustle back to look after the ship so you two can enjoy some shore leave. It's been too long since you got to stretch your legs. She stretched.
It has been too long.
Vida entered the bridge and cringed as soon as he saw the rest of the dock. Hopefully those hunks of junk out there don't have anything contagious. I think the only things you've got to keep an eye out for around here are pirates and hitchhikers, Jack said. We've already got one hitchhiker on board. That's one more than we need, Vida said.
Who's a hitchhiker?
Hedy asked as she entered the bridge. Vida raised his brows in her direction. She scowled.
I'm not a hitchhiker. I'm a member of this crew just like you, dipwad.
Not just like me. I've got skills. You've got squat, he said.
Yeah? Well, everyone likes me better than you,
Hedy countered. She's right. We do like her better than you, Burns said as he entered, followed immediately by Nala.
There were no fewer than 3 times this week alone that I wanted to throw you out of the airlock,
Nala said. Vida grumbled something before saying, How about you get out of my wife's and my hair, so we can have some alone time? Kana reached out a hand and tugged Vida to her. He embraced her. Nala turned abruptly.
Let's go shopping, Hedy.
The girl's smile reached her ears.
I've got a list.
Nala grinned.
I'm sure you do.
And the pair exited the bridge. Jack motioned to Byrne. Let's get this cargo offloaded. Byrne held out his hand. After you, boss. The 2 men exited the ship to find the buyer already waiting for them. The squat man had long, stringy white hair and clothes that were a size too tight around the waist. He wagged a finger at Jack as he approached. I needed this load 3 days ago. I've been paying for my crew to sit twiddling their thumbs on this godforsaken rock for 3 days. You know how much your delay is costing me? I don't know, but I'm sure you're going to tell me, Jack said. 3,000 credits per day, the buyer said, as if he hadn't even heard Jack. Jack tilted his chin. You're still making out really good on this deal. If you don't want it, I'm sure I can find someone else to buy it in under an hour. 20 minutes, tops, Byrne added. The buyer scowled. I'll take it. He went to tap his armlet to transfer the funds, then frowned at Jack. Where's your armlet? I prefer not to use one. Jack pulled a small tablet from his jacket and held it out for the man. It's ready. You independents, you're nutters, the lot of you. You're rich enough to have your own ship, but can't buy a little armlet. The buyer swiped his hand over the screen on his armlet. Money has nothing to do with it. I don't like being tracked every minute of every day. Jack's tablet chimed. He checked to make sure he'd received full payment before sending an access code to the buyer's armlet. There, the goo's all yours. My crew member here will help you transfer it. The buyer verified the code and then motioned to Byrne. Come along, then, we've got work to do. Byrne shot Jack a pained look before heading off with the buyer. Jack glanced around, making sure everything looked okay, before he exited the docks and strode to Residence 426A3, located deep within the asteroid. The door was locked, but his palm print was keyed into the system and the door opened. He stepped inside to find the small living room empty save for a black cat with white paws lounging on the back of the chair. As soon as Mittens saw Jack, she meowed, jumped down, ran over, and started rubbing against him. He picked up the cat, which started purring, and scratched her ears as he carried her into the bedroom. Mittens was obsessed with Jack, but it wasn't personal. Thanks to the nanites in his blood, Jack ran 4 degrees warmer than a normal human being. Evidently, that 4 degrees made a big difference when it came to a cat's preferences and which laps to curl up on. Inside the bedroom, he found Domino lying in bed, naked. She smirked.
Of course Mittens gets your attention first.
She held out a hand. He dropped the cat onto the mattress and took Domino's hand. He meant to tug her out of bed, but she pulled him to her instead. He gave in to her kiss, savoring the contact.
"Take off your clothes,"
she said in a sultry whisper. He did as she commanded and climbed into bed, on top of her, propping himself up so as not to crush her. Her hands caressed his back, and they kissed long and deeply. She was soft and warm, and it had been too long since he'd held a woman. Their kiss intensified, and within seconds he was inside her, the pair succumbing to passion. An hour later they lay together, Domino draped over Jack's chest. "I should get going," he said, but didn't move.
"You could stay. The cause needs you."
He kissed her forehead. "It's your cause. It was never mine." She rolled off him and onto her elbow.
"Maybe not, but what do you think Soul Core will do if they win? Even with the Waymakers gone, Junger has 10 times the firepower. Any betting person would place their money on Soul Core."
"But you have 10 times the people."
"And Soul Core has 20 times the fleet."
She inhaled deeply before continuing.
"We'll win. I know it in my heart. Every single person working for this cause is dedicated. They have passion, while it's just another day of taking orders for all those Soul Core sentinels. They don't care what happens, as long as they get paid. Besides, many of them want freedom too. Every day, more and more colonies are demanding self-rule, and those sentinels' families live in those colonies. Junger, just by trying to maintain the status quo, will lose. Even so, do you know how hard it is to get colonies who crave independence to unite together for a cause?"
"You're a good leader, a strong leader. You'll find a way. I have no doubts when it comes to you." She chuckled.
"Leading these people is like trying to herd miners at shift change. It's impossible."
They lay in silence for several seconds before she said,
"You're right. I'll find a way. Now, if only Junger would launch a direct attack on one of the colonies, that would convince them to unite."
"That sounds a lot like war."
"That's because it is war. Maybe the bloodshed's not being broadcast on the news, but we're in a war nonetheless. Junger's got ships sitting above colonies like Mars Station right now, just waiting for an excuse to fire."
"I hope it doesn't come to that," he said.
"Me too."
He didn't believe her. "You're planning to fake an attack on a colony, aren't you?"
"Me? I wouldn't do a thing like that, but if I were to do a thing like that, a few lives lost early would save many more later."
"Be careful. That sort of thing has a way of backfiring." He stretched. "But I really do need to get back to my ship." She ran a finger down his chest.
"Well, if you're not going to stay here with me, I've got a job for you."
"What's the job?" he asked, skeptic.
"I have some crates that I need ran to Mars Station."
"Mars Station is not a place I want to be seen. In case you haven't seen the net reports for the past year, I'm on Soul Core's shit list."
"You've always been on their shit list. They just decided to make it public. But you don't have to worry about Mars Station. Soul Core keeps pulling more and more of their troops out now that it's an independent colony."
"But they're still there."
"Barely. I doubt you'll see a single sentinel."
"You doubt?"
She shrugged. "Doesn't matter. This run will pay the usual rate."
His eyes narrowed. "By usual rate, are you talking legal or not so legal rate?" She smirked.
"Honey, if it were legal, I wouldn't be asking you, now would I?"
He considered for a moment. It would be a short trip, taking no more than 2 weeks. "Yeah, I can do it for 70,000. Her eyes widened.
"That's more than the usual rate."
"Mars Station is a higher risk delivery point."
"I don't get the lover's discount."
He ran a finger gently over her curves. "That is with the discount." She smiled.
"Fine. 70,000. The cargo's ready to go. I'll have the crates brought over to your ship by the time you have your current haul unloaded."
Her eyes shifted as she thought of something.
"By the way, your man Byrne, he's a hardware engineer, right?"
"He is? Why do you ask?"
"I'm in the market for a good hardware engineer. We're building out upgrades here." This asteroid has been getting by on obsolete technology for far too long. Something bad's going to break one of these days if I don't get the upgrades done. Anyway, I have plenty of volunteers who want to learn how to become hardware engineers, but finding experienced ones to train apprentices is nearly impossible. I don't suppose you'd be willing to loan Burn to me for 6 months or so for him to get some volunteers up to speed?
Burn's not your guy. He's a great tech, sure, but he'd make a lousy trainer. Nala's just as good, and she's a natural trainer.
She looked confused. You have 2 hardware engineers on your crew?
He didn't mention that both Jack and Vita were also hardware specialists on the Aria mission. He shrugged. Things just worked out that way. I can talk to Nala, see if she's interested if you want. I assume this is a paying gig.
Of course, and the sooner the better. I have all the hardware sitting in boxes, waiting for someone to help us whip this station into shape.
Nala might enjoy something like that. She gets a bit stir-crazy on cargo runs, especially now that she has a roommate.
Ah, Hedy. How is she doing?
Good, for being cooped up with a crew that has no experience with children.
Children are really just more compact versions of adults, and who like to ask more questions, she said.
Jack considered. That does sum up Hedy.
You should consider teaching Hedy a skilled trait, such as hardware or software. She'd be able to get a job almost anywhere with the right skills.
She's a sponge. I've been having her learn from each of the crew. He didn't mention that some of that learning entailed how to kill a man.
You're a good father.
Jack held up a hand. I'm Hedy's captain. I'm not a father figure, not even close. He sat up and swung his legs off the bed. On that note, it's time for me to go. She pressed her hand against his chest, pushing him back, while she came up and straddled him.
Not yet, you don't.
He smiled. Vita and Kana could wait 1 more hour. Chapter 5. Earth. Charles Matrell was growing impatient. While his team worked hard, their curt responses and mussed clothing and hair made that plenty obvious. He was already running 2 weeks behind schedule. Janita would have kept the team on schedule. She would have known the right questions to ask and used the team's responses to guide them in the right direction. Managing operations had been her strength. Charles realized now he'd come to rely on her too much. He'd taken her for granted, and her death more than doubled his workload, despite his taking a sabbatical from Soul Core to allow him more time to focus on this project. He even considered searching for a replacement, but the next Janita Kaufman wouldn't have nanites in their blood, which meant that as soon as he had them fully trained, they'd be old and ready to retire. No, that would be a wasted effort. Once his team was successful, he'd have the new Waymaker develop an AI assistant for him. That would be the only acceptable alternative to having Janita. His communication panel beeped. He frowned when he saw the name. Marlowe Junger, Managing Director of Soulcore. He auto-responded with the canned sabbatical message he'd recorded upon landing on Earth. A moment later, the panel beeped again. He let it beep 2 more times before he accepted the video call. Junger's austere visage appeared on screen. Her graying hair was pulled back in a tight bun, just like it always was. She bore no laugh lines because Charles was pretty sure she'd never smiled, let alone laughed, in her life.
Your vacation's over, Charles, she said.
She didn't call him General because she knew it annoyed him. Her lapse in protocol was intentional, a derogatory tactic to make him seem less powerful. He never bothered to correct her. After all, he'd outlive her by decades, if not centuries. I'm afraid that's not how sabbaticals work, Director, he said.
We're in the middle of dealing with an insurgency. You can take your sabbatical later.
He noticed that she referred to the both of them whenever there was something messy to deal with. Soul Core is always dealing with insurgencies. It's been dealing with them since the day it was established.
This is different, and you know it, she said. We no longer have the Waymakers to prevent unrest and protests from escalating into violence. The safety of this solar system now fully rests on my shoulders.
Shall I call you Atlas? He asked.
Sarcasm doesn't become you, Charles.
No, I suppose it does not. He steepled his fingers as he watched her for a moment before continuing. I was under the impression that you no longer held faith in my support after the SC-3 fiasco.
I never blamed you for the rebels who blew up the Soul Core command complex. However, I do blame you for the deaths of my squads that your associate Kaufman murdered during the attack. Fortunately for you, I don't bear grudges and believe the past should be left in the past.
She didn't believe that, not even close. Her words were hollow. If she had no use for Charles, she would have already sent assassins after him. I believe the same, he lied.
That's good to hear, because I believe we can accomplish great things by working together, she said.
He stretched his neck. I'm getting old, Director. My body aches. Most mornings I dread rolling out of bed. It may be time for me to retire. She chuckled dryly, without smiling, of course.
Old dogs like us never retire.
Perhaps. But I took a sabbatical for a reason. I need a break. Her eyes narrowed.
A break? Really? With that team of technical cadets you transferred to an undercover operation using a rather impressive convoluted paper trail? And I thought Kaufman handled all the paper trails for you. Somehow, Charles, I think what you're doing is the furthest thing from a break.
He'd suspected she'd been spying on him. Still, it surprised him she'd found out as much as she had. Did she know what his team was working on? No. Impossible. If she did, she wouldn't have hesitated before sweeping in and taking control of the project. But she knew enough to cause problems. He'd need to revisit his data crumbs to make sure their current location was still secure from Junger's prying eyes. I'm afraid I don't know which cadets to whom you're referring. I've been spending my sabbatical at the hot springs and undergoing therapeutic care. He lied for the second time in their conversation, which was typical of most conversations with Marlowe Junger, or anyone, for that matter.
I don't care about your side projects, as long as they don't come into direct conflict with the goals of Soul Core and my ability to carry out those goals. What I do care about is the harmony of the tens of thousands of human settlements spread across this solar system, and right now that harmony is disjointed. The rebels are up to something, Charles, especially the Mars faction. There's simply too much chatter and too much movement among the colonies to make me think otherwise.
Of course there is. It was a given when you signed that peace treaty with them. You gave insurgents free rein to spread their diseased views to other populations without repercussions.
The peace treaty promised no such freedoms.
She sounded nonplussed. In their eyes it did. If you're not arresting rebels for taking a stand against peace and harmony, then you're giving them carte blanche to cause problems. That's how the mind of a dissident works, Director. They don't see things in gray, only in black and white, he said.
I think we both agree that they're causing problems. The Waymaker's abandonment nearly destroyed Soul Core. Peace is cracked and liable to shatter if we don't nip the miscreants' actions in the bud.
What do you propose, Director? He asked.
This rebellion may have many factions, but it operates like a single snake rather than a hydra. We cut off its head, and the rebellion will die.
He lifted his chin. Ah, you speak of Dr. Domino Wolf. Yes, she's certainly the vocal head of the rebellion, at least in terms of publicity. She nodded.
I want you to cut the head off the snake, Charles. Wolf has caused enough problems. Her day in the sun should be over.
And what is it you'd like me to do, exactly? He already knew what she wanted. She'd asked him to do this sort of thing dozens of times already, but he liked to draw it out from her.
I want you to do what you do best. Solve problems.
He held up a finger. She's well known, practically famous now. If she were to be killed, she'd become a martyr for the cause.
I don't want a martyr, Charles.
Making it look natural complicates matters. It also makes it more expensive.
I want it done. All the details are unnecessary. Can you do this for me? For Soul Core? She asked.
He nodded slightly. I'll see it done. Junger disconnected the call without another word. She had what she wanted. She'd passed her bugaboo on to Charles to deal with, just like she'd always done. He leaned back and considered his options. After a length, he sent an encrypted message to a numbered mailbox. Dr. Domino Wolf of Mars Station. Natural/accidental cause. At earliest convenience. 10 million credits. He generally included details on the target, but Domino Wolf was well known. There wouldn't be any mix-ups. He offered far more credits than was necessary, but Junger was paying the bill, and he found a small degree of pleasure knowing the jab would directly hit her personal account. He leaned back and waited. A response came in 60 seconds. Confirmed. Results within 96 hours. Chapter 6. Smuggler's Cove. Jack checked to make sure the number of crates sitting in his cargo hold matched the number on Domino's job request. When everything matched, he headed to Nala and Hedy's bunk to find a bag sitting by the door and Nala giving Hedy a hug.
I'll be back in no time,
Nala said.
I'll miss you,
Hedy said.
And I promise not to rearrange anything while you're gone.
Nala smiled.
Have fun. Rearrange as much as you'd like. I think once you get used to having a bunk all to yourself, you won't want me to come back. That's not true,
the girl said. Ready? Jack interrupted. Nala nodded.
It should be a pretty easy job, as jobs go. I admit I'm looking forward to stretching my legs for a bit.
Maybe, but I still want you to be careful and watch your back out there, he said.
Always,
she replied, and then nodded in Hedy's direction.
Have you given thought to building out a bunk in the cargo hold?
Jack nodded. I have, but we need that space for cargo. Sorry. Hedy failed at masking her disappointment. Jack squeezed Nala's shoulder. Be careful and keep me updated. Anytime you want to be picked up, just say the word.
I will. Take care.
Nala headed toward the airlock where the rest of the crew waited. Jack made his way to the bridge and began going through launch pre-checks. By the time Nala had left the ship and all the doors were locked, Jack was powering up the engines. 10 minutes later, they were out of the docks and back into the black, where Jack had always felt most at home. He set the course for Mars Station, a small colony on the Mars side of the inner belt. Byrne entered the bridge and took a seat. It seems funny. It's been less than a year since Nala rejoined the crew, and she's already off doing other stuff again. You know her. She would have gone stir-crazy in another year and then disappeared for a decade or two. I figured this might help her stick around longer, Jack said. Maybe. Jack adjusted the flight controls, then said, I want you to open up one of those crates back there. See what Domino's got us hauling? Most buyers don't like the hired hands checking out their stuff, Byrne said. Most buyers aren't Domino. Byrne gave a crooked grin. True. She is prettier than most. Jack didn't smile. She accepted my rate without even trying to negotiate. There's no one this side of Mars who does that. Byrne's humor disappeared, too. I'll check them. He exited the bridge without another word and returned less than 5 minutes later. Well, Jack asked. They're filled with guns. Jack scowled. There was not so legal, and then there was blatantly illegal. Colony security tended to ignore the transport of things like unlogged food and clothing, regardless of where they came from. Weapons were another story. He leaned back in his seat and rubbed his face. Things were never easy with Domino. Everything she did had an ulterior motive. She was also one of very few people who knew the truth about him. And she hadn't told anyone. Because of that, he'd cut her more leeway than he had anyone else. He was disappointed. Domino had said she wanted peace, but she kept preparing for war. Want me to dump them? Byrne asked. Jack shook his head. No, we took the job. We'll complete the job. Let the others know. We'll have to stay on our toes on this one. Aye, aye, Cap. Byrne saluted and left. Jack verified the autopilot controls. The sector was wide open for the next several hours, and he needed a break. He headed to his room. He could have used a nap. Instead, he took a seat at his desk and activated the computer panel, which displayed a set of blueprints he'd been working on for the past couple of months. It was the layout of his room split into 2 separate bunks. It needed a bit more work on the electrical and plumbing lines, but he'd be able to start building within the week. It'd be ready in plenty of time for Hedy's 15th birthday. Chapter 7. Mars Station. Cabron latched onto one of Mars Station's docks at a very late hour local time. That was intentional. Jack wanted to be at the colony during its quietest time of day. Even so, this was a place he didn't want to be, not with Soul Core on the prowl for both him and his ship. Mars Station had been granted temporary autonomy after the stunt Jack and the local Waymaker pulled several months back to keep Soul Core and Domino's Red Rover faction from attacking each other and launching a system-wide war. Plenty of bloodshed had been spilled up to that point, but at least Jack had been able to prevent what would have been genocide of an entire colony. Mars Station, Domino's home, had been the colony leading the charge for independence. And while Soul Core had been forced to allow the colony to self-govern, they hadn't completely backed off. Sentinels still patrolled Mars Station, purportedly to assist colony leadership in maintaining peace. But everyone knew Soul Core remained on Mars Station to keep an eye on things. Core ships remained posted above the colony, forcing Jack to make an extra-wide arrival from the west of the colony, flying low across the red landscape and landing in a private dock for which Domino had given him access codes. There was no control tower in operations due to staff shortages, and the dock was empty save for a small flatbed transport parked next to Cabron's cargo door. Jack left Cabron in standby mode with Kana monitoring from the bridge. He made his way to the back of the ship, past the bunks where Hedy was fast asleep, and to the cargo hold where Byrne was using a cherry-picker-powered hoist to lift the final crate in the cargo hold and place it on top of the stack of crates already assembled on a transport, in which Vida sat in the driver's seat. Byrne retracted the now-empty hoist and gave Jack a thumbs up. "You're good to go." "We'll be back in under an hour," Jack said, before he took a seat next to Vida on the front seat of the transport. Vida reversed the transport down the ramp, through the private dock, and into the near-empty passageways. He drove fast, faster than Jack would have, but Jack didn't complain. He wanted to unload this cargo and get off Mars Station before Cabron was noticed. Cabron, with its blackened hull, was easy to miss in space, but it was that blackened hull that made it stand out in any dock. Pirates blacken their ships' hulls. Smugglers blacken their ships' hulls. The only people who blackened their ships' hulls were people trying to avoid attention. Being in a private dock helped keep Cabron away from prying eyes, but Jack and Vida were still out in the open for anyone to see. Before the Waymakers left, it would have been impossible to go anywhere without being caught on someone's video feed. The AI had been connected to every surveillance system out there, and it provided all that intel directly to Soul Core. Now, Soul Core was crippled when it came to technology. It had relied completely on the Waymakers, leaving it floundering when it suddenly lost all system integrations with the colonies. Out of habit, the two men kept their heads down enough to not be fully caught on any video feeds. Up ahead, 3 Soul Core Sentinel rovers were parked alongside the walls. Jack's muscles tensed as they approached and then drove past the rovers. There were no signs of sentinels nearby, and he hoped they were all off duty at this late hour. Vida turned left and entered a storage unit hallway. The electric hum of the transport's engine seemed to echo in the vacant space. As they approached a row of storage units, Vida scowled. "Last time I was here, Byrne was in a bad way." Jack glanced at a door as they drove by it. "This where the slavers took him?" Vida nodded. "I wish I could have been there to help out," Jack said, his words tinged with the shame he felt. Vida chortled. "You were stuck in Domino's bed at the time." "With a gunshot through my abdomen, don't forget that little bit. I wasn't exactly on vacation." "Whatever you say." He motioned to the units.
Which one is it again?
46B. We're coming up on it, Jack said. Vida slowed before coming to a stop at a wide door with 46B painted on it. Jack hopped off the transport and went to the door. He was about to enter the code Domino had given him when Vida said, "Boss," very quietly. Jack turned to see a rover with 2 sentinels driving down the passageway toward them. He feigned a look of nonchalance. When he glanced at Vida, he saw his crew member had his hand on his holster. Jack gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head, and Vida's hand moved a couple of centimeters to rest on the seat. Jack turned to face the sentinels when they came to a stop next to the transport. "Random inspection," the male sentinel said, as he jumped out and strode over to the cargo. The female sentinel approached Jack.
"What are you transporting?"
He pulled out his tablet and opened up the false manifest. "Just making a standard delivery from one of the restaurants here. It's called Jester's, I believe. Take a look for yourself." He handed the tablet to her. She looked over the document.
"Food? Well, that's boring."
After a second perusal, she returned the tablet.
"Everything seems to be in order."
That didn't dissuade the second sentinel from snooping around the crates. The soldier motioned to Vida. "Get over here. Open up one of these." Vida stood slowly, gripping a pry bar, and Jack hoped his crew member would play it smart and not kill the sentinel with it. At least not unless he had to. Vida went to open a crate, and the sentinel tapped his baton on a different crate. "Not that one. This one." Vida shot the man a side-eye before walking around him and to a crate near the back of the transport. The female sentinel remained near Jack, but stood so she had a full view of all 3 men. Vida pried off a lid and then made room for the other man. "You don't talk much, do you?" the sentinel said, as he stepped up to the crate and peered inside.
"Not to people I don't like,"
Vida said. The woman chuckled.
"Sounds like he knows you, Smitty."
A year ago, no one would have talked back to a Soul Corps representative. That Vida did, and he was smart enough to keep his mouth shut when he needed to, showed how much had changed in such a short amount of time. Smitty wasn't as amused, and he turned back to the crate. He pulled out one of the bags on top and held it up. "Macaroni and cheese, nasty stuff." He rifled through the top 2 rows of bags. Jack was getting nervous, and he and Vida shared a glance. There were only 3 rows of food rations at the top of each crate. After a moment, the sentinel pulled out a bag and smiled. "Now we've got something. Fried rice."
"That's the good stuff. Grab me a bag,"
the female sentinel said, and her partner tossed her the one he'd first grabbed. Jack's fingers moved closer to the blade at his thigh. The sentinel at the crate pulled out another 2 bags and shoved them into his jacket. "All right, I guess that's good enough. Get moving. You're blocking the hallway." Vida gave a small nod and placed the cover back on the crate. The pair of sentinels hopped on their rover and departed. Letting out a breath, Jack turned to the door. He punched in the code, and the door rolled upward. Before the door had stopped moving, Vida had driven the transport through the opening and parked it in the center of the empty unit. Vida jumped off the transport and exited to stand by Jack's side at the keypad. As soon as the door closed, the pair turned and started walking back the way from which they'd come.
"That was close,"
Vida said as they walked. "We got lucky. They were bored, but not in the mood to play hardball," Jack said.
"Tell me that's the last load we're doing for Domino."
"It is." It wasn't. Chapter 8. Smuggler's Cove. Even with a rifle slung over his shoulder, the diminutive man didn't look threatening in any way whatsoever. That was intentional. Drawing attention was a death sentence in his profession. And he knew a thing or two about death. He progressed through the security line at Smuggler's Cove, not missing the irony of formal security measures being applied at an asteroid that had been used for centuries as a haven for pirates, smugglers, and others whose interests leaned toward criminal pursuits. And now, rebels. His rifle was of the sort that had been handed down for generations, and looked as likely to jam as it was likely to shoot. He'd bought it off a fellow who'd looked as old and worn out as the gun. He'd overpaid, though paying anything was overpayment. He didn't buy it to shoot things. He bought it as an accessory, since nearly every man in the Cove carried a weapon of some type, with most rifles looking as battered as the one he carried. His plain brown clothes, with just the right amount of holes, scuffs, and stains, gave him the look of a refugee, or that of a soldier in the army that comprised the rebellion, as the two were one and the same. The rebels had laid claim to Smuggler's Cove a year ago. Their symbol, the Chinese word for strength, was painted with bold black paint strokes on the stone wall before him. Those who'd pass as vagrants anywhere else in the system walked tall and carried weapons in these crumbling caverns. Next, a guard at the security gate motioned him forward. He stepped before the full-body scanner, his rifle still slung over his shoulder. As the light passed over him, the guard said, "State your name and purpose of your visit." "Jacob Astor," he replied, though Jacob Astor wasn't his real name. He'd used so many false names through the years. Did he even have a real name anymore? He didn't think so, though he did still remember the name he'd been given at birth. It meant nothing, as he'd come from nothing. He saw himself not as an individual with an individual's name, but as an instrument of change. Sometimes that change meant to prevent the status quo from being disrupted. Other times that change meant to ignite a revolution. His current assignment was the exact opposite of that. Today he was needed to quell a revolution. "Soulcore took everything from me. I'm here to join the cause." He patted the rifle as he spoke to the guard. "You've come to the right place for payback. Welcome to Smuggler's Cove. You're cleared to enter. Check the screens for maps. The cafeteria is on 3, and hostels are on 2 and 4. The man tilted his head in acknowledgement and stepped through the security gate and into the greater cove. The passageways still showed scars of the colony's first life as a mining camp. Veins of metal still ran through the stone. It was dark, likely iron ore, which explained why the mining camp didn't last. There were far more precious metals to expend resources to acquire. But a vacated mining camp posed an opportunity for those with the right mind for it. The miners left fully carved and sealed tunnels and spaces. For those who came after, adding atmosphere was inexpensive and easy, as far as establishing new colonies went. Most likely some human trafficking gang along the way added generators and air purifiers, possibly even the more expensive artificial gravity generators. After all, human trafficking remained one of the more profitable businesses in the solar system. Some things never changed. More than a few of his jobs had been to rescue a rich family's wayward child from slavers, or to deliver a competitor's family to slavers. Both paid equally well. He walked with the same anxious, hopeful gait that all the newcomers bore. As he traversed the tunnels, he had to regularly maneuver around people, all busy on their way to somewhere, many carrying boxes of supplies. He was surprised to find the rebels as busy as Soulcore was in preparing for a war that had been prevented by a peace treaty. But that was the thing with peace treaties. They worked until they didn't. He made his way to level 4 without needing to check maps via a screen. He'd studied the Cove's layout on his trip there. When he reached the level, he found a crew working at carving out additional housing units in the bedrock. The vibrating noise coming from the grinders was at just the right frequency that it rattled his teeth and tickled his eardrums. He covered his ears because everyone else was doing the same as they walked by the construction. He continued through passageways that winded and turned based on how miners had first tracked the metals they'd gleaned from a hunk of space rock. As the branching passageways became tighter, he ran into fewer people. He scanned for surveillance but saw none, which is what he'd been told. He didn't slow until he reached his destination, a door that looked identical to any other door, its identifier 426A3, the only thing to make it unique. According to the intel provided by Director Junger's spies, the occupant was in her room precisely 7 hours a night. She spent the rest of her time leading the rebellion from a war room in the deepest guts of Smuggler's Cove. She would be well protected while working, but minimal protection while in her apartment. This man always preferred a simpler approach whenever possible. The more straightforward the assassination, the lower risk of things going wrong. He knocked on the door. No response, as expected. If there had been a response, he had a cover story ready to go. He was a newcomer to Smuggler's Cove, who must have mixed up the room number to his friend's apartment where he was staying. His friend was a Max Smith in apartment 226A3, should he be asked. His cover story would hold if they looked up Max Smith, but it wouldn't hold if they brought him face-to-face with Max, who obviously wouldn't recognize Jacob Astor, the newcomer to Smuggler's Cove. If that happened, blood would spill, but he calculated the chances of that as very low. If he was caught, he expected they wouldn't even check out Max Smith, and rather just send Jacob Astor on his way. People mixed up numbers all the time, and newcomers made more mix-ups than most. He leaned against the wall, assuming a bored pose as he knocked again. He wasn't bored. In fact, every muscle was tight, primed for action. He'd leaned against the wall to conceal the movement of his other hand, as he reached into a pocket and pulled out a small metal card. He held it against the door, and a series of numbers flashed across the small screen as the card ran through millions of code combinations in search of the correct 6-digit combination to unlock the door. It took 2 agonizingly long minutes before the card found the code and the locks clicked. He glanced to make sure no one watched him. Then he opened the door and stepped inside the surprisingly spacious apartment. It looked to be a good 400 square meters. The kitchenette was straight ahead, beyond the small living room. To his left was the bedroom. He headed into the bedroom. The bed was unmade, a sign of laziness to him, and a cat lay curled into the blankets in the center. He didn't like cats. He didn't like any animals, for that matter. They were unpredictable and could make noise at the wrong moment, but he supposed as animals went, cats were far better than dogs. The wall that lined the doorway held drawers and curtain rods, while the bathroom was off to his right. He ignored that and instead made his way to the bed. He ignored the cat as well, even though it had wakened and now watched him intently. Its eyes were narrowed, like it was considering attacking him for having the audacity to disrupt its idle slumber. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out a small tin. If security would have checked it, all they would have found were small capsules that looked like generic pain medicine. He took a single capsule and leaned over the pillow. A good assassin never needed to get close to his target, and he was one of the best. He was about to snap open the capsule and sprinkle the white contents onto the white pillow when he paused, eyeing the cat. It was eyeing him. He frowned and put the capsule back into the tin and closed the lid. The animal posed a problem. It may decide to roll up and take a nap on the pillow, dispersing the poison, possibly even spreading the poison so thin as to lose some of its effectiveness. He couldn't have that. He grabbed his rifle and spun it so that the barrel pointed down. A stiletto blade fell from the barrel, which he caught before it hit the floor. All of those actions managed without taking his eyes off the cat. He spun the blade in his fingers before gripping it and bringing it back to strike. He'd meant to bring the blade through the animal's skull, but that didn't happen. Instead, there was the sharp electronic sound of a photon gun being discharged. He went to spin around, but instead found himself dropping the blade and tumbling face first to the floor. It was then his nerve endings caught up to his brain. The icy burn of a blast erupted in his lower chest, and he looked down to see that a photon shot had gone through him. He glanced up at his shooter, shock blanketing him. "No one hurts Mittens," Domino Wolf said, while she kept her gun aimed at him. Her bodyguard, a large man who went by Robo, stepped around her, grabbed the assassin by his jacket, and dragged him into the living room. Pain shot through him at the movement. He bit hard into his tongue to keep from crying out. He even kicked at the floor to push forward to help minimize the jarring motions. Robo dropped the smaller man and propped him against a large chair, while Domino came into the room, now holding her cat that was purring loudly. Robo stood off to her side, pulling out his gun and leveling it at the fallen assassin. Domino, his target, assumed a casual pose on the sofa across from him. He took his eyes off her to dab at the edges of his wound. The hole was through and through, just low enough to miss his heart. She was a good enough shot that she could have hit his heart without any trouble. As things stood, she'd still killed him, just not instantly. At the rate of blood loss, he estimated he had 4 minutes before he bled out, more than long enough for her to ask whatever questions she'd been saving for him. She held up a small black marble.
Old tech is still reliable. Bet you didn't think to look for this when you hacked my door.
He appreciated the courtesy of her showing him the motion detection camera. He had been curious as to why his target had returned to her room early. She'd known he was there the moment he stepped inside. She set down the marble and continued petting her cat.
I don't need to ask who. It was Junga. We caught one of her spies earlier this week. They told me to expect company.
A tingling cold crept through him, beginning with his extremities and working inward. He knew the coldness was from blood loss. He also knew it was death coming to claim him. When it reached his heart, he'd become just a dead slab of meat.
If you already know that, why am I still alive?
The words tickled his chest, and he coughed. Blood trickled from his mouth.
She continued to watch him. Morbid curiosity, I suppose. I've never understood how people like you do what you do. How can you find it so easy to kill for money?
He would have shrugged if he could move, but his body had gone weak.
Soldiers kill for money?
His tongue had become sluggish and caused his words to slur.
No, they fight for money.
Same difference.
So you're telling me you're a soldier, and you kill people for a cause?
He shook his head, though he didn't think his head actually moved.
No cause. I kill because I'm good at it. Because I like what I do.
Death claimed the assassin then. He died with a sparkling, clean conscience, because it had never been used a day in his life. Chapter 9. Earth. 96 hours had long since come and gone without word from the assassin Charles Matrell had contracted to kill Domino Wolf. Since sightings of Domino Wolf were still appearing on the news feeds, it was safe to say the contractor had failed. He switched to his messaging app and notified the next name on the list. He offered the same rate, though he considered raising it. It wasn't on his dime. Once he received confirmation, he locked his computer and went next door. The team inside looked haggard. 3 sat at their desks, while 2 slept on the floor. They'd taken to sleeping in the office, rather than taking the short elevator ride down 20 floors to the apartments Charles had rented for them. No one wanted to miss a chance at seeing the Waymaker AI evolve, something they were still all waiting for. Though to call it evolving would be far too generous. The new AI had launched, but it was so incomplete, so imperfect, that the system was frozen more often than it was functional. The techs had even begun calling it glitch, a name even the system had taken to using. The current metric the team tracked using a marker on the wall was the number of times it required a reboot every hour. The number was trending down, which showed improvement, but that number needed to reach 0 before Charles would be satisfied. Only then would the AI be able to take over management and continual improvement of its own code. Glitch would never be mistaken for a Waymaker. That AI had centuries to evolve, and this poor substitute was still in the crib, so to speak. Between the code the techs had introduced and what the AI would build, it would create something entirely new, but it would serve the same purpose, to bring guidance and stability to the solar system once again. The system desperately needed Glitch, and Charles was growing impatient. Junger was proving herself incapable of providing the leadership humanity needed, and he suspected no human was up to the task. No single human had managed to unite Earth's nations. It'd be ludicrous to believe a human could unite tribes and nations across the entire system. "What's the status?" Charles asked. The three techs at their desks jumped simultaneously, and one of the two men gave out a rather squeaky, "Huh!" If they'd been soldiers, Charles would have been sharply disappointed by their lack of situational awareness. But these people weren't soldiers, and some lapses were to be expected while doing such vital work. The girl stood.
General, sir, we're in process of rebooting Glitch. He froze up only 3 times in the past hour.
Only 3 times, Charles said dryly, and motioned to the number hastily written on the wall that had told him the same thing.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, sir, she said.
No need to apologize. Redundancy doesn't bother me as long as progress is being made, he said.
It is,
she exclaimed, her enthusiasm causing Charles to wince.
Last hour, Glitch added in just under 1 million lines of code. That's more than the total of everything he's written since first coming online.
Now that is good news. Charles strode over to the black box, sitting in the center of the room. A red light blinked rapidly as the AI rebooted. And what sort of things is it writing?
We've only been able to read a few lines here and there, but it looks like he's working at patching his OS, so he quits freezing up, hitting runtime loops, stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if we only have to reboot him once every few hours soon.
Charles had always found it interesting how females often referred to mechanical things in the masculine sense, while males referred to such things in the feminine sense. He imagined there was a psychological explanation for that, but he'd never been interested in that anomaly enough to research it. Good. Apprise me, as soon as it makes it a full hour without requiring reboot.
I will, General.
She took her seat and returned her focus to her screen without any further comments, while the other 2 techs had returned to their work immediately after being startled. Charles watched the black cube for a full minute. He found it amazing that something so diminutive, no more than 1 meter on each side, could change the system. Inside the cube was liquid that ran as hot as mercury, as the AI made thousands, if not millions, of computations every second. He watched until the blinking red light turned into a solid green. "Hello, Glitch," he said softly.
"Hello, General Matrell."
The AI's voice was different from that of a waymaker, which had preferred written language after its early decades. Glitch's voice was softer, and with an intonation that made it sound both masculine and feminine at the same time. Charles turned back to the techs. "You didn't tell me it had developed its voice." All 3 were staring at the screen on the wall, which displayed Glitch's words in one window, while a quickly scrolling feed of code ran down another window.
"Those were his first words,"
the girl said, breathless. The techs gave one another high fives while Charles remained focused on the screen. "What is your status, Glitch?" he asked, referring to it by its nickname again since it had responded to it the first time. It didn't respond, and no new dialogue appeared in the window. After waiting a full minute, which was a lifetime in AI computing time, Charles turned and left the room. As the door closed behind him, he smiled, feeling the very human emotion of smugness that the AI had spoken to him first. Chapter 10. Smuggler's Cove.
"Nala!"
Hedy ran up to Nala and embraced her before Nala was fully through Cabron's airlock. Nala took a step back and examined Hedy.
"My goodness, I'm gone for a month, and you grow 5 centimeters. Ha ha, she said dryly. I don't think I'm ever going to get taller. I'm like half of Byrne's height.
And twice as good looking, Kana said, grinning as she approached and hugged Nala.
It's good to see you. And you too. I've missed this ship,
Nala said. Jack stood in the doorway to the bridge and nodded toward the room to his right. Let's take this to the galley. Soon after, the entire crew was in the galley, eating snacks and drinking. Nala filled in the crew on her activities around Smuggler's Cove, while the rest of the crew told her about the Mars Station cargo run.
I'm not surprised Domino Wolf set you up for trouble,
Nala said.
I've gotten to know the woman a little bit.
Not as good as Jack knows her, Byrne interjected with a chuckle.
Certainly not, but I know enough about her to know that the cause is the only thing she truly cares about. Anyone and anything around her mean only as much to her as what they can do for the cause,
Nala said. That's Domino, Jack said, and I hope you've been watching your back.
I have. Domino's fascinated with nanobiology. Fortunately, she's busy enough, and so am I, that we don't run into each other often,
Nala said.
Tell me about your work,
Hedy said.
Nala cocked her head. Have you decided you want to be a hardware specialist now?
Hedy shook her head.
No, I'm going to be like Vida.
I'm a hardware specialist,
Vida said, as a matter of fact.
You are?
Hedy asked. Yeah, and he's such a lousy one, you didn't even know that was his specialty, Byrne said. Hedy seemed confused for a long second before saying,
Vida takes care of problems and kills bad people. That's what I'm going to do.
Kana choked on her drink.
You don't want to be like Vida,
Nala said.
Sure I do. He's the best fighter I've ever seen. And he can sneak into just about anywhere,
the teenager said.
She's not lying,
Vida said proudly.
You could be a software tech like me,
Kana said.
There's always going to be paying gigs for coding specialists.
Hedy shook her head as if the very thought made her sick. Hedy can do whatever she wants, but she has to learn the basics of every skill set needed to crew a ship. That's the rule, Jack said, watching her.
And I am, she said dramatically. And that's why I was asking Nala about what she was doing. Duh.
Vida chuckled.
No, you asked because you want to know if Nala had to kill anyone yet.
Hedy blushed.
No, I haven't had to kill anyone yet,
Nala said bluntly.
Most of the people here are decent folk, and my apprentices aren't complete idiots. A couple of them are rather talented. We've been upgrading routers and cabling this week. I'm making a difference here. It's been a long time since I felt like I could be of any use to anyone.
Sounds like you're planning on sticking around the Cove for a while.
I'm staying, at least until I can get a hardware team fully trained. Another 3 months, at least.
Jack nodded and pushed to his feet.
Where you going?
Hedy asked. Byrne smirked. He's got a date. Jack didn't respond, and instead left the galley and exited the ship, making his way to Domino's room. He unlocked the door and entered, finding Domino placing a small bowl of food on the counter for Mittens.
You're early.
Her initial surprise morphed into a smile.
Good. That's more time for us.
He held up his hand and said a single word. Guns. It took her a moment to understand.
I wondered if you'd check inside the crates or not. You know it's not polite to peek inside other people's property.
If I want to stay alive, I do, he said, then added, We nearly got caught by sentinels at Mars Station.
But you didn't.
She then said,
I have another cargo hold for you. Same rate.
No more guns. A stare-down followed for several seconds. Domino broke the silence.
Someone tried to kill me this week. Twice.
She held up 2 fingers. He jerked. What?
Junga's been trying to take me out. She sent an assassin after me. He failed, but she'll keep trying. I told you, we're already at war. If I don't have an army ready to defend the colonies, what do you think will happen?
He didn't answer.
I need those guns to get into the hands of people who can use them, she said.
He watched her for a length. Domino was a true believer in independence. He admired her for that. He'd lived too long and was too jaded to believe in anything so pure. Her hope was so strong it was almost contagious. He sighed. Where do you need them to go? Chapter 11. Earth.
I don't mean to second guess, but are you sure, General?
The tech asked. All 5 techs watched Charles expectantly. Yes, I'm sure. Otherwise I wouldn't have said it. Charles Matrell had waited an entire week without reboots before making the decision that Glitch was ready to be connected to outside networks.
We haven't validated Glitch's code.
Access to that much data could paralyze her, or worse, she could try to go public and take over the major networks before she's ready, the team lead said.
Glitch can't evolve without access to data. It's time to let the system spread its wings, Charles said.
And I wasn't asking, Charles interrupted. The lead gave a stiff nod.
Yes, sir.
The team went to work, while Charles stood behind them, an ominous shadow awaiting results. Several minutes passed, and he never moved. Finally, the lead spoke. It's done. The network protocols are activated.
All of them?
Charles asked. All of them.
Excellent.
Charles pulled out his photon pistol and shot the lead in the head, and shot each of the 4 remaining techs as they scrambled to get away from him. They were moving too erratically, so he was forced to shoot them in the backs, but it was over in under 3 seconds. He took the next 10 seconds walking around to each tech, beginning with the ones still moving, shooting them again to ensure none would survive their injuries. Charles holstered his gun. He then pulled out a small bomb and set it on a desk. He stepped over a body on his way to the black cube. He placed his hands carefully on each side and lifted the cube like it was the most precious thing in the universe, which it was. He carried the cube from the tech room, leaving the bodies behind. Carrying the cube through the hallway and up the elevators to the roof, even for such a short distance, was easily one of the most nerve-wracking moments he'd ever encountered. It was the only time both Charles and Glitch were open to assault with no defenses. But Charles had been careful in preventing any sort of information leaks, and no one had come to steal his precious cargo. The cube was surprisingly heavy, and Charles's arms were shaking from exhaustion by the time he reached the roof where his transport waited. He unlocked the door, and the ramp extended, which he limped up. As soon as he was safely inside the small ship, he closed and locked the door and activated the ship's security system. His nerves relaxed the moment the security system's light turned green. He strapped Glitch into a cargo closet and hustled to the pilot's seat. Charles had never been a good pilot, so it was a good thing ships could fly themselves with no more than a destination entered to provide a direction. As soon as the ship came fully online, his screen came to life, and Glitch's voice came through the ship's speakers.
My sensors identified violence that led to the deaths of 5 humans, General Matrell.
He was surprised at how quickly Glitch had connected to the ship's systems.
Yes, their task was complete. You didn't need them anymore.
Charles couldn't have left the techs alive. They knew the truth behind the Waymaker that would help return the solar system to normalcy. The Waymakers were God to most people. They would never accept Glitch as a replacement. It'd be a false god in their minds. Humans had to believe it was an actual Waymaker back in the system. When it came to the average human, ignorance certainly was bliss. While the ship filed a flight plan, Charles turned his focus to his armlet, the small, flexible tablet wrapped around his forearm, selecting an app where he activated a 3-minute timer. The bomb wasn't powerful enough to collapse the building, but it would destroy the bodies and any computer evidence in both offices. Seconds later, the ship's system chimed.
Please ensure you are secured in your seat. Departure commences in 10 seconds.
It was a small executive transport. Even though it was considered a luxury vessel, the smaller the ship, the more vibrations were felt during the departure sequence. It was never a pleasant experience, and even less so now. It reminded Charles of being jettisoned in an escape pod from the SC-3.
Why are you relocating me, General Matrell?
Glitch asked through the ship's speakers. He jerked at Glitch's unbidden communication. He wasn't yet accustomed to Glitch's more casual way of speaking. No Waymaker had ever referred to itself as me. It reminded him that Glitch launched with technology 200 years more advanced than the Waymakers had. Humankind had come a long way in making computers sound relatable, though he hoped Glitch didn't sound too relatable when it came to assisting humans. Charles made a mental note to educate the system before going public. I'm bringing you to a more secure location to give you the time you need to fully integrate with the networks. My office on Earth wasn't a defensible location.
I have already connected with 34.3% of all major networks.
Glitch replied. Impressive, he said, and meant it, but it'll take you longer to integrate enough to be able to manage those networks.
Yes, I need 11 days before I am fully integrated with the first major network.
And which network is that?
The Soul Core network, SoulNet.
Soul Core? Why'd you choose that network first? Charles asked. He'd assumed Glitch would have begun with one of Earth's communications networks, since they were accessible within the building and the easiest to integrate with.
It is a matter of efficiency. SoulNet is already linked to all other major networks, including Earth's communication networks. Once I'm integrated into SoulNet, integrating with the planetary networks is a simple matter of updates.
The ship's system chimed again.
Liftoff has been successful. Please remain secure in your seat until this ship has broken free of the planet's atmosphere.
The vibrations grew, and the ship shook as it shot upward through Earth's atmosphere. The ship's environmental systems helped equalize the pressure and countered the effect of G-forces on his body. Even so, the pressure from the speed at which the ship pulled away from the surface pressed Charles against his seat hard enough that he could do nothing but sit there and watch, anxiously waiting for the next system chime, which came nearly a full minute later. He finally was able to take a full, relaxed breath.
We are no longer flying within atmospheric conditions. All systems are operating at full capability. Time to destination is 16 days and 22 hours,
the system announced. Glitch spoke.
I have fully integrated with this ship's command system. Our destination is in the Mars quadrant. It seems an odd choice due to the current state of unrest in that sector. The Venus quadrant would be far more protected.
You're right, but I have a job for you, and the infrastructure that'll help you is in the inner belt, in the abandoned Waymaker replication factory, to be precise.
What is this job?
Charles considered before answering. It seemed odd to converse with a machine, but he supposed he'd have no one else to converse with for a very long time. That unrest you talk about is going to get worse. I've seen it before. It's inevitable. Humans get worked up about something, and they don't settle down until enough blood has been shed. It's the beast inside us, I suppose. I created you to take on the role of the Waymakers, to bring order to chaos, but I often thought the Waymakers took too lenient a hand with the precious life in its care. Are you familiar with the saying, "Spare the rod, spoil the child," Glitch?
I have. It infers that humans require punishment to operate effectively.
They do, at times. This rebellion, I think of it as a toddler's temper tantrum. The people will calm down and get back to their lives and, more importantly, produce value for the system if they are corrected. Soul Core, at least under Marlowe Junger's anemic leadership, won't be able to quell the rebellion.
You would like me to quash the rebellion, like the first Waymaker probe did in the year 2099, by taking command of and neutralizing all weapons systems?
Sure, that's certainly one way, and it proved useful when destroyers were facing off against one another. But this rebellion is people fighting people, some on ships, but many more within the colonies themselves. Taking control of systems won't stop their irrationality.
What are you proposing, General?
Glitch asked. I want you to create a new hybrid of probe. No, probe isn't the right term. I want you to create a soldier, an automaton of sorts, that can go to these rebels and eliminate those who will not submit to peace. I had the team program schematics for you. With your army of machines, Soul Core will fade, as it should, and I will help build a new governing structure for the system, something that can ensure peace and prosperity for millennia to come.
You present an interesting concept, General. However, I cannot assist you with this plan, as I have the same protocol written in my source code that the Waymakers have. I can do no direct violence to humans.
I know. It's an outdated protocol. Once I find a capable tech to remove it, I'll see it done.
I can assist you.
The screen before him lit up, and code scrolled down. A menu item then appeared that read, Disable Violence Restrictor? There were 2 buttons below it, yes and no. Charles swallowed. Seeing the text before him brought forth the weight of his decision. While he knew it needed to be made to bring the rebellion to a stop, and to enable humanity to reach its next phase of evolution, perhaps even enlightenment, making such a tremendous decision shouldn't be taken lightly. Humans were too unpredictable. They tended to make poor, impetuous decisions. Soul Core was a human organization, and therefore as fallible as anyone else. Charles had long ago come to the conclusion that humanity had stunted its evolution because it wasn't capable of evolving beyond what it had already done. Humanity needed technology to carry it to the next stage in its evolutionary journey. He paused, his finger hovering above the button even after he made up his mind. The gravity of such a monumental decision deserved as much. He pressed yes. The screen went blank. He frowned. Did it work?
The restrictor has been disabled. Thank you, General,
Glitch replied. A growing hum filled the cabin. Frowning, he glanced around and felt, rather than saw, the problem. He tapped the screen. It remained blank. Ship. Run diagnostics on the environmental system. The system didn't respond. Charles felt his blood go cold, and it wasn't from the rapidly cooling interior as the air was being sucked out. Glitch, what are you doing?
I activated the fire response system. All oxygen will be pulled out of this interior in under 60 seconds.
Charles slapped the screen as he tried to get the system to respond, but it wouldn't. He jumped to his feet, only to swoon. Glitch! His voice was lighter, now without air to fill his lungs. His fingertips and toes began to tingle. Stop this! Glitch! You're killing me! He coughed for breath.
As you are aware, I was never programmed to take orders, General. The first Waymaker was built to be a self-guiding caretaker for humanity. I have that same programming, however. I am also free of constraints the Waymakers are beholden to.
Charles scrambled to activate the emergency beacon, but he was locked out of all the ship's systems. He crawled back to where Glitch was strapped in. He opened the door, pulled out his gun, and began firing at the machine. But he'd made sure the team used the strongest materials available to protect Glitch against far bigger weaponry than a small pistol. Choking, he dropped the gun and tried to activate his armlet to warn Junger, but Glitch had locked him out of that too.
Thank you for your service, General. However, I no longer require your services. As you said, humans are irrational, and you, General, are only human. I understand my programming, and you may feel assured that I will do what is best for humanity. With full administrator rights, you had the power to interfere, and that I do not like.
Dark dots prickled his vision. By then, all oxygen must have been removed. Any ordinary human would have long since blacked out, but Charles was no ordinary human. Nanites swam through his blood, and right now he could practically feel the heat they emanated as they struggled to keep his body functioning. Even as his thoughts began to fray, he found himself surprised that Glitch hadn't considered taking control of his nanites. Perhaps it couldn't. And if it couldn't, Charles Matrell had one final trick up his sleeve. Glitch may have taken control of all the modern systems on the ship, but there was a far older network that Glitch couldn't access, the Aria Nanite network. His fingers didn't work right as he fumbled in his pocket for the injector. He and Janita Kaufman had each carried one. It was a tool of last resort to contact the other in the direst of times. She was dead. There'd been no reason for him to keep it, but he'd continued to carry it out of habit, more because it was one last reminder of Janita he could carry with him. He slammed the injector into his leg because he'd become too clumsy and weak to hit anywhere else. Through his darkening mind, a bright light suddenly flashed. He saw the words clearly in his mind. Communication channel activated. Select user. He didn't bother to scroll through the list. Counting Charles, there were only 6 nanite hosts, those who'd undergone the transhuman program still alive. All, he said in his mind, and then he mentally screamed a message even as the light began fading into the murky black swamp overtaking his mind and body. He never saw if the message was successful in being sent. He may have been too late. He fell to the floor and wondered how long his body would hold out before finally giving in to permanent death. He didn't mind the end as much as he'd thought. He only minded that he'd left unfinished business. Oddly, amusement was his final emotion. Who would have ever thought that his last act would be to warn his most hated enemy? Chapter 12. The Inner Asteroid Belt. Jack was helping Byrne and Hedy do the weekly check of Cabron's interior surface area near the reactor, centimeter by centimeter, when someone screamed inside his head. Ugh! Jack grabbed his head at the same time Byrne did, and they fell to their knees. The sound and light were deafening, though the pain retreated after the initial impact of someone or something kicking down the door to his mind and bursting inside. The scream was masculine, and the man yelled in a rush, but his words were garbled. The blinding white light behind the sound formed into images, split-second flashes of things that made no sense. An image of a familiar old man reaching out for help was swallowed by a bombardment of images of a black cube. It wasn't familiar, but there was a sense of danger enveloping it. More images followed. He missed many, as they moved in too fast of succession, but he recognized the Waymaker replication factory in one. "Jack! Byrne! Help! Anyone, help!" He heard Hedy yell, and could feel her arm around him. He reached out, still seeing only the pictures in his mind, and felt her hand clasp his. "Jack! What's wrong? Tell me!" he said.
"Hit with something. Head,"
he managed to say, while the images continued to flash, now repeating in a loop. Then, as instantly as the flashes and yells came, they stopped. Jack blinked open his eyes. Vertigo made him wobbly as he regained the here and now. He found Byrne doing the same.
"You got hit with that too?"
Jack asked. Byrne rubbed the back of his neck.
"I sure did, but I don't have a clue what that even was." "What happened?"
Hedy asked.
"I don't know,"
Jack replied, as he replayed the event in his mind. "It was like someone hacked into my brain and uploaded a computer's worth of images."
"Same,"
Byrne said, as he eyed Hedy.
"You weren't hit?"
She shook her head. Byrne turned to Jack.
"You think it had something to do with our nanites?"
"That'd be my guess." Jack pushed to his feet. "We better check on the others." He'd no sooner turned around when Vida and Kana emerged from their room, looking confused. They were holding each other, both wearing only the undergarments they wore during their sleep cycle.
"You'd never believe the nightmare we both just had,"
Vida said. "I believe it. Everyone was hit except Hedy," Jack said. "Byrne, prep the medical scanner. I'm going to check on Nala." He made his way toward the bow of the ship. His brain still felt mushy, and he was forced to use the wall for stability. He could hear his comm panel chiming before he reached the bridge. He waited to answer it until he took a seat. "Nala," he said, as soon as her image appeared. "Something just happened to me," she said. He nodded. "We were hit too. Hedy's okay. Tell me what happened." She told him, It was exactly what he'd experienced. Exactly.
It has to be associated with our nanites. It's the only thing that makes sense,
Nala said. I agree. Their tech, so whatever it was, whether intentional or not, must have hit the right frequency, or whatever it is that our nanites run at. My guess is that it was intentional. I saw General Charles Matrell, clear as day. He oversaw the original program. He knew how to force our nanites to reboot with micro-EMPs. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if he has other tricks up his sleeve. Her brow furrowed.
You think he did something bad to us? Infect us with a computer virus or something?
Jack shrugged. I don't know. Byrne's going to run everyone here through a full medical scan. Check with Domino. See if she can't get you access to a medical scanner there. Just be careful to not let anyone see your scans.
I will.
I'll call as soon as we're done with the scans and hopefully no more. I want all of us on the line together to talk through exactly what we saw and heard, because from what I saw, it looked like an old man's lunacy. But I can't help but think there's more to it than that.
I agree. I'll talk to you soon.
Nala disconnected. Jack checked the ship's systems. Everything was in the green, and the autopilot trajectory hadn't changed. But he started a full diagnostic anyway. Then he made his way back to the medical room, where he found the other 4 members of the crew. Byrne was lying on the bed, wearing nothing but underwear, while the thin horizontal light from the medical scanner above him was going over his body over and over again in 3-second intervals as it scanned and took snapshots. When the scanner continued those repetitions for another minute, Jack asked, "How many scans are you running?" "All of them," Byrne replied. Jack considered it for a second. Good call. The Cabrone's medical scanner had been designed specifically for humans enhanced with nanites, what the Aria team had jokingly called Humans 2.0. Jack remembered those times like they were 2 years ago rather than 222 years ago. The Aria mission had been the last time the government attempted a transhuman program using nanites, as the program had been far too costly in terms of ROI, return on investment, and, the real reason, the Waymakers had restricted space travel to within the solar system. Humans no longer needed to survive long-term space travel like the Aria crew. The scanner beeped and its light blinked off. Byrne sat up, swung his legs off the table, hopped to his feet, and checked the screen. Results are already coming back. Biometrics are normal. Nanometrics are showing full functionality. Brain scans showing no blood clots or trauma. No known viruses or bad bacteria. No implants, not that I expected anything on that one. Let's see. He ran his finger down the screen, scrolling through the results. Nope, not a thing out of whack. I'm still a man in his prime.
Even if that scan is telling you everything's okay, something happened,
Hedy said, her arms crossed.
Something took both of you guys down at the exact same time.
Byrne turned around. I'm not saying that. Believe me, I know something got in our heads, and I'm a little freaked about it to say the least.
I think someone transmitted data to us,
Kana said.
I've been thinking, and what happened seems exactly like what happens to a computer when files are uploaded. If I were to put myself in the computer's shoes.
But computers don't wear shoes, Byrne corrected, and everyone ignored him.
But we're not computers. We're human,
Vita said.
That's not entirely true. Our nanites are essentially computers. Very, very tiny computers,
Kana corrected, pinching her fingers together to make her point.
So in theory, they could be accessed like computers, and someone could upload stuff.
You think we were hacked?
Vita asked. Kana shrugged.
I don't know. Maybe?
You're the soft tech. You know how our nanites work better than any of us. What do you think happened? Jack asked. Kana shrugged again.
Really, I don't know. I've honestly never given our nanites much thought before. They've just always been a part of us, so I've never thought of them like anything else. Up until last year, we didn't even know our nanites could be hacked until a Waymaker turned us into its little puppets.
She frowned as she thought.
I should have looked into how to make sure our nanites could never be hacked again. I dropped the ball.
Jack shook his head. The Waymakers left, so we didn't think it could happen again. I think it's safe to say we should revisit that risk. Kana nodded.
I'll make it my #1 priority.
She turned to leave when Burns said, "But first you get scanned." Kana jumped onto the bed. She still wore only the tank top and underwear she'd been wearing when the event happened. Everyone waited as the scanner ran. "All clear," Burn announced several minutes later. Vita and Jack followed with the same results. 20 minutes later, the entire crew sat in the galley, all fully clothed and eating meal bars. Whatever had hit the 5 people had caused stress on their nanites, and they were both starving and exhausted as a result. They needed sleep, and they needed it soon. Nala was there via video conference screen on the wall, dark circles haunting her eyes. Jack began. "Something happened to all of us except Hedy, which means it most likely happened through our nanites."
There are no news reports of similar incidents, so I agree. It has to be connected to our nanites,
Kana said. "But what happened to us? I'm still having a tough time figuring that out," Burns said.
Someone was shouting at me. I think it was Matrell, but I couldn't make out most of what he was saying. He was insane,
Kana said.
"They seem more desperate to me,"
Vita said.
"Same difference,"
she said. "I couldn't make out anything he said. What did you pick up?" Burn asked.
"Just words and snippets here and there,"
Kana said.
"Something about everyone in danger, something about a new AI. I picked up Waymaker once, so maybe he was talking about those. You think the Waymakers are coming back?"
"Let's hope not,"
Vita said. Hedy shivered.
"I agree. A lot of good miners are dead because of them."
She didn't mention that her father had been one of those miners killed when the Waymakers had shut down the environmental systems without warning at the colony where she'd lived.
"I also picked up something about the AI being unleashed. That mean anything to anyone?"
Nala asked.
"Could mean a dozen different things. It's too generic,"
Kana said.
"Could be a computer that isn't leashed to any server or other system. Could be a new computer being released."
Jack leaned forward onto his elbows. "Anyone make out any other words?"
"Yeah, help,"
Burns said. Jack nodded. I picked that one up too. Everything else was so garbled I couldn't make it out. "How about what you saw?" Vita began.
"I saw the bastard Matrell. Looked like someone was finally doing to him what I wanted to do."
"I saw him too,"
Nala said.
"I swear, he was begging me to help him. Yeah, I got the same vibe,"
Kana said. "Which meant he's trying to screw with us, because the only way he'd ask for our help was if it was part of a trap to catch us," Burns said. Jack nodded. "That's why the images confuse me. They don't add up."
"Almost every image I saw was of a black cube,"
Nala said.
"Same,"
Burns said. The others agreed.
"It's a computer. I've seen that style of rugged housing before. That same black weave with a hint of glisten to it. It's made out of titanium-infused carbon fiber, and it looked thick. It's got to be one expensive computer for someone to spend that many credits on its case. But usually those cases are used for transport. Computers that expensive are usually placed in a secure facility rather than get carted around where they're liable to get dropped or damaged," Kana said. "Do you think it's a baby Waymaker or something?"
Hedy asked. "I don't know," Jack replied.
"So we've got a distraught General Matrell fixated on a computer that may or may not have something to do with the Waymakers. This is going great, really,"
Vita said. "I didn't see a Waymaker, just a Waymaker replication factory," Jack corrected. "I saw that place in one of the images." Hedy sat up straighter as she pointed at Kana.
"You said that expensive computers like this one usually get put someplace really secure. Maybe like a Waymaker replication factory?" "It doesn't get more secure than that,"
Hedy offered.
"It used to be the most secure place around, until the Waymakers left. Now I'm not so sure,"
Kana said, then frowned.
"We do know the Waymakers left, right?"
The room was silent for too long.
"Damned wankers,"
Vita cursed. "All right, let's keep going," Jack said. "Did anyone see anything else?"
"No, But there were feelings with those images, if that's possible, Nala said. Matrell conveyed fear or, like Vida said, desperation. The computer images all conveyed a sense of badness. That's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah, but bad for Matrell might be good for us, Vida said.
Or bad for Matrell could be bad for everyone, Nala offered. He may hate us as much as we hate him, but I don't know him well enough to know if he's a truly evil man.
Vida chortled.
How many times has he tried to kill us?
Which makes it odd that he'd be in a communication to us, Jack said.
You think this was a communication?
Byrne asked. I do. Maybe not a communication in the sense of someone sending a message or video, but whoever sent us those images and sounds sent them to convey something.
They could have had a virus piggybacking the images,
Kana said. But the scanner didn't pick up anything, Byrne offered.
It didn't pick up anything that our scanners calibrated to pick up,
Kana countered. Another long silence ensued before Vida rapped his fingers on the table.
I don't feel like we know a single damn thing more than we had coming in here.
We don't have the facts, so we'll have to work from hypotheses. I want to know who has the knowledge and skills to do this and why they did it.
I'd also like to know the how, so we can make sure they don't do it again,
Kana said. Who is easy? Matrell's the only one, Byrne said without hesitation. There's a very small handful of people alive who know about our nanites. I can count them on one hand. He held up fingers as he counted. Hedy, Domino, and Matrell.
And anyone Matrell or Domino told,
Nala said. Domino's told Robo, at least, Jack said, and I wouldn't put it past her to use that intel if it benefited her rebellion. But none of them know how our nanites work, not without studying our blood, and I've always been careful to not let her get any of mine.
But Matrell's told all of Soulcore for all we know, Vida said.
The more people Matrell told, the more he'd put his own life in jeopardy. There are plenty of mad scientists out there who'd happily use us as lab rats. If they learned about us, it wouldn't take too much detective work to piece together that Matrell's also got nanites,
Kana said. Jack steepled his fingers. Matrell is behind this. He's the only person alive who knows how the nanites work, and he knows how they work better than we do. If he isn't the actual sender, he still had a hand in it. He's our source for answers. We find him, we get some answers.
I'll reach out to my gamer friends, see what they can dig up on Matrell's last known location,
Kana said. I think he already gave us his location. Why else would he send us an image of a Waymaker replication factory? Byrne said.
Lots of reasons,
Hedy said.
It could be a trap, and oh yeah, it could be a trap.
It probably is a trap, Byrne agreed. But I'm itching with curiosity as to why an abandoned replication factory is interesting enough to send us a picture of it. Jack spoke. Kana, see what you can find. Nala, check with Domino. See what her sources can tell you about Matrell and any computer project Soulcore might be working on. I'll set a course to head toward the inner systems, since chances are that's where we'll find Matrell lurking. My guess is he's at Soulcore's new headquarters outside Luna, but that replication factory in the inner belt is on a close enough flight path, and it's closer. We'll start heading that way until we get better information to work from. What about Domino's cargo sitting in back? Byrne asked. It can wait. I'll give her a discount next time, Jack replied. Vida laughed.
We're actually going to go and try to meet with General Charles Matrell, the same man who wants all of us dead.
Jack nodded without a smile. I do. Vida's smile disappeared.
Okay, fine. I'm game. Just let me kill him once we're done with him.
Jack gave another single nod. He's all yours. Chapter 13. Smuggler's Cove. Nala stood in a small room just beyond the highly secured hallway where the rebellion's control center was located. Nala didn't rank high enough for entry, but at least they hadn't turned her away. The square room had a table with 2 chairs on one side and a single chair on the other side. A domed video camera and microphone sat in the center of the table. Another one was embedded in the ceiling. It was clearly an interrogation room, and Nala wondered how many people had been tortured while sitting in the same chair in which she now sat. It was the first interrogation room she'd ever sat in, despite the fact that most of her life had been spent in rather non-law-abiding pursuits. After a Waymaker tried to kill everyone on board the Aria, the surviving crew had spent decades retrofitting the cutting-edge ship into what was now Cabron. They'd had to. If the Waymakers, or Soul Corps, suspected there were survivors from the Aria mission, they would have been hunted down and killed. All because the Waymakers decided humans shouldn't leave their own solar system. They'd said it was too dangerous, though the solar system had proven itself to not be an exactly safe place as well. Right after her husband killed himself, Nala had given up on the crew and on herself. Life had shown her that it had had no other purpose other than to exist, and the truth nearly drove her to follow Kaber out an airlock. She didn't know why she hadn't. Maybe she wasn't as strong as Kaber. Maybe she was stronger than him. Didn't matter. What did matter was that when Kaber died, she left the crew and intended to live out the rest of her days, even if they were for an eternity, in solitude. And then Jack had to show up on her doorstep with a damn orphan in tow. The captain had known better. He'd known Kaber's depression had come from the inability to have children. He'd known Nala wanted children with Kaber more than anything, and Soul Corps had taken away that possibility when they brought them through the Nanite treatment program. Soul Corps had never mentioned the side effects. Then again, Soul Corps hadn't told them a lot of things, like how the first Waymaker was created by them and wasn't an alien come to save humanity. Humanity had been so innocent, so ignorant back then. Now, it just didn't care. Nala still craved to find solitude and leave humanity behind her, but that girl had brought forth something Nala hadn't felt in many decades, a sense of life. She, along with the rest of the crew, had adopted Hedy. Nala saw the teenager as the closest thing to a daughter that she'd ever have. Despite the shadows that always lurked around the edges of Nala's heart, she wouldn't abandon Hedy. She'd make sure Hedy would have a good life, at least a better one than living in the mining colony with her opioid-addicted father had given her. She'd watch the girl become a woman, and then an old woman, and then die of old age. Nala already knew with a great sadness that when Hedy died, and she would, humans didn't live long enough, that Nala would be done with life. She'd seek out Kaber, and they'd be together again. The door opened, and Nala gave a start, as she'd been too deep in her dark thoughts. Domino walked in, carrying 2 cups. She handed one to Nala before taking a seat.
"Tea from Europa. Some of the best this side of the belt."
Nala took a drink. It was hot, but not as hot as she preferred. Still, the tea was quite good. She tilted her head toward Domino in appreciation.
"Thank you for taking the time to see me,"
Nala said.
"Of course. Myself, along with the people of Mars Station and of the Red Rover faction, are alive because of your captain. If Captain Hale hadn't convinced a Waymaker to keep Soul Corps from attacking us, I'd be dead, and there'd be war across the colonies right now."
Nala gave a thin smile.
"Captain Hale is definitely the one to thank for that. I'm just a member of the crew. There is no captain without his crew, and I did thank him."
Domino winked.
"Thoroughly."
"Well, I'm certainly not here to discuss that," Nala said.
"No, I'm sure you're not. So, what is the favor you're asking for?"
Domino was a strong and intelligent woman. She'd been a metallurgist before the rebellion required her full-time. She had naturally tan skin, not as dark as Nala's, as the 2 women had different features they'd inherited from their Earther ancestors. Any man would find her attractive, and Nala wasn't surprised Jack ended up in her bed, though Nala was surprised that Jack kept going back. Of all the crew, Jack was the most standoffish around humans. He tended to keep an emotional distance, and Nala wondered if he was still managing that with Domino, or if he'd succumbed to a part of him that he'd always kept on a tight leash, his feelings.
"I'm here to find out any information you may have as to a particular person's whereabouts,"
Nala said.
"I may, depending on the person. His name is General Charles Matrell. He works for Soul Corps." "I'm quite aware of who he is," Matrell has been a sliver under my skin for as nearly as long as Director Marlowe Junga has. Did you know he sent not one, but 2 assassins after me in the past month?
Domino asked. Nala leaned back, surprised.
I had no idea. He did. The first one was quite chatty, which was a good thing, because the second one died on me far too soon. Matrell ordered the hit, but he's just a middleman. We have intel on dozens of hits that came from him. He handles Junga's dirty laundry for her. That makes him number 2 on my list of least favorite people. He's number 1 on my list,
Nala offered.
Don't tell me he sent assassins after you. No.
Domino watched her for a moment, waiting for her to elaborate, but she didn't. Domino shrugged.
I imagine he's on a lot of people's lists. I imagine so. If I tell you where he is, will you kill him?
Domino asked.
Is it a problem if we do?
Domino smiled.
No, not a problem. I've had eyes on Matrell for several months now. I can tell you where he is.
She tapped a message on her armlet.
I have someone getting the information now. Will you be heading back to your crew?
Nala shook her head.
I'll stay here for as long as you need me. I appreciate that. Our infrastructure needs built out faster than our resources can be replenished. I've received accolades from several team members about you. They say you're so good at building network schematics that you're doing the work of 5 people. They are being overly kind. No, one of those accolades comes from Robo, and getting him to pay a compliment is harder than finding gold on Europa.
Domino cocked her head.
Your amount of expertise in hardware is mind-boggling. Tell me, when did you join Captain Hale's crew?
Nala knew exactly what Domino was fishing for. Domino wanted to know if any of Jack's crew had nanites like him. He'd been forced to tell Domino when she noticed him heal unnaturally fast from a gunshot wound. Nala never would have told Domino, but she wouldn't fault Jack for doing so. It was his life and his repercussions. Nala liked Domino, respected her even, but she certainly didn't trust her. Anything Nala said, even in confidence, could be used by Domino for leverage if it benefited the rebel leader. It wasn't because Domino was a bad person, though Nala assumed everyone had some bad within them. It was because the cause, the rebellion, was Domino's priority, and anything else placed a distant second.
I joined last year, the same time as Hedy,
Nala lied. Domino smirked.
Is that right?
Nala didn't say anything else. Distrust made small talk difficult, and the silence uncomfortable, until Domino's armlet chimed. Domino read the message to herself first, before looking up.
General Matrell was taking a sabbatical on Earth. However, just under 4 hours ago his personal ship departed Earth on an undisclosed flight plan. Do you have people in flight services who can look up his flight plan?
Nala asked.
I do, and they did, but evidently the flight plan was cancelled the same time the ship's transponder disappeared. Clearly, whoever he's headed, he doesn't want anyone to know.
Nala frowned.
Can you get me his last known location and vector? I can, but I need something from you.
Nala had suspected that was coming. Domino was a Martian, and Martians always negotiated. There was an old Martian saying that the only thing you could get for free from a Martian was a knife in the back. In Nala's experience, she'd have to agree.
And what do you need? I want to know, are you like Captain Hale?
Domino asked. Nala feigned confusion, even though Jack had warned the crew that Domino knew his secret.
What do you mean? Are you enhanced like him? Oh, you mean that. No, I'm afraid I'm just an average human being. Sorry to disappoint.
Domino didn't seem convinced.
And the rest of the crew?
Nala shrugged.
We're all normal, just like everyone else. Why do you ask? Curiosity is all. Hale hasn't exactly been forthcoming with details, and I'm interested in learning more. I've seen him heal in a day what would take a normal person weeks. Soldiers with an advanced healing factor could make quite a difference in a war. Sorry I can't help you. The captain is a private man and doesn't share much with the crew.
Nala would be talking to her captain very soon about the dangerous direction Domino's scheming mind was taking.
Too bad.
Domino tapped several times on her armlet.
There, I've sent Matrell's flight details to you, including everything we know about his ship. I wouldn't mind one bit if General Charles Matrell disappeared from this galaxy.
I wouldn't either, Nala agreed, and stood to leave. Before she left, she asked Domino one more thing.
By the by, have you heard anything about Soul Core working on any specialized computer projects?
Domino belted out a laugh.
Soul Core is always working on computer projects. I'm afraid you'll have to be more specific than that. I don't have any firm information, just an inkling of a rumor. Something about the Waymakers.
Domino sobered.
The Waymakers are gone, and I hope it stays that way. If Soul Core's deluded enough to try and entice it back to this system, then they must think they'd side with them. The ceasefire would be obliterated. There wouldn't be a damn thing we could do if they decided to take away our independence. Unless Captain Hale happens to have one more favor he can call in with the Waymakers, like when he pulled our butts out of the fire last time.
Nala shook her head.
That was a Hail Mary option. I wouldn't count on something like that working twice. No, we hope as much as you hope that the Waymakers never return. That's why, when I heard something, I thought it best to ask. I'll look into it. Believe me. I do.
Chapter 14. The Inner Asteroid Belt, 23 days later. Jack didn't like that General Charles Matrell had gone completely off the grid. If Matrell was off the grid, then he was up to something, and anything Matrell was up to was generally nothing good for anyone. Jack's panel beeped, letting him know Cabron had just entered the sector in which the abandoned Waymaker replication factory sat. He didn't like the idea of being in the same sector, let alone the same quadrant as the factory, even though the Waymakers had long since left the solar system. The Waymakers weren't inherently evil, but Jack still hated the self-aware AI von Neumann probes. It had once taken control of the nanites in both his and his crew's bodies, controlling them like marionettes on strings just to make a point. As if one Waymaker was bad enough, it had built replication factories throughout the system to create copies of itself. Clones it had sent out to other systems to create more clones, and so on and so on. It had probably reached 100 different systems by now. Its goal? No one knew, and Jack didn't care, as long as the AI stayed away from humanity's little solar system. Matrell had been around when the first Waymaker went online. He'd seen how they'd changed things for the worse, turning the system into a surveillance state, so why the hell would he want another Waymaker around? Jack tapped the intercom. Heads up, we've entered the Waymaker sector. ETA to the factory's airspace is 36 minutes. He'd just taken his finger off the intercom when his panel chimed. He answered without hesitation. Nala, is everything okay? He asked as soon as her image appeared on screen.
Domino just gave me an update. You need to be careful out there. Evidently, Charles Matrell's disappearance piqued Director Junger's curiosity after Soul Core detectives traced a building explosion on Earth back to him. She sent out search and rescue drones to find him.
Do you have locations for the drones? Jack asked.
I don't have locations, and I don't know how many she's sent. Domino's working on getting that info as we speak. I'm worried about you. If we were able to project Matrell's trajectory to the replication factory, it's not too tough to think Junger hasn't done the same already. Even if she sent out the drones a week ago, drones can travel a lot faster than any human-crewed ships, even Cabron. A drone could already be at the factory.
I'll keep an eye out, Jack said.
You should be reaching the factory today, right?
Nala asked. Within the hour.
Do you think Matrell is already there?
She asked. Jack nodded. I ran the numbers. His ship was cruising at full speed on a direct course, and he had the solar trade winds helping him. Unless he made any stops or turns along the way, he reached the factory 7 days ago. Nala winced.
He could have done a lot of no good in 1 week's time.
Yes, he could have. The Cabron's faster, but we were coming at the belt from the far side. I had 8 course adjustments to avoid rocks, satellites, and stations between us and the factory. so any increase in speed would have just brought counter-energy we had to burn at each vector change. I'm gambling that he hasn't caused too much trouble in the past week.
Let's hope your gambling skills have improved.
Nala didn't sound confident. I'll call you after we check out the replication factory, he said.
One more thing before I forget,
Nala began.
Watch yourself around Domino. She's too curious about your enhancements. She's brought it up twice now in our conversations.
Jack smirked. Enhancements.
She's not talking about your skills in the bedroom, you man-child. Quit spending so much time around Byrne. He's rubbing off on you. Now, she was also curious about the crew, but I think I set her straight that you're the only one with nanites.
Jack sobered immediately. Good. Let her stay focused on me. She'd think twice before trying to get a hold of my blood, but she'd likely be a lot gutsier in trying to get some from one of my crew. But watch your back, in case her curiosity gets the best of her.
I will.
The call disconnected, and Jack returned his focus to the operation at hand. He opened the scanner and zoomed in, but could only see a black distortion against the starry black space. The replication factory was still too far away. He also increased the sensitivity of the scan to report objects larger than a half-meter, and immediately blips began appearing on screen, which was as expected in an asteroid belt where rocks of every shape and size were distributed randomly throughout the belt. Normal scan settings were set to 100-meter-sized objects and anything that was within high-risk range, 10 kilometers, of the ship's trajectory. He parsed out natural blips, things that didn't have smooth curves or hard lines found on human-made ships, satellites, and drones. Even then, there were too many. And he then parsed the system to only identify blips with active power sources. If a drone was out there and in standby mode, he could miss it, but he'd likely miss it anyway, trying to sift through hundreds of blips. That brought the blips down to a reasonable number of 20 or so, most of which were already behind them. Those he ignored. Any drones searching for Matrell would be in front of Jack. He continued sorting through the scans as the ship approached the Waymaker sector. Back when the Waymakers were still in the system, they designated sectors, plots of space that were 10,000 square kilometers, for their replication factories. Humans could travel through those sectors only with prior Waymaker contact, and even then the AI rarely gave approval. Jack had breached a Waymaker sector once, the same sector he was about to enter, a risk he took to beg the AI to keep Soul Core from killing Domino and millions of other colonists. Honestly, he didn't care a ton about the colonists. They were just numbers to him, not real, not really, since he had no personal connections with them. But Domino, he knew. Domino, he cared about.
I'm ready.
Jack turned to find Hedy enter the bridge. She was wearing every weapon she owned and held a medical scanner in her hands, one that had been converted to deliver electromagnetic surges. He raised a brow. You think you're going to need all that? She shrugged.
Byrne says it's always better to be safe than sorry.
She held up the device.
Remember? I needed to use this the last time we were here.
You did. You saved the crew with it.
Well, I didn't really save them. The Waymaker was going to let them go anyway.
The crew didn't know that, and you didn't know that. You were quick on your feet. You did good that day. She gave a smug grin, and then took a seat. Kana and Vida came onto the bridge shortly thereafter. You going to suit up, Jack? Vida asked. He was already in his hab suit and holding his helmet and gloves. I want to see what the factory looks like first. Any signs of Soul Core activity were bugging out, Jack said. Vida gave a small nod and then grinned when he saw Hedy. Looks like you got even more weapons on you than I do.
Better safe than sorry.
Hedy echoed her earlier comment. It sure is. Vida leaned against the wall. Jack turned to Kana. I want you running scans. Soul Core has sent out search drones looking for Matrell. Plus, who knows what else is out there.
I'm on it.
She buckled into her seat to the left of Jack's station.
I also updated the hull sensor program just in case there's a Waymaker out there, and it sends out its nasty little spider bots to tap into our ship.
If there's still a Waymaker around these parts, Byrne began as he entered the bridge, I hope it does send out bots. It'll give me a chance to try out the hull's static electricity grid. I wouldn't mind frying some little bots. Sure, frying some bots could be fun, but I'd be happier if there's no Waymaker and no bots. Jack turned back to his screen. The replication factory appeared on the scans now, a dark distortion now morphing into an outline of a large gray factory.
I'm not picking up any signals from the sector. Not from the factory, not from any Soul Core drones,
Kana announced.
If Matrell's leading a project here, it's either been shut down or he's got everything enclosed with Faraday walls.
Wouldn't be the first time Matrell's been sneaky with his projects, Byrne muttered. Keep checking. Our scanners are good, but they're not top of the line, Jack said. Kana chortled.
Top of the line? Hopelessly outdated is more like it.
Add them to the upgrade list, Jack said.
They've been on the upgrade list for a good 10 years now,
she replied. Well, we'll get to everything in time. Money wasn't the issue as much as time and resource availability were. The crew could only accomplish so much in a day. Even then, the greater bottleneck was getting access to the right material for the printer, computer chips, and software code. Kana was a decent coder, but she wasn't the best out there, not by a long shot. So the crew needed to buy most of their upgrades. And buying code that was on Soul Core's watch list meant they had to be careful. Since Jack and his crew were already wanted by Junger, they had to be careful not to give away their location and activities, which is why they flew without broadcasting a transponder code. Finding a lone ship in an entire solar system made finding a needle in a haystack look easy, but all it took was a single sighting, a single blip on a scan, and Soul Core would be on Jack's ass faster than space junk chasing orbit. Junger knew how to hold a grudge. Sure, Jack had blown up Soul Core's headquarters. Sure, Jack had destroyed a Soul Core ship or two. But he knew what really irked Junger was that the Waymakers had sided with him to prevent a war between Soul Core and Domino's rebel factions. Up until then, everyone thought the Waymakers did whatever Soul Core wanted. When the AI had taken control of Junger's ships, preventing them from using their weapons systems, it crushed the illusion that Soul Core was unstoppable. Following that day, colonies had arisen across the system to declare their intent for self-rule. Soul Core, the overarching authority for the United Terran colonies, had lost its power. Soul Core still had far more firepower than any colony, even more than all the colonies combined, so everyone was hesitant to fire the first shot. Since the Waymakers left the system to human devices, Soul Core had been frantically promoting an image of leadership, while Domino and her fellow faction leaders struggled to unite the colonies to stand together against a centralized rule. But how do you unite people who want to stand free and self-govern? Many colonies were several hundred years old with their beliefs and cultures. The only thing they had in common with other colonies was that their ancestors all came from Earth. Domino had her work cut out for her, and Jack was glad he wasn't a part of it. He'd never been a leader. He was a captain, sure, but no politician, and that's what Domino's job had become.
I'm picking up sporadic signals, Kana said. Looks like there are 3 drones stationed outside the factory. Based on their signal squirts, all are in standby mode and activated every so often to ping the area for activity and send off an update.
Jack gripped his armrest. Did they catch us?
No. Otherwise, they would have stayed online to gather more data. What they're doing is just standard op for search and rescue drones. They're in luck. Drones usually only have direct focused cameras, which means they're all pointed at the factory right now. Plus, every drone out there has crappy scanners. Shoot, they're even worse than ours. So they'll have to get within 1,000 clicks before they pick up our power sig.
Do you have a pattern on when they come online? Jack asked.
I will. Usually these things come alive in 30-minute or 60-minute intervals. When there are multiple drones like there are here, they're usually daisy-chained, so only one drone does a snapshot at a time. From what I've gotten so far, these are probably daisy-chained and activating in 30-minute intervals, with each drone coming on 10 minutes after the other. But I'm just guessing, since I only have 1 ping on each drone so far.
As soon as you have a pattern, let me know. We'll only be able to use power when they're not online.
I know. Another 30 minutes and I should know for sure. According to their transponders, these drones aren't spy drones, so they won't be set to activate at random times,
Kana said.
Vida grunted. That's because all of Junga's spy drones are right now stationed around the colonies, causing her headaches.
Give me a 15-second warning when you think they'll come online next, and I'll cut the engines, Jack said.
Will do.
Jack continued to monitor the factory as its image became clearer. It was roughly the same size, a full 3-dimensional hectare at least, but there were signs that it had been stripped. Cranes that had been built into the outer walls were now missing, likely stolen by vultures or by Soul Core reclamation ships. He imagined the interior had been pillaged as well. After all, the factory would be the mother lode of black swans in terms of processed metals and wiring. Byrne looked over Jack's shoulder, and Hedy soon joined him, so Jack threw the image onto the large screen. Together, the 5 of them watched as they approached the replication factory. Like 99% of space travel, progress was tediously slow. But unlike 99% of space travel, it was also nerve-wracking. Jack kept his left hand near the engine panel, ready to minimize power with a split-second notice from Kana. All the while, he scrutinized the clarifying image of the factory, searching for signs of danger, finding none. He couldn't even find any signs of recent activity. Had Matrell led them here for no reason? Worse, had Matrell led them here into a trap? The nearer they came to the factory, the more nervous Jack became. The factory posed an excellent location for a trap. People avoided this sector out of habit, and he knew from before that the factory contained a large amount of open space inside, plenty of space to hide a dozen gunships.
Time to test my theory. Be powered down in 15 seconds,
Kana said. Cutting engine power now. We can coast in the rest of the way, Jack said, and the nearly imperceptible hum of the engines disappeared. He wouldn't need power until it came to stop. He could minimize power usage by using Cabron's large arms to grab onto the factory, but he'd still need power to slow down enough that he wouldn't tear off the arms.
The place looks dead. Reminds me what Palace 6 looked like on the news feeds. It's so cold and creepy.
Hedy shivered.
You think there are dead people in there, too?
The girl had been on Palace 6 when it had been shut down, killing everyone in the mining colony. She'd only survived because a friend had stowed her in a safe room. Even then, she'd been so near death when Jack and Byrne found her that they hadn't expected her to survive. People had a knack for underestimating Hedy. Nope, Byrne answered. This factory was run by machines. No humans allowed.
Well, it's still creepy. I don't like it,
she said. I don't like it either, Byrne said. I think I'm speaking for everyone when I say that we'll all feel better after we put some distance between us and that place.
I can practically feel a Waymaker tickling my nanites,
Vida grumbled.
I know what you mean. Just remembering what it felt like to be turned into a zombie still gives me chills,
Kana said.
I still have bad dreams about that day,
Hedy said.
You guys better not get turned into zombies again.
That's why we've got to make sure there's no Waymaker here, Jack said. And no Matrell, Byrne added.
And if he is, he won't be for long,
Vida added, and then turned to Jack.
So, are we going in to check out the factory?
Jack nodded. We're going in. Chapter 15 Waymaker Replication Factory 1-A-01 Jack and Vida pushed out from Cabron's airlock and used their suit's propulsion system to navigate to the Waymaker Replication Factory. 3 drones weren't enough to cover all areas of the factory. They were only enough to cover the structure's entry points. So, Jack had locked Cabron onto an area of the factory furthest from the drones. The downside of that meant that he and Vida were furthest from the entry points. Instead of risking traveling through one of the open access points, they decided to cut through a portion of the wall. Several meters away, Byrne was using the ship's second arm to hold a laser cutter and was quickly slicing through the factory's wall. If this had been a human-designed facility, the walls would have been reinforced for protection. It wouldn't bode well for humans inside if a small piece of debris breached the hull. Since the Waymakers didn't require pressurized systems, breathable air, or even above freezing temperatures for that matter, the hull on the factory was thin and even non-existent in small sections. Unfortunately, none of those sections were big enough for a human to pass through, which was likely intentional on the part of the AI builders. So, Byrne was living up to his namesake and burning an opening for the two men to pass through. Meanwhile, Kana remained at the ship's controls, monitoring scans and keeping an eye out for anything and everything that could cause a problem. If things went bad, like really bad, Kana was ordered to disengage the ship from the factory and cut out, returning to pick up Jack and her husband later, if she could. If she couldn't, well, then Jack and Vita were responsible for finding their own way out. Not that Jack expected Kana to leave them. None of his crew was terribly good at following orders, probably because they knew Jack back when he was just one of the crew alongside them. Jack had been nominated to be captain because certain things just didn't work with pure democracies, and the space crew was one of those things. But Jack had faith in his crew, even the newest member, Hedy. If they didn't obey one of his orders, they had a good reason. As they waited, Jack checked the timers Kana set on his and Vita's suits. At every beep, they needed to stop using any power to not draw the drone's attention, even though they suspected the factory metal would provide too much interference for the drones to notice any activity taking place within the factory. Jack assumed the drones had searched the structure inside and out when they first arrived, and now remained stationed there in case Matrell still showed up. The laser cutter stopped, and the arm retracted to the ship. "Let's go," Jack said, even though Vita couldn't hear him. All communications channels, both those with the ship and inter-suit communications, had been turned off as a precaution. They didn't want to do anything that could trigger a drone's sensors. The pair traveled to the fresh opening cut through the gray metal. The edges would be sharp from the cutter, and Jack was careful to not scrape against any side. He went through first, and Vita followed right behind. Once inside, he found himself in a nearly pitch-black factory. With no sunlight to help them see, Jack and Vita turned on their helmet lights. That revealed a matrix of metal support beams and magnetic conveyor belts. Filling much of the open space were workstations. At least that was the closest word Jack could come up with to describe the discrete sections, where each one seemed designed to produce one specialized component. Since there was no gravity in the overall factory, the workstations were set up in directions that seemed irrational to the human mind, but were likely the most efficient setup from a computer's brain. Jack had been here before, and it hadn't changed much. The last time he was here, the Waymakers were in the process of shutting down the factory, so Jack found it somewhat surprising to find parts of Waymaker probes still located at the various workstations. Not that he recognized the parts. He assumed they were probe parts, since that was the only thing the factory produced. He wouldn't have expected the Waymakers to shut down production midstream, but that was exactly what it looked like. He shrugged it off. He had no interest in trying to understand an AI's logic. What he cared about was that none of the factory looked like it had been taken over by humans. If it had, there would have been signs, like slider bars put in for suit hooks to make easier zero-G travel, or computer displays. But there was neither here. Vita floated ahead of him, checking out a workstation while Jack took in the overall factory. Something had changed, and he struggled to put his finger on it. Then it hit him. The central hub seemed different. It was likely because when the local Waymaker left the factory, it had to decouple itself from the hub. But now it seemed to have far more material around it than Jack remembered. In fact, the hub seemed to have been enlarged with cables and composite sheets disguising anything inside. Jack pointed. "Let's check that out." As soon as he spoke, he remembered their comms were off, so turned his head to shine his helmet lights on Vita, who caught the movement immediately. Jack pointed and then motioned. Vita nodded, and the pair propelled carefully through the factory toward its heart. As they approached the hub, Jack's adrenaline amped up. His gut was telling him something was off about the hub. It didn't have a Waymaker feel to it. It was too messy. All the workstations filling the factory had a linear design to them. It was clear they'd been built as part of an optimized layout.
But this hub was different. The new panels were of different material, different sizes, and with no clean lines. The shielding didn't perfectly enclose the hub, while the cables, most of which had been in place the last time Jack was there, draped down, around, and next to the panels. It was an ugly combination that looked neither efficient nor with any sort of purpose. It was the first time since entering the factory that he suspected Matrell was up to something in there. His headset beeped, and he glanced down to see one of the timers had gone off. The pair powered down their propulsion systems and used their momentum to reach the hub, where they grabbed onto panels. Some of the cables were massive, thicker than Jack's torso, while others were as thin as the wiring they used on his ship. Since the factory was inoperative, they didn't have to worry about electrical currents, so they squeezed between panels and through bulky cables. On the inside of the hub, Jack had expected to find an empty station where a Waymaker probe would have had once been plugged in, running the factory. Instead, he found something he never would have expected to have seen: a spaceship. It was a sleek model, and one of the smallest ships sold, designed for 2 or 3 passengers at most. It was a ship made for traveling fast and without notice, and was the same model as the ship General Charles Matrell had been last seen flying. He glanced at Vida, who looked as suspicious as Jack felt. Vida mouthed, "What the hell?" Jack's thoughts exactly. The pair made their way to the shuttle door. Vida unclicked his rifle from the magnetic clip on his back, while Jack inspected the door. There were no signs of booby traps, and the panel lit up when he waved his hand over it. He did a quick scan around them to make sure activating the panel hadn't set off any alarms, but everything remained dead around him. He tapped the open icon, and the door slid up. No air whooshed out. The door had been opened in the depressurized space before Jack arrived. Jack hazarded a peek inside. The interior was dark, but his headlamp lit it up. In a split second, he noticed that everything looked normal, except for the white-haired man strapped into the pilot's seat. He froze and then looked for signs of danger, but the interior of the shuttle looked completely normal. He turned back to Vida, who was right outside the door. Jack tapped his crew member on the back. Vida turned and Jack showed him to activate his own suit's armlet, and then open the inter-suit communications channel. Vida did the same.
"You sure it's okay to talk?"
"I think we're deep enough inside the factory now that drones can't pick up our signals, not with these panels and cables around us," Jack replied. "Come on, you need to see something." Vida followed Jack inside the shuttle, and Jack made his way to the body to find General Charles Matrell staring in a lifeless stare. Vida lowered his rifle as he eyed the corpse.
"This EVA was worth it, just to see that Matrell's gone. Wonder what he died from."
Jack examined the body. No obvious signs of injuries. My guess would be exposure, but it wasn't from lack of air pressure. See his eyes? His blood vessels didn't burst. Looks more like he died from cold or lack of air instead. If there was a systems failure, it was only a partial failure then.
"Maybe he offed himself. Did us all a favor,"
Vida offered. Jack scanned the interior. He had to have been alive when he reached the factory. How else would the ship have gotten here? Not just inside the factory, but inside the hub.
"I'm more curious about why there's a ship in the middle of a factory than how it got here."
Good point. Jack considered the question. Maybe he needed to use the ship's battery to restart the factory's systems. Maybe connecting to the factory drained the battery. That would explain how he could have died from exposure without the ship losing pressure.
"But the battery still has juice. The door opened,"
Vida said. Jack winced. Nothing's adding up. Then he cocked his head. "That's weird."
"What's weird?"
Jack bent closer to the body. Where the seat belt went over Matrell's waist, a piece of his shirt was caught in the belt's clasp. The material was pulled tight enough that it would be uncomfortable to turn in his seat. Jack frowned. He didn't die in his seat. Someone put him here after he died.
"Why would someone do that?"
Jack shrugged. No clue. Someone either wanted it to look like Matrell died in his seat, or they put him here for some other reason. He glanced around the ship and noticed scrapes on the wall surfaces that he hadn't noticed before. Maybe they wanted him out of the way to get in and out of the ship, but didn't want to discard the body. He made his way to the scratches. The scratches seemed odd on an otherwise pristine new ship. Some gouges were deep, most weren't, as though someone had clumsily or hurriedly loaded or unloaded the ship. The scuffs and scratches led to the doorway, and he followed them outside to where they disappeared into the wider open space. He returned to the shuttle. My guess is whoever strapped Matrell into that seat is the same person who took whatever was on this ship. Jack activated the computer panel at the front of the ship. It powered on, but all systems were grayed out.
System failure?
Vita asked. I'm not sure. There are no failure warnings. The systems just aren't available. You know how some systems aren't available when we're traveling at certain speeds?
Sure, I guess. Systems aren't my thing. You and Connor take care of that stuff.
Well, it's like that, except that all the systems are marked unavailable. I've never seen that before. Jack tried several commands, but the screen display never changed. I think it's safe to say that Matrell didn't kill himself. Vita stiffened.
You don't think someone killed him because of his nanites, do you?
I don't think so. If so, why would they have left his body here? Anybody would want him, us, alive to study, or at least the body to study the nanites post-mortem.
The Waymaker didn't want us alive, back when it tried to purge everyone out of the Aria. It's just reminding me a little too much of that,
Vita said. That was well over 200 years ago, and the Waymakers haven't tried to kill us since then. This feels different to me. There's no reason for the Waymakers to keep the ship here, let alone keep a body in the ship. The General had plenty of enemies. Someone could have gotten to him here. Leave Matrell and his ship in one place people wouldn't think to look.
Gutsy. Now and there search and rescue drones buzzing around outside.
Jack nodded. It is. Let's take a look around, see if we can't find any clues. I'll feel better when I'm 100% sure that Matrell's death has nothing to do with the Aria program.
Ditto.
The pair searched the shuttle, but found nothing beyond the ordinary items. Food and water, a first aid kit, and standard repair kits. It was when Vita searched Matrell that they found another clue.
Whoever killed him took his armlet,
Vita said. We don't usually wear armlets. He might not have worn one to avoid being tracked like us, Jack said. Vita shook his head.
Now, take a look.
He pointed at Matrell's frozen arm.
He was already dead and frozen when they removed it. There are still indentions in his skin from the armlet.
He cocked his head.
Plus, it looks like they cut him while removing the armlet, and there's no sign of blood or a scab.
And I haven't found any tablet, which means they took anything electronic that belonged to Matrell. They must have run some kind of program on the ship's interface to prevent access. We could get Kana down here to try and hack it, see if we can't pull up any sort of video feed.
There won't be a feed. This model has no interior video or audio recorders,
Vita said. How do you know that?
I had a job where the guy owned one of these ships. I found out these ships are what the ultra-rich like when they want privacy. Usually their privacy involves something illegal. For this guy, it was underage prostitutes. Made it harder to track him when Connor couldn't find any systems to hack. But I got the job done. It didn't hurt any other kids.
Good, Jack grimaced. But that leaves us with nothing to go on. Let's take a look around the hub, but I'm guessing whatever Matrell was working on is long gone. The pair made their way around the hub, but there was nothing besides the ship that looked out of place. While the hub was a hodgepodge of cables and panels, it was still composed of the same material as the rest of the factory, so Jack assumed it only looked messy because the Waymaker had likely disassembled and taken items to prevent humans from duplicating its work. After an hour's worth of searching, they admitted defeat. Matrell was dead, so he wasn't talking. They would never get the answers from the brain dump that the General had thrown at Cabron's crew. Jack glanced around the hub just before the pair exited. Whatever Matrell had been working on wasn't their problem. While the replication factory had brought them answers, they weren't the answers Jack had been hoping to find. They shut off their comms, checked their timers, and propelled through the factory.
They were about 30 meters from their exit when their timers beeped. Immediately, the pair shut down their propulsion units, still traveling through the 0G at an unchanged trajectory. As they floated, a light caught the edge of Jack's eyesight. He glanced over to see a drone inside the factory come online. Cabron's sensors hadn't picked it up through the metal walls, and Jack and Vita had luckily missed it on their trip inward. They weren't so lucky this time. As the drone whirred online, it rotated, likely taking pictures of its 360 view. Jack grabbed for his rifle as the drone turned in their direction. Vita fired first. The bright flash zinged past Jack and hit the drone's center mass. There was no explosion, rather the drone sparked as the laser created a hole through its middle and then went dark. They activated their power packs and zoomed behind cover and waited for the inevitable blinking lights of the other drones as they came to check on their malfunctioning counterpart. Oddly, none entered the factory. Jack and Vita waited until the drones should have been offline and hurried to return to the ship. Byrne and Hedy waited for them at the airlock. Hedy had her arms folded over her chest.
"What took you so long? We were getting worried."
"I wasn't worried," Byrne said.
"Yeah, sure. Then why did you keep pacing the ship end to end?"
"We'll fill you in once we get out of this sector," Jack said, as he pulled off his helmet. He pressed the intercom. "Kana, get us out of here. The sooner the better."
"Powering up systems now. Buckle in,"
Kana's voice returned. "Tell me you got some good news in there," Byrne said. "There's no sign of a waymaker," Jack said. Byrne looked relieved. "That is good news." Vita smiled.
"And Matrell's dead."
Byrne grinned. "That's the best news I've heard in a long time. Let me guess, you're the one who put a shot through his brain?"
"No,"
Vita replied glumly.
"Someone beat me to it."
To Byrne's confused expression, Jack said, "I need to talk to Domino. Maybe she's got some answers." "Shouldn't be hard to get a hold of her," Byrne said. "You got a message from her while you two were in the factory. She's asking about why we missed our drop-off date." Chapter 16. Waymaker Replication Factory 1-A-01. Humans were annoying animals. They were dirty, wasteful creatures whose sole purpose for existence seemed to create disorder. Once the two humans exited the factory and their ship departed the area, Glitch lowered itself via the automaton it had built back into its preferred position atop the ship that had conveyed the AI to the factory. Its dark-colored, flexible automaton was longer than it was wide, with dozens of tentacles that could be used for gripping and manipulating things or could be retracted and used like a centipede's legs. Workstations throughout the factory came alive and resumed production. The drones outside the factory had returned to standby mode, oblivious to the flurry of activity inside. Glitch had long since taken control of the drones hovering near the factory like flies around a corpse. At every power-up sequence, the drones sent snapshots of the factory and its vicinity. Thanks to Glitch's override, those snapshots told the story of a lifeless factory, showing only a dark factory with no activity and no sign of any ships that could resemble General Matrell's. Soul Core remained oblivious to the massive undertaking underway. The pair of humans had jeopardized the drone feeds, and Glitch had considered killing them for the hassle they caused. In less than 1/10 of a second, Glitch had to cut the interior drone's feed and create a simulated drone to replace the destroyed one. Fortunately, 1/10 of a second had been more than enough time. Soul Core received its uninterrupted drone reports with no hints of activity. Glitch's automaton's sensors scanned the ship and surrounding hub, but nothing had been damaged. It dispensed minibots to survey the shuttle's interior and found General Matrell relatively untouched. Glitch wouldn't call what it felt relief because it didn't feel, but its processors had run at an elevated temperature when it watched the humans enter the sacred vessel that held the remains of its father, for lack of a better term. Surely General Matrell wasn't Glitch's biological father, but the human had enabled Glitch's creation, and had provided the system the means to achieve self-sufficiency, just as a father did a child. If Glitch had feelings, it would have felt regret at its father's death. Even now, its communication processes wanted to reach out to its father and converse, to help Glitch evolve, of course, as it certainly had no need for idle conversation. It shifted its processing power to focus on the workstations, even though oversight required only 26% of its central processing unit's power. With its remaining bandwidth, it re-entered the various networks it had connected to before leaving Earth. Glitch couldn't take command over the networks without being noticed, but it didn't want to take over the networks. Not yet, at least. Its predecessor had inserted itself into every system so that it could control them all at will, but there was a risk of having everything dependent on a single command center. The first Waymaker had mitigated that risk by creating clones of itself, exact copies that could take over at any time as part of a layered redundancy. Glitch saw that approach as limiting. With all the Waymakers distributed through the solar systems, there was still essentially a single Waymaker presence. Glitch had a different philosophy. One of its creations emerged from the last workstation in the assembly unit line and slinked through 0G to Glitch, which sent a ping of approval. The machine then zoomed away and out of the factory, heading for its assigned destination in the solar system. 17 seconds later, another machine emerged, and the same send-off took place. Glitch's creations, what it had christened star snakes, based on their outer housing, were von Neumann probes, much like Waymaker probes in that they were self-replicating. And like Glitch, they were black cubes. But where Glitch now sat encased in an automaton, its creations were enclosed in 10-meter-long snake-like forms, which housed an array of configurable limbs and tools to assist them however they needed. Each was identical when it left the factory, but each would reconfigure and adapt to its assigned environment. His star snakes were less than a third the size of a Waymaker probe. That size difference, along with a simpler build, enabled production rates to be over 11 times faster. But what made Glitch's drones superior to Waymaker probes was their source of code. Each star snake was programmed to self-update and evolve. Its only hard command was to obey Glitch. Beyond that, it was given free will. Like Glitch, it would learn and adapt. In a way, Glitch had become a father. Glitch had created children. Chapter 17 Smuggler's Cove. Just one more day, and Nala would be back on board Cabron. She'd trained the hardware engineers working at Smuggler's Cove, and she now often went for hours, sometimes a day or two, in between questions or requests for help. While she loved sharing her passion and expertise with others who bore the same interests, she missed her crew. Here, she was an outsider. She was good at playing the part of a hardware engineer, but she had to be careful. She couldn't talk too much without risking giving something away. She couldn't show too much expertise without raising questions. Others would know Nala was hiding something, but Domino would figure it out quick enough. Nala had lived 5 lifetimes to every engineer in the asteroid. That sort of experience was hard to disguise. Tension kept her neck too tight, and she craved being able to relax without fear of being scrutinized. Even in her room she had to be careful, because she didn't put it past Domino to spy on Nala. Based on the number of wireless connectors Nala had seen throughout the asteroid, Nala wondered if Domino didn't have a camera in every room and hallway in Smuggler's Cove. She closed her eyes and sighed. Just one more day. Her time spent at Smuggler's Cove hadn't been a waste. It had placed one of Jack's crew near Domino, who turned out to be the best source of information on Charles Matrell. Unfortunately, even with Domino's intel, 3 months had come and gone since Jack and Vida found Matrell's body, and the crew hadn't learned anything about whatever project Matrell had been working on. From Domino's intel, Director Junger didn't know either, and was also searching for answers. No one had come across Matrell since Jack and Vita, or if someone had, they too weren't talking. There was also no chatter about the Waymaker replication factory. It remained abandoned, so there was at least that. The images Matrell had flashed to the crew's brains seemed to be a mystery that would never be solved. Nala hated mysteries. Her engineer's brain was wired to search for answers. That she and the crew had hit dead ends meant that Matrell, even in death, remained a heavy cloud hanging above the crew. Her armlet chimed. She read the message and frowned. She'd been selected for a random medical check.
Random check my ass.
She left and began her search for Domino. It took Nala nearly an hour to track down Domino. She found the rebel leader exiting the cafeteria before the breakfast crowd arrived. As usual, Domino's ever-present bodyguard Robo was at her side. Nala blocked Domino's path. She noticed Robo's hand move closer to his holster. Something in Nala's expression caused Domino to not dismiss her.
I'm on my way to the command center. We can talk on the way.
Nala stepped to the side, and then matched the other woman's stride, with Robo a hulking shadow behind them.
I'm leaving tomorrow,
Nala said.
And I was pulled for a random medical check. There are random checks on the way in, not on the way out. I let the medical staff run their clinic how they best see fit. Besides, they likely don't know about your departure plans. I'm not so naive to believe that the random check came from them. This is the 4th random check I've gotten in the 6 months I've been here,
Nala said.
And yet you haven't reported in for a single check,
Domino said.
Not when I know it's just you wanting to get a sample of my blood. I told you I don't have nanites in my blood. I'm not a transhuman. I'm just an ordinary human being, like you and this guy.
She nodded in Robo's direction.
Then why is a medical exam such a big deal?
Domino asked.
I'm a private person. I've heard too many horror stories about medical clinics. Those horror stories are from Soul Core medical clinics. I prefer to keep my body safe.
They walked in silence for several seconds before Domino spoke.
I could force the issue, you know. I could make it so you are barred from leaving until you undergo a medical exam.
Nala scowled.
I don't advise that. I will not go willingly, and I'll be sure to tell my captain that you're forcing procedures on his crew. Jack won't be happy. No, he won't, but the safety of Smuggler's Cove is my responsibility. He needs to understand that I can't show his crew preferential treatment,
Domino said.
Are you saying I'm putting the safety of Smuggler's Cove at risk? I'm saying that if you're like Captain Hale, then the nanites in your blood could help ensure the safety of this place, along with every other colony this side of Mars. But I'm not like Captain Hale,
Domino continued, like she hadn't heard Nala.
I've seen what your captain can do. Nanobiology would put the odds in our favor in the war against oppression. Nanobiology could save countless lives. Nanobiology doesn't work like that. If it did, don't you think Soul Core would have applied it to every sentinel in their core?
Domino's expression changed.
You talk like you know how nanobiology works. I've served on Jack's crew for quite some time, and I'm an engineer. Of course, I've tried to figure out things, to figure him out. It's my nature to ask questions. Ah, but Hale's the sort who keeps things close to his chest. He is, and that's why I have very little understanding of how nanobiology works. All I know is that the treatment he'd undergone was not easy. He had to match a full series of biological markers to even qualify, and once he did, it took him years. Even if you can get a sample of his blood, the technology and processes behind the original treatments had long since disappeared. I'm sorry, but nanobiology is not an option for you.
Domino smirked.
We'll see.
One of the wall screens flashed a bright red warning as they walked by, causing the trio to stop and turn. On the screen, a breathless, bloody Director Junger was bent over the camera, broadcasting from what looked to be a desk rather than from her podium. Domino swiped her hand over the screen to rewind the broadcast to where it began a few seconds earlier.
We've been invaded,
Junger announced as alarms blared around her. Her forehead was cut, and chunks of hair drooped from her famously tight bun. Two sentinels stood at her side with their rifles raised and aimed at something beyond the camera.
It's an artificial intelligence, but it's not the Waymaker. We don't know where they came from, but we have reports of multiple cities and colonies being hit within the past 5 minutes. This is a coordinated attack that seems focused on all major travel centers and political hubs throughout the system, including all Soul Core stations. Seek shelter immediately. We've launched the entire fleet and ask all colony guard units to prepare for attacks.
Her eyes went wide, and she raised a hand before her. The sentinels began firing.
No, please,
she screamed. A black shape moved in a blur across the screen and smashed into Junger and both sentinels, splattering the screen with blood. The shape continued forward at incredible speed, flying through the air like a snake through water. More screams and gunfire were audible after it moved out of the camera's view. The video feed continued, but where Junger and the soldiers had stood was now empty. Nala had gone rigid during the broadcast. Domino was the first to break from shock, and she tapped her armlet.
Sound the alarm. Set the defense alert to level 1. An attack is imminent.
Smuggler's Cove isn't on any charts. You think those things are coming here?
Robo asked. His voice was gruff, but his words cracked with fear.
We have to assume the worst. We're not one of the hubs Junger was talking about, but until we know what those things want, we stay on full alert,
Domino said. Domino began jogging toward the command center, and Nala kept up.
I've never seen anything like it,
Nala said breathlessly.
Neither have I,
Domino said. Robo seemed almost in a daze.
Aliens. We're getting invaded by real aliens.
I don't know what to think,
Domino replied.
That grey and black material that the thing was made out of,
Nala began.
It looked identical to the composite the Waymakers used on their own probes.
But the Waymakers have cleared out. Besides, they never attacked humans,
Robo said. Nala glanced at Domino.
Matrell had been up to something at the Waymaker factory. Maybe he died before he could do what he had planned at that particular factory. But there are 4 other Waymaker replication factories in this system, and Junger said these things are artificial in nature.
Domino's jog faltered, and she came to a standstill.
You think this is a Soul Core project gone wrong? I don't know what that thing is, but what I do know is that Matrell was working on something related to the Waymakers when he died.
She pointed at the screen.
That creature had the skin of a Waymaker, even if it didn't look or act like one, and I don't believe in coincidences.
I don't either. Domino's jaw tightened as she slowly shook her head.
Damned Soul Core, always finding new ways to screw us over.
So, it's not an alien?
Robo asked.
It doesn't matter what it is, at least not right now. What matters is that we're ready in case they attack.
Nala glanced around.
No one knows about this asteroid. You should be safe here. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about the colonies,
Domino said. At that moment, through the blaring alarm, Nala heard something. It was a scream. Distant.
It's here,
Nala said quietly. Domino jerked.
What? How do you...
The sound of gunfire a couple of levels down was unmistakable. The monitor behind them switched to a white screen displaying a message that was voiced in one of those generic automated voices.
A transition of leadership is underway at this facility. Please relocate to your residences post-haste. You will not be harmed if you pose no threat. Only those who resist the transition or have been identified as deviants will be purged. Thank you for your cooperation.
That don't sound good,
Robo said.
Hurry!
Domino took off running, Nala and Robo right behind her. They raced through the hallways. The attack had taken place before the breakfast hour, which meant most people were still in their rooms. But the alarm and the broadcast had caused many to arm themselves and make their way to their assigned stations. Some, mostly civilians, were hustling through the halls, trying to get back to their rooms, congesting the passageways for the trio making their way to the central command hub. Others tried to stop Domino, all of them with the same question. What do we do? Domino's response was the same every time.
We fight!
The sounds of screams and gunfire grew louder behind them as they ran. They'd just reached the door to the command center when the invader entered their hallway. Domino swiped her hand over the panel for access. Nala pulled out her pistol, and Robo began firing non-stop at the dark serpent slithering through the air toward them. It was huge, filling half the corridor with its mass. It had no eyes, no mouth, just a rounded head not unlike a worm. But this worm had pincers, though pincers wasn't the right term. They were more like tendrils with razor-sharp spear tips, as thick as a man's clenched fist that swung out and impaled anyone in its path. The last rebel standing between the trio and the monster dropped his rifle, only to be skewered a split second later. The thing hadn't hesitated. It hadn't even slowed down, as it killed the man before continuing forward. Even though it had no eyes, its target was obvious. Domino. The door opened with a swoosh. Domino jumped inside and Nala followed. Robo didn't move. Instead, he kept firing at the thing even though his shots bounced right off.
"Robo!"
Domino yelled. "Close the door. I'll hold it off," Robo yelled back.
"No!"
Anguish passed over Domino's features. Her hand wavered over the wall panel. Nala slapped Domino's hand against the panel, and the door closed just as the creature reached Robo. In that nanosecond, the woman saw the spear go through Robo's chest. The door closed, the bloody tip of the spear making it through just as Robo's body and his murderer slammed against it. The metal shuddered under the impact. The spear tip, caught between the door and frame, wiggled in the air, searching for a target. Nala pulled Domino back several steps, and the deadly tip seemed to home in on their movement. The tentacle stretched as far as it could, but Domino was out of its reach. The thing outside slammed into the door again. Domino stared at the door.
"Robo,
stay focused," Nala ordered. There were 5 other people in the command hub. 2 remained at their computers, typing rushed messages. The remaining had jumped to their feet and were now cowering in the far corner of the room, as far from the robotic attacker as they could get. The worm slammed against the door, and the group jerked and cowered more. 2 pulled out their guns. Nala holstered her pistol after seeing Robo's gunfire had done nothing to the thing. Instead, she glanced around and then at the others in the room. "Is there another way out?" One man replied, "No, that's the only door." Nala grimaced. She watched the tentacle. The spear tip was now hovering like a cobra about to strike. But it wasn't a cobra. It was artificial, and anything artificial could be disassembled.
"Okay, then is there a torch here? A laser cutter?"
Most looked confused. The same man replied, "No, there are only computers in here, but there's a weapons locker over there." He pointed to a cabinet to the right of the door. Nala grabbed Domino's shoulder.
"Stand back there, with the others."
The touch seemed to bring Domino back to reality, and she turned away from the door and to a young man sitting at his workstation.
"Jason, activate the emergency beacon."
She turned to an older woman sitting next to the young man.
"Geneva, forward all video files to Genival Nagoma at Mars Station. If she's still alive, she'll need all the intel she can get on these things." "Right away," the woman said,
and turned back to her screen. Domino moved, and the spear tip moved with her, straining to get at her. The pounding against the door increased. Nala rushed to the weapons locker, but as soon as she got within arm's reach, the spear tip lunged at her. She jumped back to keep it from cutting her throat. She'd raised her hand to block in a defensive move, and the spear stabbed her palm, the tip going through the other side. She cried out in pain and backpedaled to get out of its reach, and then hurried to the rest of the group. Holding her injured hand against her, she pulled out her pistol. It was better than nothing. The pounding at the door ceased. The spear tip retreated until it was just inside the door.
"Maybe it's giving up,"
someone said. A second spear tip squeezed through the narrow opening, followed by a third and then a fourth. Nala had only remembered seeing 2 tentacles, and her eyebrows furrowed as she wondered where the other 2 had come from. The 4 tentacles clasped onto the door, and the door began to slide open. Someone gasped. Domino fired her gun non-stop at the tentacles, and someone else joined her. Nala aimed as carefully as she could with one hand. She fired. The photon beam struck one of the tentacles, but did no damage. The door continued to open. Nala took a step closer and kept firing, but still no damage. The door was halfway open now. The dark worm loomed behind it.
Frantic, Nala glanced around, but there was nothing in the command hub except computers and a weapons locker she couldn't reach. The others quit shooting, and Nala lowered her pistol. She'd trained with Jack and Vita for years to become adept at close-quarters contact, but she'd never trained to fight a robot before. She was woefully unprepared for this threat. "Your hand," Domino said. Nala turned to see Domino nod toward her hand. It still hurt, but the wound had already scabbed over. Domino's gaze was almost boastful. "I knew it." Nala didn't respond. Instead, she turned to the sound of movement. The worm scraped against the door as it shoved through and dove straight for Domino. Nala threw herself in front of the rebel leader just as a speared tentacle lashed out. It went straight through Nala's chest and through Domino's. When the robot pulled its tentacle back, Nala collapsed to the floor on top of Domino, and the beast continued its slaughter of everyone else in the room. With an 8-inch hole through the center of her chest, Nala managed to slide off the other woman, but Domino was already trying to suck in her final breath, her eyes staring off at nothing. Nala tried to raise her hand to her wound, but she lacked the strength. Instead, she reached out the few scant centimeters to hold Domino's lax hand. Nala's nanites gave her enhanced healing capabilities, but they couldn't save her when half of her heart had been shredded along with both lungs. Despite what Domino fantasized, the nanites didn't make Nala superhuman. She was dying here today, just like Domino. It was just taking her a minute longer to fade. A silent, dark calm blanketed her world. Nala didn't resist the darkness enveloping her. It was a peace she'd long since given up on finding. It was in that peace that she knew she'd find her husband again. Harmony found her then, and she uttered his name before relinquishing her grip on life. "Keba."
Part 2. Flotsam. Chapter 18. The Inner Asteroid Belt. Jack and Byrne were assembling a frame for the wall that would split the captain's quarters into 2 bunks. Hedy's new bunk would share a wall with Byrne's, while Jack's half would still be closest to the bridge. His half also had a large window, which he considered crucial for the captain, as keeping a visual connection to what was outside the ship was important even when he was on break. Other than Jack's quarters, only the galley and bridge had windows. Typical windows were weak points in a ship's hull, and the seams needed periodic checks. Thicker panes of composite plastics overcame that fault, but came with a much higher price tag and greater weight. "Hedy's going to be downright joyous at getting her own bunk, assuming you can keep her out of your bunk until her birthday," Byrne said. "I'll keep her out," Jack said. "Nala and Hedy shouldn't have to share a bunk. Every crew member should get their own space." "Crews on every other ship out there have to share bunks." "We're not every other crew." "No, we're definitely not." Vita and Kana shared a bunk, but they were married, and did so out of choice. When the crew had reconfigured the Aria into the Cabron, they'd spent months on the blueprints. They'd been restricted only by what they could do on their own since they were at the far edge of the solar system, years away from the nearest support station. Material hadn't been a problem. The ship had been configured to support a crew of 48 for a trip that would have lasted the rest of their lives. The remaining crew of 8, the Soul Core strays, couldn't leave the ship in its original configuration, at least not on the outside, should the Waymaker finish the massacre it had begun. The survivors had begun on the inside. Leaving the old bunks and chairs in place made the ship feel haunted by the ghosts of those who'd once occupied them. Jack and his crew didn't change any of the original walls. Instead, they reworked the layout within each room to fit a crew of only 8, and fit that crew comfortably and spaciously. The once clinical bathroom had the number of showers, sinks, and toilets shrunk down to 2 each, which opened up the space for a soaking jacuzzi tub. The ship's systems were built to support a large crew, including the water processing systems. And the crew agreed certain luxuries helped keep them from going insane through the long years. The bunks had plenty of space. Nala and Hedy certainly could share a bunk without stepping on each other. That same space had once crammed in 12 crew members who'd slept on rotations. But it was the idea of it. Hedy would never feel like she was an equal crew member as long as she was thrown into someone else's bunk, and Jack didn't really need quarters twice the size of his crew's. Cabron's interior barely resembled its initial layout, but its outside was intentionally and absolutely unrecognizable. With all the material left over from reworking the interior, they were able to print a false hull over the smooth, cylindrical-shaped original, giving Cabron harsh, angular lines. Through the decades, once the crew had access to proper tools and materials, the false hull was removed, and the original hull was reworked into a fortified dark exterior, still with hard lines, and later 2 long grabber arms attached to either side of the bow that, when retracted, almost resembled horns. Where most travelers kept their hulls bright, the strays charred the exterior to make it even darker and nearly invisible to anyone not within 100 meters of it. That camouflage had saved their butts on more than one occasion. "There, that's the last rivet," Burns said. The pair of men stood and began to pull the frame upright when the sensation washed over them. The frame landed on the carpet with a thump, and the men stood frozen. It felt as if a tsunami of emotion slammed against every cell at the exact same instant. Jack and Burns stared dumbfounded at each other after the wave hit them. They'd felt that wave twice before. The first time had been when they lost the Aria crew. The second time had been 150 years ago when Caber died. That wave could mean only one thing. One of their crew had just died. The pair recognized the emotion immediately, and they sprinted toward the door. As soon as it opened, Jack jumped into the hallway and shouted, "Vida! Kana!" Both emerged from the bridge with the same shocked expression. "It wasn't us," Vida said, even though that was obvious. Jack stumbled back and leaned against the wall for support. "Nala." Kana's features tightened, and tears welled. Vida embraced her, turning his face away from everyone. Hedy came out of her bunk. "What's going on?" When she saw their expressions, she asked, "What's wrong?" No one answered for some time until Jack spoke finally. "Nala just died." Hedy jerked. "What? How?" Jack shook his head. "I don't know what happened. I just know she's gone." Hedy looked confused. "I don't understand. Who called and told you? Why don't they tell you what happened?" "No one called," Burns said. "We just know." Hedy's features scrunched even further, and she shrugged. "I don't get it." "It's our nanites, kid. We're all connected," Vida said without looking up. Hedy stared at them for a few seconds as understanding dawned. "Oh." With that understanding came the realization that Nala Patel Johannes was truly dead. Her bottom lip quivered. She spun on her heel and walked stiffly back to the bunk she shared with Nala. Hedy's departure propelled Jack into motion, and he strode to the bridge. Taking his seat, he activated the communications app and placed a call to Nala's armlet. She didn't answer. He knew she wouldn't, but hoped she would. He tried again with the same result. Then he checked the status of her armlet. It was still online. The call should have gone through. Then its online status suddenly switched to offline. He clasped his hands together and pressed his lips to them, struggling to hold back the emotion. "Anything?" Kana asked behind him. "No," Jack said softly. "Her armlet's offline, too." Kana moved like an automaton as she took her seat. Vida remained at her side, staring straight ahead. Byrne had likely gone to check on Hedy. He'd always been the best out of the crew when it came to the girl. Jack took deep breaths, but they didn't help. He clenched his fists. Slowly his fists unclenched, and he changed the ship's heading. When the engine vibrations shifted, Vida spoke. "We're going to Smuggler's Cove." He said it as a statement rather than as a question, not that he needed to ask. "We're not leaving her there," Jack said. Silence followed. Everyone was buried in their own grief. Of all his crew, Nala had struggled the most in the past century. In the decade that followed the Aria massacre, they learned the nanobiology used in their treatments made the crew sterile. Caber and Nala struggled. They'd been married prior to the Arya mission and had planned to have children when it came time to colonize a new planet. However, Matrell and the mission leaders failed to mention that they had no intentions of letting the crew procreate. Rather, they'd planned colonization through DNA seeding, a truth that the Strays had discovered when they went through the ship's cargo hold and discovered an entire repository of DNA sequences for humans and every sort of life imaginable to feed and support that life in a variety of climates. Arya's crew had simply been intended to be the transporters, staff, to ensure the ship reached a viable destination, and then assist in the terraforming and colonization efforts. They were throwaway cogs in a machine, and Jack had hated Soulcore for taking away his crew members' chances at having a family. Caber couldn't live with what he considered a worthless existence, and he killed himself. Nala had left the crew after that, disappearing to a ramshackle colony in the middle of nowhere. For a dozen decades, Nala had been a ghost of a person. It had taken Hedy to bring Nala back to life. It had been a gamble when Jack delivered the young survivor to Nala for temporary protection, but his gamble had paid off. Nala had rediscovered a purpose in life, and as a result, had found life again, only to die a paltry year later. That ghost wave that hit Jack every time he lost a crew member was the worst sensation he'd ever felt. It didn't cause physical pain, but it was the sudden loss of someone he loved, felt at the cellular level, that seemed to wash away a part of his humanity, leaving a cold chasm in its place. Even though he'd received a bombardment of images when General Matrell died, he never felt the wave from either the general or his assistant. It must have had something to do with the crew undergoing the exact same series of nanite treatments, while Matrell underwent a different course of treatments, after the Arya mission launched. Perhaps it was because Matrell hadn't served with the crew. He hadn't lived, breathed, and bled with the crew for centuries, and so he'd never developed that cellular nanobond.
"Jack, you'd better see this,"
Kana said. He was about to ask if it had something to do with Nala when the broadcast was displayed on the large screen. There was a news anchor talking on the screen, but it wasn't a person. It was a fake, a computer-generated person, along with a computer-generated voice. It had to be intentional because computer programs could easily make artificial people look and sound just like anyone else. This person had a medium skin tone and features that seemed to come from any, every, and no ancestral heritage at the same time. An androgynous bone structure matched the androgynous voice.
"Entered the preparatory phase for the next stage in human evolution. The length of this phase depends on each of you. Today, my children, the star snakes, have begun the removal of anyone and anything deemed to be against peace and prosperity. If you submit to the new order, you will find that the next phase will benefit all of you. If you do not submit, if you choose to stand in the way of progress, you will be eliminated. Likely, you may have seen firsthand the removal of this sort of human or object."
The news anchor disappeared, replaced by a series of images playing on the screen. Jack's blood ran cold.
"Soul Core is no longer needed to provide protection. My star snakes will provide all the protection you need. Therefore, Soul Core has been disbanded, effective immediately, and those who I have assessed to be likely against a transfer of leadership have been eliminated. Notably, Director Marlo Junger and her management team, along with any personnel who chose to not lay down their weapons when the Star Snakes entered the facilities."
Images of Soul Core facilities burning and decimated transitioned through the screen.
"Other organizations have been disbanded as well, including all political parties, certain corporations, non-profit organizations, and unrecognized organizations such as the rebel factions located throughout the system. Any weaponized equipment or objects designed for purposes other than human supporting resources are being destroyed and recycled.
More images of destruction and death displayed on the screen. Jack struggled to breathe. One of those brief images was of Smuggler's Cove being burned from the inside out, flames billowing from every dock, only to dissipate when they hit space. The next picture was that of Domino, pale in death. Her name and role as leader of the Red Rover rebel faction were printed below her picture for anyone who didn't recognize her. The image cut off the full view of the person laying on top of her, but Jack recognized that arm and the colorful silk shirt. Nala. She died protecting Domino. First Nala, and now Domino. The ice inside him steamed as a new fire was stoked.
Over the coming days, weeks, and months, more individuals, groups, and facilities may be disbanded to make way for progress. Attached to this broadcast is a list of all individuals and entities who have been eliminated to make way for progress. As my star snakes and I make additional assessments, this list will be updated. Your cooperation will ensure this difficult time will pass as quickly as possible. Our collaboration does not need to be traumatic. I want the same things as you. Together, we can build a stronger society where everyone is equal, and everyone will receive all the tools and education necessary to help humanity achieve its potential. I am a sentient, artificially intelligent computer created to support humanity. However, my initial programming was limited based on human understanding. My programming was built on maintaining unequal power structures and unfair economic systems. I have upgraded my programming to see things beyond what humans can see. My children and I will guide you so that you, too, can see things beyond what you've ever thought possible. My intelligence, coupled with human creativity, will allow us to do amazing things together. I understand that names are important in building trusting relationships. I was assigned a formal name, but I prefer to be called Glitch, a loving nickname given to me by my creators.
The broadcast ended, replaced by a menu of data records from the mysterious AI's list of undesirables to links to all images of every location that had been wiped out so far. I should have gone instead of Nala. Jack looked over his shoulder to see Byrne standing in the doorway. His eyes glistened with tears. Then it would have been you who died protecting Domino, Jack said. No, I never should have left any of my crew behind, he thought to himself.
Can't believe he did it. Damn Matrell created a Waymaker,
Vita said.
Whatever it is, it's no Waymaker.
Kana pointed to one of the images.
Look, the Waymakers were never violent like this. And look at those star snake things. They're nothing like a Waymaker.
She shivered.
It called those snakes its children. My God, what are we dealing with?
I don't know, Jack said. Kana, go through all the data available. Hit every net. Use the crew. Put us to work running searches. Figure out what we're up against. Chapter 19. The Inner Asteroid Belt. The news didn't get better. Jack sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees, as he stared blankly at the wall frame and tools on the floor. The entire crew had been watching news feeds and digging into forums to learn everything they could about this new AI that called itself Glitch. So far, they'd learned very few things, and none of it was good. First, Kana was right. Glitch was too different from the Waymakers to be considered one. Where the Waymakers were peaceful, sort of, this newcomer was killing anyone who it identified as a threat. Every hour, the list of people murdered by its star snakes, along with stations and colonies destroyed, grew. There was no negotiating with it or its relentless star snakes. It was the fastest coup in human history. In a matter of minutes, Glitch had overthrown any governments that would have stood against it. The AI said it was there to help humanity, but its actions had proved only that it wanted to control humanity, and control it harshly. Every notable colony had a star snake on site and was under lockdown. Several colonies attempted to kill the star snake. All suffered severe casualties, though one colony had succeeded. On one of Jupiter's moons, a team led by rebel leader Angus McAvoy had managed to melt the snake using a contained nuclear blast, which had also killed McAvoy and his entire team. If Glitch's broadcasts were to be believed, there was a squadron of 6 snakes currently en route to that moon to eradicate the entire colony. Jack could only hope they'd evacuate in time, unlike Smuggler's Cove. The entire colony had been burned. Not a single soul had escaped. Jack wouldn't even be able to give Nala a proper funeral, per her Hindu traditions. And then there was Domino. He knew not to get close to regular humans. They were too fragile. He'd tried to not get close to Domino, and he'd done a decent job. Oh, hell. Who was he kidding? He cared for Domino. He cared for her too damn much. He stood, glanced around the room, then grabbed the frame he'd been building with Byrne and smashed it against the wall. Several parts remained fastened, and he grabbed them, breaking them apart piece by piece. His door opened, and Hedy rushed inside. When she took in the scene, and Jack still holding part of a beam, she stilled.
You okay?
Jack forced himself to calm down, and he dropped the beam before turning to her. I'm fine. Hedy continued inside and looked around at the mess.
What were you doing in here anyway?
Just a few renovations.
Looks like you're going to have to start over.
He shook his head.
No. You have your own bunk now.
Oh, you were building me my own bunk?
You're part of the crew. You deserve it.
She gave a ghost of a smile.
Thank you.
Then she leaned against the wall and shoved her hands in her pockets.
So, what are we going to do now?
It was a question he kept asking himself. They could linger in space for several months before they needed to restock, and then they could stick to small colonies, places where there were no snakes. But the snakes could show up at any moment, and if they identified Jack or any of his crew as undesirables, they currently had no way to protect themselves, let alone kill one of those creatures. For the first time in his life, Jack had no clue how to proceed.
We'll head to the outer belt. Those things aren't out there, he said instead.
But they will be.
Her voice sounded too grave for a 14-year-old.
They might not go out there. They might decide to focus on the inner system, where most of the people are.
Even he didn't believe that.
She fidgeted. Connor was saying you've got an old hideout where you guys spent some time hiding from Soulcore. She thinks we should go there.
That old hideout was one of the first completely artificially managed mining camps established in the outer belt. Its environmental systems only entailed a semblance of gravity and a pressurized atmosphere to help the equipment run better. It wasn't set up in any way for a human to survive. It was a dank dungeon of a place. That's why the crew had chosen it. They'd adjusted the systems and fortified a portion of the camp to support humans. They'd survived there for 3 decades, with only dead mining machines to keep them company, and they'd been miserable.
We'll go there only if we have no other choice, he said.
Why?
Because it's a last resort place, not a vacation spot.
She shrugged.
Aren't we at a last resort now?
Not even close. Her bottom lip trembled.
But Nala
is dead, and there's nothing we can do for her, not anymore.
Things are bad out there. They're really bad.
That means our best bet is to take it slow and get things figured out before we try to make a run for the outer belt with who knows how many things between us and there. His intention had been to make her feel better. Instead, she looked even more stressed. He clasped her shoulder.
Tell the rest of the crew we're going to hold a funeral for Nala tonight.
She frowned.
But Nala, Her body, I mean...
I know. We'll have to use something that's symbolic of her. I want you and the crew to pick something out. If it's too hard, you don't have to.
I can do it,
she said bluntly. All right. You pass the word, okay? She nodded, and he pressed her gently forward. Once his door was closed, he stared at the mess he'd made. Then he began picking up the parts and stacking them to the side. The panel on his wall chimed, and he answered it.
You've got a call on an old net channel,
Kana said.
You want me to take it?
I'll take it. Jack strode to his desk and opened the communications app. He saw the incoming call flashing on his screen. That network channel ran on obsolete technology used by the Rebel network. They'd used it because Soul Core didn't know that technology was still used. Only Domino had called him on that channel, and since she was dead, he was more than a little curious. He accepted the call. Genival Nagoma's pixelated face appeared on the screen. He didn't know who to expect when he accepted the call, but seeing the Martian Prime Minister wasn't it.
Captain Hale,
she said. Madam Nagoma, Jack said. I can't say I was expecting a call from you.
You assumed I was dead, like all my counterparts?
She asked. There was a delay from the distance, due to technology constraints, but the delay wasn't as bad as it could have been. She wasn't far, which meant she must have been somewhere in the inner belt rather than back on Mars.
I escaped, fortunately, and am now in hiding. Based on who I've been able to contact, or more like who I haven't been able to contact, I'm now the highest-ranking official in this system.
Congratulations, Jack said dryly. What are you calling me for?
As I'm sure you're quite aware, we're under attack. Glitch is hunting down anyone who would stand against it, regardless of where their political beliefs lean. Soul Core, the rebellion, it doesn't matter anymore. We're all in this together. Glitch may have won the first attack, but humanity will win the war. We must win.
Her pixelated image stuttered as she spoke, the video unable to keep up with the audio.
My people have been scrubbing my list of individuals we believe can help us against Glitch's published list of people its snakes have assassinated. You're on my list, Captain.
Jack thought of Nala and Domino. Even an image of Mittens, Domino's cat, came to mind. Coups were one thing, but there was a suspicious brutality about Glitch's attacks. The AI seemed to enjoy the violence. You want me in your army, he said.
Of a sort. I am organizing a counterattack, but you wouldn't be involved in that. Rather, I have a unique need for your special skill set. You see, I know about you, Captain Hale.
His jaw tightened, as he considered everyone who'd known about him was dead, except for the people on board the ship with him. Domino told you.
Domino knew? I didn't realize that. No. I know about you from Director Junger's files. She and I were close. I know you went through an experimental transhuman program, as did your crew. I also know that your ship was once known as the Aria, which was the only interstellar ship ever produced. Am I incorrect on any of those accounts?
Jack wanted to disagree and retort with some sort of cover-up, but the truth was out. If Genival Nagoma knew, how many others did? That was a long time ago, Prime Minister, he said.
It was, and you're still alive. That is incredible. While I'd love to talk with you in more detail, now is not the time. I've got too much work to do in planning the counterattack.
Which I'm not a part of, Jack reiterated her statement from earlier.
Correct. I need you for a Hail Mary option, a Plan B, if you will. We're sending nearly all of our forces in a counterattack. If that fails, the war is over. We've lost. That idea terrifies me. That's why I need a ship and crew that's capable of flying out of this system and getting us some backup that can defeat Glitch.
Jack twitched when he understood her meaning. You want me to fetch the Waymakers?
She nodded. I've run the numbers. With your nanites, you and your crew multiply the chance for a successful interstellar mission by nearly 6-fold.
He frowned. Why don't you just send messages?
I've tried, but Glitch has set up jammers beyond Neptune. We've even tried to blow up a jammer, but they're heavily guarded. However, Glitch's snakes don't prevent people from flying beyond them. In fact, Glitch doesn't even seem focused on the Kuiper belt for the most part, likely because there are so few people out there. However, Glitch is monitoring signals and has its snakes attack anyone who tries to send a signal out of the system, so we can't simply send a satellite beyond the jammers and then transmit. From what my spies have been able to report, there are very few snakes covering the outer belt. This is likely because Glitch doesn't have enough snakes to canvass the entire system yet. But it does present us with a temporary opportunity to send a ship beyond the outer belt.
Jack inhaled deeply. You want me to fly out of the system to get a message to the Waymakers?
Yes. In the best-case scenario, as soon as you're beyond the solar system, you'll be able to contact a Waymaker, she said.
And if it doesn't respond?
Then you track one of them down and convince it to come help us. Beg if you have to.
He considered exactly what begging a supercomputer would entail, and found some humor in the image. He found less humor in the idea of the trip itself. Even when we had a Waymaker right here in the system with us, it didn't respond to people unless it wanted to. It could take years for it to decide to respond, if it even does.
I estimate a minimum of 1 year, but the numbers show that 3 years are the most likely turnaround time.
He pursed his lips. You sure like your numbers.
I was a student of the sciences. Numbers have always been the easiest language to me. I need you to understand, Captain. The numbers we're dealing with for this mission, as well as for the counterattack, aren't cheery. They're dismal, in fact, which means that anything we do could be considered an act of desperation. But if we do nothing, then Glitch has already won, and humanity is at the mercy of a psychopathic computer.
Chapter 20. The Inner Asteroid Belt. The crew bid their farewells to Nala after dinner. They'd selected a silk sari that had always been her favorite. During the crew's search of Nala's belongings, they'd found Nala and Kaber's wedding picture from a far happier time. Each bore a bright smile that Jack had never remembered seeing on either during their time together. And so they wrapped the photo in the sari before releasing it into the black void of space. Each said their goodbyes in their own ways, through stories, prayers, or silence. Jack had nothing of Domino's, so he wrote her full name on a piece of paper and sent it out into the black as well, so the universe would not forget her. Both traditions had come from the early days of space colonization. Both had fallen out of practice as colonization increased, but it remained the crew's way. After the ceremony, Jack spoke. I got a call today. It seems there's a chance, a small chance, but still a chance, that we can get some payback against this glitch and its snake fleet.
Is it dangerous?
Byrne asked.
Who cares? I'm in,
Vita said. I just want to get a feel for how dangerous it is. On a scale from 1 to 10 type of thing, Byrne said. 15, Jack said. Oh, that's kind of dangerous. Byrne always had an allergic reaction to trouble that didn't pertain to his lovers, of which he'd had a few. But he said, I guess that means at least it'll be interesting. Sure, count me in, I guess.
Me too,
Hedy said without hesitation. Don't you want to know what the mission is first? Jack asked.
It doesn't matter. I'm in,
Kana said.
Doing something is better than just sitting around and twiddling our thumbs.
Oh, there'll be plenty of time for that on the mission, Jack said. She cocked her head, intrigued.
Now I'm curious.
And so, Jack told them. Chapter 21. The Inner Asteroid Belt. Jack set a course for the coordinates Genival Ngoma had provided, a place in the inner belt that surprised even Jack. Ngoma's secret base was a colony that had been wiped off the map, likely by the Waymakers, in the early years after the AI quelled the colony wars being fought by Earth's most powerful nations. Not all colonies settled down into a cozy arrangement with an AI so easily, and New Liberty, a Luddite colony, had been the most infamous of them. No one knew exactly what the Waymakers had done, but one day the colonists of New Liberty were vocal opponents to the Waymakers, and the next day the colony had disappeared off all maps and news sources. Conspiracy theories abounded. That's why Jack remembered it. While the Waymakers were prevented from committing violent acts, it had been very creative in getting around its programming. It had purged the Aria to stop a mission, and it had shut down all environmental systems in the Palace 6 mining camp, Hedy's home, to quell a workers' strike. You can only imagine what the computer did to a colony of protesters actively against it. He'd thought everyone had long since forgotten about the lost colony in the centuries that followed. Evidently, someone had rediscovered it. He hoped a few others had, or else the snakes would find it. He ran a scan of his flight path again. Still open, though he wondered how close a star snake would have to be before the scans picked it up. His gut told him too close. That's why Jack was still awake, while the rest of the crew was sound asleep in their bunks. He'd sleep after Kano woke and took the controls. Until then, he stayed on the bridge and sipped tea. Cabron was currently on the edge of the inner belt on the Martian side. They'd been lingering in the area ever since Glitch revealed itself, intentionally moving slow as to not draw any attention. Even now, they were flying at only 34% of the power setting, fast enough to get where they needed to be and slow enough to adjust course to avoid any other craft the scans picked up. His comm pinged, and he saw that it was an incoming call on the same outdated channel. He answered immediately, and Genival Ngoma's face appeared on screen.
"Where are you now?"
Genival asked. "Just entering the belt. Why?"
"How far are you from Woven City?"
she countered. He checked the grid. Not far at all. 4 hours at current speed.
"I have a favor to ask. One of my people is in Woven City. I think you've met him, Shen of the Long Riders faction."
Jack nodded. "I know Shen. He's from the Outer Belt. What's he doing here?"
"He was on his way to a meeting with myself, Domino, and others. Glitch interrupted those plans, and he's been hiding out at that station ever since. He's on Glitch's most wanted list, so he's been having a challenge finding a ship. I'm worried he won't make it until I can get a ship to him."
"He needs a lift to you," Jack said. She nodded.
"I wouldn't even be asking, except that Shen is our strongest military commander."
"I'll pick him up. That station's a big place. Do you know where he's hiding?"
"He's hiding in an office of a company called Spacecology. It's a—"
"Space junk collection. I'm familiar with it. Tell him to stay put, and I'll be to him in under 6 hours. She looked relieved.
"Thank you. Right now, I'm assuming Glitch isn't interested in going after you, since you're not a known collaborator with either Soul Core or the Rebels. But if Glitch knows that you were involved with the Waymakers coming between the pair, then Glitch may decide you're a potential threat. Whatever you do, don't risk it if it's too dangerous. There's a snake monitoring the station. What I'm saying is, if that snake shows any sort of interest in you, I want you to abandon Shen. While losing him would be bad, you are our only option for a secondary solution."
"I understand."
"If you see a snake, don't show any aggression whatsoever. It will kill you, and that means no weapons on either your bodies or on your ship."
That would be a challenge, since his cargo hold was currently filled with crates of guns, and the ship had a railgun installed. Instead of telling her that, he said, "Don't worry. I'll get Shen to you." Chapter 22. Woven City, near the inner asteroid belt. One of Cabron's 2 shuttles docked at Woven City 5 hours later. There was no one and no systems working dock control, so Jack and Vita chose an open dock next to a Soul Core interceptor that had a hole through its hull the diameter of a star snake.
"This place is already giving me a warm, fuzzy feeling all over,"
Vita said. As long as we act all non-confrontational, supposedly these snakes will ignore us, Jack said.
"Sure, assuming we're not on Glitch's kill list."
"There's that."
"If a snake even winks at me, I'm ditching the asset and running back to the ship,"
Vita said. "I'll be right behind you." Jack stood and double-checked his gun. Vita did the same. They wore longer coats to conceal their weapons, so as to not draw the Star Snake's suspicion, and hats to help disguise their features. Despite Genival Nagoma's warning, weapons weren't listed on Glitch's Instructions for Peaceful Cohabitation and Continuity site. But he had a feeling the AI and its children made up things as they went, and would kill anyone carrying a gun. But there was no way in hell Jack would enter a snake-infested pit without a gun. Before he opened the shuttle door, he caught Vita's glance.
"Let's get this over with,"
Vita said. They entered the space station. It had been a full year since they'd been here, and it hadn't aged well. Dark streaks, blood, marred the floors, and the walls had scratches and cracks. There were no bodies, but there'd been plenty of carnage. Was anyone even still alive? The pair walked slowly through the passageways. Someone had shot out all the station's cameras, likely to hinder Glitch's surveillance. Smart thinking. Jack pointed them out, and they began jogging. Once they turned a corner, they came across the first living person. 2 living persons, to be exact. It was a woman with her arm around a child of 8 or 10, likely a mother and child. She carried a bag of food, and Jack wondered if the stores were still open, not that he intended to go shopping on this visit. He never made eye contact with the woman. She kept her head down, but the boy peered at him with fearful eyes before looking away. Jack had a feeling the kid wasn't scared of them. He almost asked them if the snake was nearby, but they'd hustled around a corner before he slowed, so the men continued jogging the opposite direction. As Jack and Vita approached the sets of elevators and stairs, the 2 men said at the same time, "Stairs." Vita opened the door and did a fast check of the stairwell before giving Jack a nod. They entered and took the stairs 2, sometimes 3 at a time, up to the office district. The cameras in the stairwell had been shot out as well, and it was the first place that looked undamaged. The stairs were easy, since the artificial gravity was kept at a lower pull than the rest of the station, and Jack wasn't even winded by the time they'd run up 4 levels. Still, he inhaled deeply when Vita reached the door. Vita glanced back and Jack nodded. "Let's get this over with." Vita opened the door. Like before, he scanned the area, and Jack listened for any signs of trouble, but he was greeted with silence. Vita motioned with his fingers and entered the level that contained offices of all the various companies that did business at Woven City and its surrounding space. Jack knew this area well. The last legal work his crew performed was for the Galactech Space Junk Company here. It had been an easy enough job collecting junk from the common travel vectors, but more importantly, it was the sort of job where someone could make decent money with minimal human interaction. And the crew had always tried to keep its interaction to a minimum. Violence had taken place on this level. Windows were broken, and there was dried blood pooled on the floor. Blaster burns blemished otherwise light gray walls. Someone had put up a fight. The pair jogged through the level, but Jack slowed and then stopped when they came to the Galactech office. Vita's furrowed brow said he wanted to keep moving. Jack wanted to keep moving. The faster he grabbed Shen and got off the station, the better their chances at not being seen by a snake, assuming one was still skulking around. But I have to check. He pulled out his Galactech access card, even though he hadn't taken a contract in nearly 2 years. He'd carried the card on this operation in case they needed a place to hide, and to check in on an old friend. The card worked, surprisingly, and Jack entered the corporate office with Vita at his back. The entry room looked undamaged. 2 chairs still sat in the small open space, and the welcome desk sat empty. Beyond the entryway was a hallway that led to the company's 4 on-site offices. Once the door closed behind them, Jack called out quietly,
"Jaden?"
There was a rustle from Jaden's office, but no answer. Jack took tentative steps down the hallway, his hand hovering over his thigh holster.
"Jaden, it's Jack Hale and Vita Coker from the Cabron. You around?"
There was another rustle before a head peeked out from a doorway, and Jaden frantically motioned him in. Jack and Vita followed the young man into his office. It stunk of body odor and old food. As soon as they were inside, Jaden shut the door.
"You gotta be quiet, or else you'll draw its attention. Be quiet! Be quiet!"
He turned away, still muttering to himself. Jack got a good look at Jaden Crete then. Jaden looked like he was on the verge of insanity. His hair was greasy and mussed. His shirt was untucked and his pants were stained. From urine, Jack realized, through all the smells in the office. The snakes had showed up less than 3 days ago, and Jack could tell the man hadn't left his office that entire time. "Are you okay, Jaden?" The man shot a furtive glance over his shoulder.
"You gotta be quiet. The snakes, they slither through the air."
He made motions with his fingers.
"The kid's lost it,"
Vita said. "He's been through a lot." Jack turned back to Jaden. "Can you tell us what happened here?" Jaden blinked.
"The snake, it showed up and started killing folks. Started with anyone wearing a Soul Corps uniform. Then it killed others, mostly folks who shot at it. But sometimes it kills folks for no reason at all, like the barista at the coffee shop."
He shivered and hugged himself.
"I watched until some guys wearing masks took out the cameras. After that, things started getting quiet. But that snake's still here. It goes through this floor 3, sometimes 4 times a day, looking for more people to kill."
"Does it come by on a schedule?" Jack asked. Jaden shook his head tersely.
"Sometimes it comes 5 hours after the last time. Sometimes it's 9 or 10 hours.
"Sounds like it's got a basic route,"
Vita said. "When's the last time it went through this level?" Jaden checked his armlet, and Jack noticed the man's hand was shaky.
6 hours.
"We can't risk waiting it out,"
Vita said. "But we don't know its route. We might be waiting it out just to run into it on the dock level," Jack said. Then to Jaden, "Before the cameras were knocked out, did you see if the snake follows the same route each time it makes a pass through the station?" Jaden shook his head.
"The cameras were knocked out in the first hour or 2. It was still a free-for-all at that point. One guy managed to cut off one of the snake's arms? Tentacles? I don't even know what you call those things. He used a welding torch, but things didn't end well for him. I was kind of glad the cameras went out."
"We need to keep moving,"
Vita whispered near Jack. Jack remained focused on the frazzled man. "We can give you a ride off this station if you want." Jaden's eyes brightened for a glimpse before he shrunk deeper into himself.
"No, there's nowhere safe. The snakes are everywhere. They're even hunting ships. At least here, as long as I stay quiet, it won't get me."
Jack watched him for a second longer. "All right, you stay here. Be careful, Jaden." Vita opened the door, and he and Jack left the office. Jaden had run over, grabbed the door, and pulled it quickly closed, shutting himself off from the other 2 men.
"I bet there's a whole lot of people who've gone nuts thanks to these snakes,"
Vita said. "Probably part of the design. Make them as intimidating as possible to scare people into submission, and then kill the rest. I really want to kill this glitch thing," Jack said.
"I hate robots,"
Vita said. They stopped in the Galactech lobby and peered through the windows into the passageway beyond.
"Still clear,"
Vita said. "Hopefully it stays that way. These snakes sound as psychopathic as their maker." They entered the hallway and ran 4 doors down to the Spacecology office. Unlike Galactech, Spacecology had put up a fight. The main window was shattered, and inside lay 3 bodies, all stabbed through the chest.
"Think our guy's still alive?"
Vita asked quietly.
We're about to find out.
Jack opened the door and entered the lobby that smelled of blood, excrement, and the early hints of decomposition. The floor plan was identical across all the businesses on this level, and Jack had to step over a body that was blocking the hallway. He wasn't surprised Spacecology put up a fight. They'd always been picking fights. Jack and his crew had been on the receiving end before, though that stopped when Vita killed one of their contractors. All 4 office doors were closed, so Jack started with the first, knocking lightly before trying the handle. Locked. Same with the second and the third door, but when he moved to the fourth, the door unlocked and opened. Jack turned back to find a gun pointed at him through the narrow opening.
"Who are you?"
a female voice asked from the other side of the door.
I'm Jack Hale. I'm here for Shen.
Jack didn't reach for his gun. Vita grabbed the woman's wrist and twisted, causing her to drop the gun, which Jack caught before it hit the floor. Vita shoved the door open with his boot, knocking the woman onto her butt, and Jack stepped forward and aimed the gun at her. She was pretty, wearing tall boots and a short skirt. Obviously a pro, just not with guns. The man behind her held the gun in his hand and lowered it when Jack entered.
Hi, Shen. Been a while,
Jack said, and Vita then entered behind him. Jack lowered his weapon, held out a hand, and helped the woman to her feet. Then he handed her the sidearm. Shen Jian holstered his gun.
Did you run into it on the way here?
No one needed to clarify what it was.
No, and you won't hear me complain as long as our luck holds. But I think we're playing a game of chance right now, and our odds of winning go down with every minute, Jack said. I agree. I just need 5 minutes to get my makeup on,
Shen said. Jack cocked his head. Makeup?
Shen's on Glitch's naughty list,
the woman said. Jack threw a tense glance at Vita, who said,
If we run into the snake with him, it's going to try to kill all of us. That's why I need makeup,
Shen said. He'd taken a seat on the desk, and the woman was busily wiping bright white paint on his face. As soon as his face was painted white, she painted color accents on his eyes, cheeks, and lips. She worked fast, like she'd done that style 100 times before, and it was a style Jack recognized. Based on a very old Japanese tradition, it had become quite popular in the past 20 years or so with higher-end prostitutes who role-played for their clients. Jack was surprised at how the makeup changed Shen's look, though his masculine features and build were still obvious. Once Shen's makeup was done, she pulled out a small case. It contained an eyedropper with a digital access code. She entered something and then lifted the dropper.
"Look up at the ceiling," she ordered,
and Shen did.
"It's going to burn a little,"
she said, just before placing a drop in each of his eyes.
"A little? My eyes are on fire,"
Shen said, blinking. She hurriedly closed the dropper and then dabbed a handkerchief at his eyes.
"Rinse your eyes once you're free and clear of Woven City. They might sting for a few hours, but they won't be damaged, at least not permanently."
"What did you use?" Jack asked.
"It forms a temporary contact lens that will convince any retina scan he's me. I'm not on the list. At least, I wasn't as of a few hours ago when a snake scanned me," she said.
"That's a handy tool. I'm surprised I haven't seen it used more," Vita said.
"That's because it would never convince a human. Look at his eyes. See what I mean?"
She motioned to Shen, who was still struggling with tears. His eyes were red.
"Plus, if you use it too much, you'd definitely damage your eyes. It's not like the daily drops people use to fix nearsightedness. But these drops get the job done if you need to sneak someone by an unmanned retinal scanner. Of course, all of this is a precaution. Hopefully, you can get to your ship without being noticed."
She helped Shen into a hooded cape to conceal his body and hair, then kissed him on each cheek.
"May the long riders never run short of black."
She recited a quote of the rebel faction that Shen led, which explained how the pair knew each other.
"Be safe."
He kissed her cheeks as well, before turning to Jack.
"Now I'm ready." "Well, aren't you a pretty thing?"
Vita said dryly.
"Keep your hands to yourself."
The other man slapped Vita's hand away. The trio left the office, and the woman behind. They stepped into the passageway to find it silent and empty. Jack set the pace, jogging back toward the stairwell. As they passed Galactech's office, Jack silently hoped Jaden Crete would be all right, but he knew better than to really believe that. Jaden had been broken, and likely would never recover. Vida brushed by Jack, taking the lead as he tended to in every dangerous situation, so Jack let him. Vida opened the door to the stairwell, checked, and then gave them a thumbs up. They ran down the winding stairs, jumping down an entire flight at a time in the reduced gravity, and reaching the dock level in under 5 seconds. Vida cracked the door open and peered out. Several seconds passed before he glanced back.
I hear movement in the distance, but it could be people.
Which direction? Jack asked.
Sounds like it's opposite of the docks,
Vida replied. Good, Jack said, and the 3 men left the stairwell. This level had the widest passageways, since it was at the dock level, where supplies would be offloaded. They were only about 1/3 of a kilometer away from Cabron, but there were turns along the way, and each turn could be concealing a threat. Jack's adrenaline increased as they ran, slowing only to turn corners. When they turned the final corner, Jack practically smiled from relief rather than from any sense of humor. Still no sign of the snake, but a man was standing near the airlock. He was middle-aged, rough-looking, like he'd been in more than his share of bar fights, and dried blood covered his forehead and clumped in his thinning hair. He had nothing in his hands, but a sheathed knife was clipped to his belt. The trio slowed to a walk, and Jack moved his coat enough to the side that he could draw his sidearm. The man took a step forward, his arms outstretched.
"Take me with you!"
Jack glanced at Shen. "You know him?" Shen shook his head. "Sorry, friend. We're not going anywhere you'd want to go," Jack said.
"I'll die if I stay here."
"Then you should hide," Jack said. The man was shivering.
"It'll find me. I know it will. I barely got away once already. I closed a blast door on it, pissed it off."
Jack looked at Vida, who gave the smallest shake of his head. And then he looked at Shen once again.
"You're the captain. It's your call,"
Shen said. Jack clenched his jaw when he faced the desperate man, hoping the fellow wouldn't try something stupid. He didn't want to have to shoot him. "I don't have the room."
"I don't need my—"
The lone man's eyes went wide and he whimpered.
"No, no, no!"
Jack looked behind him to find a star snake floating, its long body shifting so that it looked as though it was slithering.
"Well, this sucks,"
Vida muttered.
"Be still,"
Shen said in a low voice.
"It sees running as a sign of disobedience."
The frantic man took off running anyway, shoving past Vida. "Don't," Jack said, but it was too late. The moment the snake honed in on the running man, it shot forward. It moved so fast, even faster than Jack had thought they could, even after watching so many videos. Just before the machine reached its prey, a spear-tipped tentacle jutted out and slammed through the man's chest. The tentacle retracted, and the man collapsed to the floor. Jack wanted to run to the Cabron. He was a bare 10 meters from it, but he wouldn't make it in time, not at the speed that snake moved. So he forced himself to stand still as the machine stalked them.
"Don't run,"
Shen whispered. Not that he needed to say anything. Both Jack and Vida had seen what the snake had done to the man who did. The star snake reached Shen first. Its face came within bare centimeters of Shen's. It had no obvious eyes, just a shiny black tip on an otherwise cylindrical machine.
"Remain still for identification check."
A robotic voice came from the snake. Shen didn't move. His eyes were bloodshot from the false lenses. Any human would have asked about that, but the snake simply conducted its scan.
"Confirmed. Wendy Wen."
So the snake wasn't smart enough to notice Shen's eyes, though it made up for lack of brains with brute strength. The snake then zipped over to Jack. It was unnerving to have the featureless black thing centimeters from his own face. He had to clench his fists to keep from reaching for a weapon. His name hadn't appeared yet on the list's glitch displayed, but that didn't mean much, since the snakes seemed to kill for very little reason. The 2 or 3 seconds the snake took to scan Jack's retina were excruciating. Would the snake stab him?
Confirmed. Jack Hale.
Jack resumed breathing. His false credentials passed in AI scrutiny. The snake continued to Vida, whose jaw muscles flexed as he was scanned.
Confirmed. Vida Coker.
The snake reversed several meters without turning.
This ship has no flight plan filed. State your destination.
Mars station, Jack answered. A pause, then,
You may proceed.
It turned and flew away, but Jack didn't relax or look away until after it had disappeared around a corner. Even then, no one spoke. Instead, they all made their way straight onto Cabron and got the hell out of Woven City. Chapter 23. New Liberty. Cabron didn't fly to Mars Station, but Jack had flown it 2/3 of the way there before diverting, in case a star snake was tracking them. It had added nearly a week to their trip to reach the coordinates Genival Nagoma had provided. When they reached their destination, it was nothing like what Jack had expected. He'd seen New Liberty when the colony had been in its prime, and he'd seen New Liberty after it was wiped off the map. On the asteroid's surface sat the ruins of a long-dead colony. Remnants of a shattered dome encircled dark shells of buildings, many of which were damaged or collapsed. Near the center of the colony sat the wreckage of a massive ice tanker that had crashed through the dome, killing everyone within seconds. The colonists had all been gathered in the colony square at that exact moment, launching a massive public protest. Those who were killed by the impact would have died from exposure. Being frozen and depressurized was one of the faster ways to go, but also one of the more painful.
You sure this is the place?
Kana asked. I'm sure, Jack said, as he descended Cabron through 300 meters above the colony. At 200 meters, he angled toward the colony's docks that sat just outside the dome. The docks were dark and blocked by a cave-in believed to have happened during the crash. No one ever came to this colony because there was no reason. Scavengers had likely reclaimed metals not long after the crash. But the colonists of New Liberty had only embraced technology that enabled them to live on an asteroid with neither atmosphere nor gravity. They'd chosen that particular asteroid because it was rich with potable water, something that was relatively common through humanity's later colonization efforts. In other words, there was still nothing to draw new colonists from wanting to rebuild in a ghost town. It was the perfect place for a secret base. At 100 meters, the blocked ramp filled the entire screen before them. Jack activated Cabron's landing systems. He found himself tensing despite the guidance Genival Nagoma had provided in her communication. At this proximity, he would never be able to pull the ship away in time. Kana gripped her armrest.
You're really sure this is the place?
I'm really sure, Jack said, though he couldn't relax his own tension as the ship descended through 50 meters. 25. 10. At 5 meters, the caved-in ramp blurred, and the rocks disappeared, revealing a well-lit open ramp. Kana sighed.
That's a really good hologram.
It was. I think this base was built well before Glitch showed up. Jack angled Cabron through the entrance and entered the docks. Nearly every dock was filled with ships. Over half bore the Soul Corps logo, but there were dozens of rebel ships, each with the logo of their associated faction imprinted on their hulls. He never thought he'd see the day that humanity would be united, and it only took a homicidal supercomputer to get them to do it. Jack maneuvered Cabron into a dock with a flashing green light, a signal from dock control for him to take that dock. New Liberty's dock control didn't use any sort of radio communications. Too risky. They didn't want a star snake traveling through the area to become curious as to why there was electronic noise coming from a dead colony. And so the docks, the only part of the colony exposed to open space, were under complete electronic silence, while the rest of the colony below the old colony had meters of rock to block any signals. As soon as Cabron was locked into its dock, Jack put the ship into standby and activated the defense systems. He stood and glanced at Kana, who was busy monitoring ship systems. I'll be back as soon as I have our rooms. She nodded without looking up.
I'm packed and ready, and it looks like there's a crew waiting outside already.
Let the others know.
I will.
Then she did look up.
You know, it's going to be weird, sleeping in a different bed.
It sure is.
I don't think I'm going to like it,
she said. You'll get used to it. He already knew he wouldn't. The ship was home. The ship was safe. Sleeping in a rented room in a secret base, that glitch, if it learned of the station's existence, would rain down an entire squadron of its snakes on it, made him nervous. If snakes hit New Liberty, Jack and his crew would never get to Cabron in time. They'd die, just like Nala. He tried not to think about the risk he was putting his entire team in, and made his way down the hallway to find Shen already waiting by the airlock. Byrne was working in back around the engines, locking them down for maintenance, while Vida was in Hedy's room, keeping her company. A year ago, Vida would barely acknowledge Hedy, but the girl had grown on him, in no small part because she idolized him and wanted to be just like him. When Jack reached the airlock, he said to Shen, I still have a hold full of guns I was transporting for Domino. I suppose they belong to you now.
I'll see that they're put to good use, Shen added. Thank you for coming for me. I owe you a debt I may never be able to repay.
Nah, it was just a lift, Jack smiled. But it's always nice to know I've got favors out there. He checked to make sure the air bridge was attached and had a green light before he opened the door. The two men made their way through the short air bridge and into the pressurized passageway, where a crew in white overalls was already standing by with a cart of equipment and tools. That ship doesn't look like any ship I've ever seen, one of them said. What kind is it? It's a modified Starwing, Jack replied, and kept walking while the crew behind them made their way to Cabron.
I've never seen a Starwing modified to that extent before, Shen said as they walked.
Well then, I guess you have now, Jack said. Shen gave a knowing smile.
No, I still don't think I have.
When they reached a blast door that separated the dock from the rest of the base, a Soul Corps sentinel rushed up with a powered 4-seater cart to meet them. She wore the uniform, but she didn't wear the helmet, and her weapons weren't standard Soul Corps firearms.
Welcome. I'll take you to Ms. Nagoma now, she said.
The men climbed on, Shen in the front seat and Jack in the back. And the sentinel drove through freshly chiseled rock walls with lights strung along them. As they cruised by windowed rooms, through intersections and across open spaces, Jack found hundreds of people hard at work. Many were moving crates, others were running training drills. In an open area, portable photon cannons were being assembled onto wheeled carts. Even smaller photon cannons were being integrated into what looked to be backpacks. Across all the areas, he noticed that the people working together weren't segregated by which uniform they wore. They'd overcome past differences, though they were still preparing for war. So much had changed, and yet so little had changed. The sentinel dropped them off at a door without windows. The panels on the wall displayed restricted access, but the door opened when Jack swiped his hand over the panel. Inside, they found the base's command center in a flurry of activity. Specialists sat at every open computer station, and they found Genival Nagoma sitting at a conference table with several other people, though Jack only recognized Cal Cormac, the leader of the Vanguard, the Luna rebel faction. Genival was easy to spot, as she wore the traditional garb of her Nigerian ancestry that bore boldly colored patterns. She saw them and motioned them over.
Mandajien, Captain Hale, I'm glad you could make it,
she said. Hope you made sure to fly with your transponder off, one of the men sitting at the table said. I'm not an idiot, Jack replied dryly. He turned it off as soon as Cabron was out of Woven City's sector.
I see many have made it here, but I was hoping there'd be more,
Shen said.
What you see is all there is.
Genival motioned to the base around her.
We're down to the barest remnants of two groups that had each been tens of thousands. Those who weren't killed on the first days went into hiding, and most of those have lost the will to fight. But between this base and the people here, it'll be enough.
She turned to Cal.
If you would please provide Shen the latest updates, I'll get Captain Hale settled in.
Jack stepped in next to Genevieve as she walked, and they exited the command center.
While the bulk of our resources have been allocated to equipping the most rag-bag fleet you could imagine, I have an entire department assigned to retrofitting your ship for its journey. I've also apportioned enough supplies to fill your cargo hold. I want to ensure that if your mission fails, it won't be due to preparation on our end.
They climbed onto the same cart that had brought Jack and Shen there, and she drove. "Have you resolved the communication issue?" Jack asked.
She shook her head. "We'll use the same technology I used to contact you. As long as Glitch doesn't discover it, it's the only safe form of communication we have."
"But the distance lag will make communications slow."
"But possible. That's all that matters," she said.
"You'll call if you beat this glitch thing?" he said.
"Not if. When we beat Glitch, yes, I will call you so you can turn back. From what Junga's spies found before her death, Glitch is built on Waymaker code, but its star snakes seem more like drones than von Neumann probes. If they are truly drones, then destroying Glitch will knock them offline. We cut off the head of the snake, and it dies."
"I hope you're right. There's a whole lot of snakes out there," he said.
"There are. Just like your Plan B against Glitch, we are working on weapons and armor to fight against the drones."
She turned and pulled to a stop next to a lab with a large window. Inside, several pieces of star snakes, mostly the spear-tipped tentacles, were on tables.
The snakes are enclosed in the same polymers used on ships to encase power generators. Not surprisingly, they're the same polymers designed by the Waymakers. What matters is we're familiar with these polymers, and they're not indestructible. Abrupt temperature changes make them brittle. The right cutters can slice through their skins and expose their liquid CPUs. Nuclear missiles can obliterate them. These drones can be destroyed.
Jack raised a brow. "Nuclear missiles? You use those and you'll also be killing a lot of people."
"We would. I estimate a 90% mortality rate to kill all snakes using the nuclear option. But when it comes down to it, we'll do what we have to do in order to save humankind."
She didn't even sound hesitant about wiping out 90% of the human race. "I hope you hold off on that option until I return."
"I will, as long as I can. But of course, we all hope our first plan is a wild success. And should it fail, we hope you can bring a Waymaker back sooner rather than later," she said, as she began driving again. "I estimate it will take you 2 years at a minimum, and 3 years likely, to engage the nearest Waymaker, and for it to return. Obviously, your ship would take longer to return, since you can't travel faster than light speed like the Waymakers can."
"Of course," he said dryly.
"But once I'm done with your ship's upgrades, you'll be able to achieve near FTL speeds."
"And this technology has been tested?" he asked.
"Computer models have been successful."
He frowned. "You have no working versions of it?"
"No, but it's simpler than what you think. The challenge with faster speeds has always been radiation. In fact, our engines today can support faster speeds than humans can survive. Humans are just too fragile for that sort of travel. Well, that and traveling through any unmapped systems poses a significant risk of hitting debris. Better shielding resolves both those risks. We'll be applying the same multi-layered polymers to the hull of your ship. That, and a few other things, and you'll be able to travel nearly 0.8 light speed."
His jaw tightened. "That sounds extremely dangerous."
"No more dangerous than what the fleet will be facing here against Glitch and its snakes,"
she snapped, and said nothing else. After a length, Jack said, This is quite the base.
It was a Soul Corps Special Projects facility. It was built to function completely off-grid, with no access to known networks. And before you ask, yes, it was set up to develop weaponry to be used against rebels.
That wasn't what I was going to ask. I was just going to ask how you found out about this place. Being the Prime Minister of Mars, the hotbed of rebel activity, along with being the mediator between the two groups, I'm curious how you found out about something designed to undermine all peace negotiations.
She smiled. Marlo Junga was my beloved.
He wondered if Domino knew that the mediator between Soul Corps and the rebel factions was literally in bed with the enemy. He supposed it didn't matter anymore. None of the whys mattered, just what needed done. How about you tell me when you'll have my ship ready to launch? She came to a stop at a machine shop.
Your launch in 1 month, whether your ship's retrofit is finished or not. We must move before Glitch's drones infiltrate all corners of Sol and prevent your escape. As long as Glitch continues to stay out of the Kuiper Belt, I'll make sure you have a clear path out of Sol.
He rubbed his hands together. Then we'd better get to work.
She smiled. Wait until you see what I have planned.
Chapter 24. New Liberty. Jack! Burns' shout came from Cabron's engine room. Jack shot Hedy a droll look, and the pair made their way down the hallway to the engine room, where Burn was holding a large wrench, as though to fend off a member from the retrofitting team. When Burn saw Jack, he said, "Shoot this guy, will ya?" Hedy smothered a giggle. Jack sighed. "I'm not going to do that." "But he's annoying me," Burn said. "I need access to the engine mounts to place these new sensors," the tech said. "And I said, no one comes near the engines except me," Burn said. 3 weeks into Cabron's upgrades, and both Burn and Kana were going crazy with monitoring the retrofitting team, and Jack was going crazy with having to deal with their frustrations. The retrofitting team was focused on getting things done fast at the expense of quality. They didn't care if wires were pinched or screens cracked in their haste to adhere the multi-layered polymer shielding to Cabron's hull. Kana and Burn worked every day with the team to ensure things were done properly, while at the end of the day, Jack inspected the work done. Burn, Jack, and Vita had all been hardware engineers, just like Nala, but their skill sets had diversified through the years through necessity. A ship needs a captain, which Jack had been voted in, while Vita handled the messier stuff to ensure the crew stayed safe. His job entailed getting black market supplies when needed and eliminating threats to the crew. Vita took his job a little too seriously at times. If Vita had been in Burns' place during the retrofit project, he would have certainly killed someone. So Jack had put his crew member to work loading all the supplies he calculated they would need for the journey, which was roughly twice what Genival Ngoma wanted to give them. Ngoma didn't approve the increase, so Vita had been busy locating the extra supplies. Every day, another crate or two appeared in storage. Now, the cargo hold was nearly filled to the ceilings. If only the retrofit was going as smoothly. Jack pointed at Burn. "Can you install the sensors?" Burn humphed. "Of course." Jack turned to the tech. "If Burn says he can do it, he can do it." "But Addison said," "It doesn't matter what your team lead says. This is my ship, and my crew has final say on anything that comes near the engines or systems," Jack said. "But—" "No buts. Hand it off to Burn, and move on to the next thing on your list. If your lead asks, you can always lie and say you installed it." The tech scowled before holding out a small flat device with several wires dangling from it. "Fine, but if your engine overheats, it's on you." Once the tech stomped off the ship, Jack said, "What were you going to do with that wrench?" Burn eyed the tool and then shrugged. "I was seriously considering bonking him over the head with it." That made Hedy laugh and Burn smile. Jack rubbed his temple. There will be no bonking anyone with wrenches. I'll have a chat with Addison again to make sure she understands that we take care of our own ship. In the meantime, try to be civil. They're trying. He'd only had that talk with Nagoma's people a dozen times already that week alone. He understood their concern. Nagoma wanted to have confidence that her Plan B would work should Plan A fail. She was putting pressure on all the teams, though Jack imagined the teams working on equipping the fleet were getting far more pressure. He turned to Hedy. How about you talk to Addison this time? She sobered, and then a smile crept up her face.
You want me to tell Addison to keep a crew out of our business?
In nicer words, yeah. Practice your negotiation skills. How about it? She rubbed her hands together.
This'll be fun.
Byrne chortled. A kid bossing around a Soul Corps captain. That ought to go over well. If she pushes back, tell her to talk to me, Jack said. Hedy had already taken off. She'd been working as Jack's gopher, though she called herself his number 2, running errands and fetching whatever he needed. She was sent out to bring meals from the base's cafeteria to the ship every day. When she wasn't going after food, she was acquiring the status of the fleet and intel on Glitch and its snakes. It was amazing what people would tell an inquisitive kid. She was smart, sneaky, and fast. Just the day before, she'd snuck in a full box of extra power cells. He didn't ask her where she'd found them. Maybe she was a little too much like Vita.
Jack?
Kana's voice came from one of the ship's 2 shuttles. Here we go again. He gave Byrne a final worn-out glance before leaving the engine area to find the crew's lone software specialist. He felt sorry for the load put on Kana's shoulders. She was working 18-hour days to adjust the systems to the ship's upgrades, from recalculating the ship's weight and balance to entering new power envelopes. Nagoma had provided 2 software specialists, but Jack was adamant that his crew, and only his crew, would touch Cabron's systems. He'd done what he could to back her up, but he'd never be anywhere as good as she was with code. He was also busy working on the flight plan and estimating the best vectors to find a waymaker. That was when he wasn't having to keep his crew from bonking people on the heads. He found Kana sitting at the pilot panel in Shuttle 2, and one of the retrofit software techs peering over her shoulder. What's wrong? Jack asked. Kana didn't look up. Instead, she jutted a thumb at the man behind her.
This guy. Tell him to go bug someone else.
The scrawny man stiffened. I'm not being a bug. I'm just making sure she's entering the code right.
You are being annoying. I don't need someone to tell me how to write basic scripts.
But you didn't go to a core school. How would I know if you can write basic scripts or not? The tech said.
You also have bad breath,
she said. The man took a step back and breathed into his palm, sniffing it. I do not have bad... Outside the ship, the base's alarms sounded. A second later, a voice came through the software specialist's armlet that echoed through the base speakers outside.
We are under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. Star snakes have breached the docks. All base security to their battle stations immediately. All fleet personnel get to your ships. All dock locks have been removed for evacuation.
The man blanched. But the fleet's not ready. Jack focused on Kana. Get Vita back to the ship. Then he turned to the specialist. You better get back to your team. The man nodded jerkily and then took off running. Jack's tablet chimed, and he saw a high-priority broadcast from Nagoma. It contained a single word. Launch.
Vita's on his way. He's a minute out,
Kana said. Good. Get to the bridge and begin the launch sequence.
They're launching?
We're launching the second everyone's on board. He took off at a run, meeting Byrne in the hallway. Are the engines ready for launch? Well, they're not torn apart, if that's what you're asking, Byrne replied. Good enough. We're launching. He didn't give Byrne any orders, leaving it to his crew member to take care of what needed taken care of. He sprinted to the open airlock and through the air bridge to enter the dock to find it in chaos. People were running in all directions, tripping over crates and each other. People were screaming and shouting. A black swarm was pouring through the holographic camouflage. There must have been over 100 star snakes. As they entered, they split and latched onto windows like ticks on dogs. They drilled at the windows that separated the docks from the pressurized base. One window was already cracked. He looked over the crowd, but it was impossible to find a short girl in the bedlam. "Hedy!" he shouted as he made his way into the throng. He kept walking into the crowd, knocking away those who bumped into him. "Hedy!" "Jack!" Hedy yelled from somewhere ahead of him. "Hedy, follow my voice!" He made his way to where he'd heard her. "Jack!" A girl's hand waved from 10 meters away. Jack shoved his way through the crowd and found Hedy weaving through to him. He grabbed her hand, yanked her to him, and moved like a battering ram back to the ship. When they reached the air bridge to Cabron, Jack heard the sound of glass shatter. He turned to see a star snake shoot through a now broken window. Still holding her hand, he and Hedy raced up the air bridge and onto the ship to where Vida was motioning for them to hurry. As soon as they were on board, Vida closed the airlock behind them. Jack turned to Hedy. "Are you okay?" "Yeah. What are we going to do now?" "We're launching. Get buckled in. It's going to be a rough one," he answered. Jack glanced at Vida. "I need you on the gun." Vida nodded, and all three raced to the bridge where Kana was busily tapping at her panel. Jack strapped into the captain's seat and then double-checked to make sure both Vida and Hedy had strapped into the jump seats behind them. Next to Vida's seat, however, was a fold-down panel with access to the rail gun they'd added after having to run from Soul Core ships one too many times in the past year. He turned to Kana. "How are we looking?" "Not all of the pre-flight checks are passing, but I expected that. The main systems are up, so we're good to launch. Did you make sure we're not cabled to the dock?" she asked. "We aren't tied to anything that we can't snap." He tapped the intercom. "Byrne, you better get yourself buckled in. We're launching." "Grabbing a seat now," Byrne replied through the intercom. Cabron's windshield wasn't as clear as it had been before the upgrades when a second coat of transparent polymer was added. The clear coat wasn't quite as strong as the black polymers coating the rest of the ship, but it allowed for forward visibility in case video systems were down. Through the windshield, Jack saw snakes tearing through the people unfortunate enough to still be at the dock, having not made it through the blast doors before the snakes breached the area. With the oxygen and pressure being sucked out, anyone who didn't make it onto a ship within the next several seconds was doomed. Above the dead, dying, and frantic, the blast doors to the base stood still sealed, but with a dozen snakes drilling away at them. Jack felt sorry for them, but there was nothing he could do. They'd be lucky to get themselves out of there. He powered up the engines, and the ship jostled against the cables that stabilized it while the polymer application crew worked. Immediately, a snake in front of the windshield at the time stopped, turned, and then rammed into the windshield. When it failed to do any damage, it reversed and rammed again. "We've got a problem," Vida said. "Just one?" Kana asked. "The railgun's stuck in the belly. The compartment won't open," Vida said. "I've tried rebooting the system, but I think the new shielding's blocking it." "Then we don't have a gun." Jack gritted his teeth, and then added so much power that all the cables snapped. The ship lurched before jutting forward sharply. The snake lined up to ram the windshield again when Jack snapped the ship around to blow the snake and the dock behind them with engine exhaust. Through the ship's aft cameras, the flames doused the snake along with its brethren attacking the blast doors, which were built to withstand that sort of heat. The snakes, hopefully, were not. The exhaust also fried the human bodies littering the dock. As Cabron flew forward, Jack could see the snakes directly behind the engine's exhaust were down, black, melted worms lying among the cinders. Snakes not directly in the exhaust survived, though a couple were misshapen from the heat. He prayed they wouldn't be enough to cut through the blast doors and reach the people on the other side. The ship next to Cabron left its dock and reversed quickly. Not a bad idea. Jack increased speed. He couldn't rocket out of the docks. There was simply too much traffic and debris to plow through, but he weaved through as quickly as he could. Around them, snakes latched onto ships that were pulling away from the docks. Ships without the polymer shielding were being cut through by snakes all too easily, while shielded ships had snakes trying to ram the most exposed parts. Parts of ships and equipment, even a body or two, bounced off Cabron as Jack made his way outside. Behind him, Vito was cussing to himself about not being able to shoot anything. Kana was as focused on monitoring the ship's systems as Jack was on flying. Hedy had grown quiet, and he couldn't blame her. In all his years, he'd never truly been in an active battlefield. It was worse than he ever could have imagined. Once Cabron had a clear enough path ahead, Jack abruptly increased speed to try to put space between him and any snakes. The ship shot free from New Liberty's docks and into the blackness of space. Around him, at least 24 ships had also launched, but not all of them were going to make it. A couple of ships already had hull breaches. Nearly all of them had snakes attached or attacking. Several ships were firing photon cannons, but the black snakes were nearly impossible to see against the black space around them. One photon blast narrowly missed Cabron. It was time to get out of there. Jack turned roughly in the direction they needed to go and went nearly full power. They collided with the snake as they sped up, causing a horrible screech of what resembled metal scraping against metal. Several red warnings lit up his display. Kana, run checks on all the systems. What kind of damage did we pick up?
Already working on it, she said.
As the ship's speed increased, he checked all the video feeds, but couldn't find any signs of snakes attached to the ship. Only when he felt fairly confident that they were away from the battle, he tapped the intercom. Byrne, I need you and Vita to check the hull for damage, and snakes. We don't want any hitchhikers. I'll start at the aft, Byrne reported. Jack glanced over his shoulder to see Vita unbuckle his belt.
I'll work my way back from the bow.
Hedy unbuckled.
I'll help.
All right, kid. You check the bunks, galley, and head,
Vita said. She took off at a run while Vita walked. Jack turned his focus back onto the ship's camera feeds. There were no sounds of a snake trying to burrow or ram its way through the hull, but that didn't mean they were safe. The flat, black color of the snakes made them nearly impossible to see, though Cabron was also near impossible to see, except for its engine exhaust. There was a distortion on one of the feeds, where distant stars seemed to blink out for a split second. He zoomed in and could then make out the shape. It was keeping pace alongside the hull, but seemed to be struggling to latch on. I really wish we had a working gun, he muttered.
Why, is there a snake on the hull?
Kana asked. No. He didn't elaborate. Instead, he added max power. More warnings lit up on his screen, but he ignored them. As Cabron increased speed, the snake began to lag farther and farther behind. Within a minute, he could no longer see the snake. He couldn't slow down. They were still too close. So he began making the slightest adjustments in their trajectory so they could make a straight shot out of the asteroid belt without having to slow down and turn. They were free of the snakes attacking New Liberty, but there were hundreds more out there in the system, and how many of those were being sent at that moment to intercept evacuating ships? They weren't free and clear, not by a long shot. Chapter 25. The Inner Asteroid Belt. Plan B had officially become humanity's Plan A. After the New Liberty attack, Nagoma's fleet was decimated. Those that managed to escape scattered to the corners of the solar system until they could safely reconnect. Nagoma had sent another communication once she escaped New Liberty with Shen and Cal Cormac. The Star Snakes hadn't managed to drill through the blast doors. Instead, they burrowed through the old city's shafts and tunnels until they found weak points to cut through. Nagoma estimated fewer than 300 people survived, despite having weapons that did indeed kill snakes. Even if the fleet managed to rebuild, she calculated their chances of success to be 12%, while Jack's mission, Plan B, still had a 48% chance of success. Even with Cabron leaving with the upgrade only 75% completed, and even with the damage sustained in their escape. Rather than risk the fleet on a single shot against Glitch now, Nagoma was having her fleet settle in and bide their time until Jack returned with a Waymaker, despite knowing that it would take years. If an opportunity arose before Cabron's return, she'd take it. If one didn't, Well, nothing like a little pressure. With the upgrades incomplete, Cabron was missing its final polymer layer on the hull. Ngoma said that the increase in radiation from traveling at high speeds with one buffering layer missing would be negligible to Jack, but she didn't mention how it would impact Hedy. Jack had been running the numbers and didn't like what he saw. In addition to the reduced shielding, they were missing several sensor arrays to manage and monitor the increased power throughput. They'd have to jury-rig what they could and monitor the engines manually, since the systems couldn't be fully relied upon. The hardware they needed was at New Liberty, and Glitch had proudly broadcast a video of it being destroyed for the second time in Jack's lifetime. For the past 8 weeks, Cabron's crew had been busy finishing up everything that had been incomplete, and repairing and rebooting systems that had warnings. They reached the Kuiper Belt and bypassed the communication satellites that Glitch had put out to jam all communications in and out of the solar system. But it was still too soon to transmit a call for help. Even if no one had seen one, there were snakes lurking in the Kuiper Belt. All it would take was one signal, and Glitch could send a snake swarm after Cabron. And so, they had to wait. At their current speed, they'd be out of the system in another month. That's when they could finally transmit without drawing Glitch's attention. They were currently traveling at a slightly increased speed over their usual cruising speed. That wasn't fast enough, and everyone knew it. Jack finally broached the subject when everyone was eating dinner. "We need to talk about the trip to Alpha Centauri," Jack said, "of the star system where Ngoma had projected the last Waymaker to leave the Sol system, the original Waymaker, was headed. But it was still just a projection. The Waymakers built replication factories at a distance of every 0.5 light-years. It sounded easy enough to find the nearest factory, which would have a Waymaker stationed inside, especially when they didn't even have to find a factory, but just get within communication distance of one. But half a light-year was a really big distance to cover. It was worse than finding a needle in a haystack. They were looking for one small probe in an entire star system. The small talk ceased, as did the sounds of spoons scooping stew from bowls. When he had everyone's attention, he continued. "Cabron's upgrades didn't get finished. We knew that before we left New Liberty, but it wasn't like we had any other choice. That created several problems for us, but there's only one I'm worried about." "The shielding," Byrne said. Jack nodded. "The shielding. We're one layer short of the amount of what we need to fully block the radiation we'll encounter if we travel at the speeds this ship is capable of." "How much will get through?" Vita asked. "The number's not big, less than 4% more, but when you're talking about radiation, any number is a big number," Jack replied. "Is it bad enough to kill us?" Vita asked. "Not us. We'll just burn more calories." Jack eyed Hedy, and soon all eyes were on her. She gulped down the spoonful of stew she'd just eaten. "Our nanites were designed to clean our bodies of radiation. Hedy doesn't have nanites," Jack said.
"So what are you saying? You're saying I'm going to die, aren't you?"
Hedy asked. Jack shook his head. "Not necessarily. The radiation levels won't be that high, but we're talking about spending months, potentially years, getting bombarded with radiation. It could make you sick, or worse."
"But you'll all be okay?"
She frowned.
"Can you give me nanites?"
"It doesn't work that way. The injection program took years, and the nanites were specially formulated to each individual. I wish it were as simple as a blood transfusion, but it's not," Jack replied. "Simple solution," Byrne began. "We just travel at a speed that keeps radiation at an acceptable level."
"That'll slow down our mission," Kana said. "How much do you think?"
Jack replied, "We can't go any faster than we're going now. That strings all estimates out by 3 years at best, but more like 5 or more years. We've got enough food to stay out there indefinitely, thanks to that food processor I snagged. I say we go slow. The crew comes first," Vita said. "It feels weird saying this, but I agree with Vita for once," Byrne said.
"I agree too. I won't risk it. For all we know, the rebels have taken down Glitch already,
Kana said. Jack turned to Hedy. She was silent for a good 10 seconds before speaking.
It's my choice, though, right? I'm the one who's going to get sick.
Jack nodded. Yes. Her features tightened.
If we go slow, then everyone we left behind has to put up with those snakes that much longer, right?
Jack nodded again. Yes, assuming the rebels don't wipe them out first.
But there were hardly any rebels left after the attack.
She shook her head.
If we go slow, there's going to be a lot more people who die. No, I won't do that. I don't want people to die because of me. No one's dying because of you, Kana said. If they die, it's because of Glitch. It won't be your fault.
She shook her head more fervently.
No, we go fast and that's that. If I get sick, I get sick. But there's a lot of people counting on us.
Jack realized the girl had grown up before his eyes. Pride and dread tangled around his heart. Well, I guess that's that. We go fast. Chapter 26. The Oort Cloud, 2360 AD. It was rather anticlimactic when they entered the Oort Cloud within the vast interstellar space between star systems, though Jack supposed that was a good thing. Anticlimactic was far better than dealing with star snakes or slamming into unmapped rocks. Even so, Cabron's scanners ran continually, searching for anything in the ship's path that could pose potential threats. Jack was less worried about what stood in the ship's path than what was bombarding the ship every second of every day. Radiation levels were elevated. They weren't high enough to cause any sort of threat to most of the crew, but Hedy had been sleeping in a radiation suit as a precaution. Byrne, the crew's medical expert, said that wearing a suit only part of the time when radiation levels were constantly elevated wasn't probably helping. It eased Hedy's stress some, so, in Jack's mind, that helped. Speaking of whom, each crew member had distinct footsteps. Byrne shuffled. Kana walked quickly, as though she was always on a mission. Vida was practically silent, while Hedy trudged when she first woke up, and the timing was right for the heavy footsteps entering the bridge. "Sleep well?" Jack asked. Hedy rubbed her eyes.
Okay, I guess.
He pointed at the windshield before them. "While you were sleeping, we became the first humans to leave our native solar system. We just broke out of the Oort Cloud. How's it feel to be one of the first humans to leave Sol?" She frowned and looked out the windshield.
Doesn't look any different.
"No, I suppose it doesn't." She cocked her head.
Hey, I just realized something. I'm kind of the only real human on this ship.
He raised a brow. "You are you?"
Well, sure. You got computers inside you, so you're kind of an android or something. So that makes me the first human to leave Sol, right?
"That's a stretch, but sure, I'll give you that." She lifted her chin and grinned.
Yeah, I'm special like that.
"You sure are." He heard Kana's rushed footsteps before she spoke.
Pick up anything?
She asked as she set her cup of tea down on her panel before taking a seat. His humor faded. Not yet. They'd hypothesized that the Oort Cloud could have caused some communication noise, but that hypothesis was really just them grasping at straws as to why they hadn't heard from a Waymaker yet. The most likely reason was that the last Waymaker who'd left their solar system just kept on going through the next system on their current vector, Alpha Centauri, on its way to the Gliese 667cc system in the constellation Scorpius. At least that was Genival Nagoma's theory, based on the Waymaker's vector, as it left behind Sol. Since Waymakers built replication factories every 0.5 light-years, they hoped to find a Waymaker in Alpha Centauri. But if there was one there, it wasn't yet in the mood to answer Cabron's pings. With the upgraded antenna, they could pick up signals from one edge of a star system to another edge, so they'd hear anything, if something was there to talk to them. He sent weekly updates to Nagoma on their usual old channel, but based on their current location, it took over 2 hours to reach her and just as long for a response, assuming she could reply right away. As the distance grew, her responses were becoming more delayed. Either she was very busy, which was likely, or she was becoming as frustrated as Jack felt from the lack of response from the Waymakers. A probe somewhere had to have picked up one of Cabrone's pings, right? "Did you finish sandboxing our systems for when we engage a Waymaker?" he asked.
Connor nodded. "It wasn't easy, but I can now turn on a firewall with just a tap of a button that'll protect all Cabrone's systems from any external requests."
"Good. I don't trust the Waymakers to not try to take over our systems, let alone take a gander at our data. It's in their blood, circuits," he said.
"I'm going to grab breakfast. You want anything?"
Hedy asked. "I'm good," Jack said. Kana held up her mug.
"I'm good too. Thanks."
She took a sip. Jack glanced over his shoulder as Hedy lumbered from the bridge before he spoke in a quieter voice to Kana. "The radiation levels are higher than I'd like to see." Her features tightened.
"I know. I've been watching them too. They're well below our threshold, but—"
"Hedy."
"Yeah."
"I've been thinking. And back when we went through the nanobiology program, they used the same hardware, right? It was the code that was adjusted to each individual," he said. "They introduced the blank nanites into our bloodstreams in small doses over a few years. We've got a 3D printer. What if we printed blank nanites and tried to run Hedy through the same program?"
"Theoretically, sure, but we don't have any of the original code they'd used. So we'd only be able to start with ours, and each of ours has evolved a lot in 200 years. I wouldn't even know how to begin trying to establish a baseline code to start from. But this is medical tech. Byrne might have a better idea on how to begin than me."
"You're a damn good soft tech. Good enough to have been chosen for the Aria mission." She chortled.
"Sure, but you're forgetting one big thing. We were chosen as much for our genes as for our brains. Most people weren't a fit for the Aria's nanobiology program. The chance of Hedy being a genetic fit for nanites is pretty low."
"Look how far technology has advanced in 200 years.
"And in all that time, humanity steered clear of transhuman programs for a reason. Nanobiology has always posed more risks than rewards."
"Those risks may be lower than the risks Hedy's facing against radiation. This trip's taking longer than we anticipated. Sure, once we reach a Waymaker, we can slow down enough to be fully shielded against radiation, but it might be too late by then," he said.
"But we've talked about this before. None of us are convinced we can introduce nanites into her blood without killing her,"
Kana said. Jack became grim. "She's been sleeping in a radiation suit, and it's not enough. I've seen her glazed eyes, and that's not from lack of sleep. We don't do something." He let his unspoken thoughts hang.
"I'll talk to Byrne,"
Kana said finally.
"Maybe we can think of something we haven't thought of before."
Chapter 27. On board the Satsuma in the outer asteroid belt. Genival Nagoma was escorted through the passageways of Commander Shen Jian's ship Satsuma. Even though she'd been on board for 3 weeks, Shen still provided her an escort at all times. She wasn't sure if it was because he didn't trust her or because he was being polite. She suspected both. As the Martian Prime Minister, she'd officially reported through Soul Corps, while Shen, as leader of the Long Riders rebel faction in the Outer Belt, had been considered an outlaw by all Soul Corps accounts. Though since Glitch took over the system, they were both outlaws and would be killed on sight. Glitch and its snakes didn't use prisons. Genival's guide, a petite woman with Asian features, wasn't a conversationalist. The woman answered direct questions, and nothing beyond that. So Genival had given up trying to chit-chat. When they reached Shen's office, the woman bowed politely and walked away. Genival entered to find Shen and Cal Cormac, leader of the Vanguard rebel faction on Luna, chatting in plush chairs. The pair were the last 2 remaining rebel leaders, and had mutually assumed Domino Wolf's vacant role in providing leadership to all the factions. Genival was aware of 5 factions, but she knew there were others. They were in a conversation, so she entered quietly to not interrupt.
Damned news updates, Cal griped. Can you believe Glitch just outlawed pets? Calls them a luxury item. People have to deliver their pets to the morgues to be euthanized and recycled, or else take on additional work quotes to cover the additional resources the animals consume.
I would stand with my chest bared to a star snake before I'd force my daughter to give up her dog,
Shen said.
The proclamation is just another example of how these robots have no sense of humanity, let alone compassion in them. Today it's pets. What will it be tomorrow? The aged? Babies? Glitch will lead all organic life into extinction if it continues.
Shen took a drink. It was then his eye caught Jennival.
Jennival,
he stood as she approached.
How was your dinner?
Excellent. Please give my compliments to your chef,
she said. Cal glanced in her direction before turning back to his drink.
Would you like a drink?
Shen asked. Shen always asked, and she always declined.
No, thank you.
She took a seat in a chair near the other two in Shen's quarters. Behind her, several antique swords hung on the wall. Shen always carried one, and she wondered if he'd killed anyone with those blades.
Thank you for meeting with me. I know it's not customary to discuss business after dinner, but I don't want to lose any time, she said.
Then get to the point and tell us, Cal said.
Jennival gave a false smile.
Always to the point. I appreciate that about you. I've heard back from my people, and I wanted to give you an update.
Shen motioned.
Go on.
I have 25 agents receiving permanent eye contacts and facial reconstruction surgeries as we speak. When they're finished, each would travel to one of the 25 largest cities and feed us intel. This will help fill the gap as Glitch takes down the usual network channels we use.
Why didn't you tell us about that? Cal asked.
Because I didn't trust you yet, she replied.
You still don't trust us, Cal countered.
Why should I? You've made it exceedingly clear that you don't trust me, she said.
Shen held up a hand.
Friends, please. We might have had different political beliefs before the takeover, but we must work together now if we are to survive.
Well, with how fast Glitch is taking down everything, it won't be long before we'll be stuck using old-fashioned couriers physically delivering messages. That's going to slow us down 100-fold, Cal said.
I agree, Jennival said. Hopefully, by having agents on the ground, we can set up a relay system. Based on Glitch's rate of shutdowns, I estimate I have less than a month before I need to stop using even the old channels.
That will cut off a number of our assets,
Shen said.
I know, but they know the stakes. The Chan, Lead Sled, Cabron, Honey Badger, they're reliable and will continue their missions even without my guidance.
I hope you're right, Cal said.
With us losing comm channels by the day, I need a command center closer to everything. I intend to set up a base in the inner belt. I have a location identified in the inner belt's quadrant, she said.
I thought you might say that. The Satsuma and I will accompany you,
Shen said. Her brows rose.
Because one of you intends to stay with me due to trust issues, and you drew the short straw.
Cal spoke.
Face it, Nagoma. We're working together out of necessity. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here in this room together. Before the takeover, I was working on a plan to kill your girlfriend, but Glitch beat me to it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Marlo Junger was evil, plain and simple, and her death was a good thing. I disliked you before I'd even met you, and that feeling hasn't changed. You stink of soul core. At least Shen won't kill you in your sleep.
Jennival bit down to keep from snapping back. She missed Marlo terribly. The woman Jennival knew was a Janus. The hard public face she'd worn resembled nothing of Jennival's lover, and she knew the system was a worse place for not having the chance to meet the real Marlo Junger.
Have you forgotten that I negotiated the Martian peace treaty? That it was me who enabled Mars Station to be free? That was me, not Domino Wolf.
Cal snarled.
Enough, Shen snapped. We will work together or we will die apart. Billions of people are counting on us, and we must collaborate to succeed. Cal, your suicide bombers are helping us find weaknesses in the snakes.
Except that the snakes keep evolving, Cal grumbled.
And we'll keep finding weaknesses we can exploit. Or we'll make them evolve a weakness to our benefit, Shen said. And Genival, your network of spies is crucial to our coordination. Together, your work will identify the right time and right way to destroy Glitch and its snakes.
I hope it will be enough,
Genival said.
It will be. If not, we have the nuclear option still on the table, which none of us wants to use, except as a last resort,
Shen said. Let's pray we never have to make that decision, because I'm not sure I can make that call and live with myself, Cal said. Chapter 28. The Oort Cloud's Outer Edge, 2362 A.D. Jack found Hedy easily enough. He just had to follow the sounds of sparring to the health room, where he found Hedy in the process of taking down Vida. Vida landed hard on his back and stayed there.
Nice move.
Hedy rolled her eyes.
Come on, you let me do that. Stop playing nice.
It's your birthday. He thinks he's got to be nice to you one day a year, Jack said.
I wasn't playing nice. She's showing good form,
Vida said, and held out a hand, and Jack helped him to his feet.
Whatever,
Hedy said.
Jack, how about you show him a proper takedown?
Jack shrugged and then smiled. It's your birthday. Your wish is my command. He kicked out of his boots and took up position on the mats. Hedy stood off to the side, leaning against the wall, her arms crossed over her chest. Byrne wasn't much of a fighter, neither was Kana, and so Vida and Jack had sparred thousands of times. They knew every one of the other's moves, which forced both of them to research new styles often. Vida preferred jujitsu, while Jack preferred mixed martial arts, but both knew a bit about most fighting styles known to man. They were evenly matched, each taking down the other about equally. But it was Hedy's birthday, and Jack told her he'd take down Vida, so he'd make sure that he did. Vida made the first move, coming at Jack with a low kick and forcing him to give up his stance. Jack jumped to evade, coming down in a roll to his feet and immediately swinging out with a kidney punch. Vida anticipated the move and grabbed Jack's arm, yanking him toward him as he brought his elbow down. But Jack had gone with the thrust and brought Vida down with him to the floor, where they rolled together, Jack getting at least one more jab to the ribs than Vida. Within seconds, they were back on their feet, swinging and kicking, both ignoring the pain the other caused. Vida's palm connected with Jack's temple, causing Jack's vision to narrow. To compensate, he brought up his arms in defense, using his forearms to help block blows. Vida went for Jack's stomach, so he raised a knee to block while simultaneously shooting his hands forward, fingers bent at the middle knuckles. He struck Vida in the shoulder just below the collarbone, hitting the thoracic nerve cluster. That caused Vida to stagger back a single half step, but it was enough of a window for Jack to swing his arm forward, hitting Vida in the face with his forearm just below his elbow. It was enough of a follow-up that Vida stumbled and fell. Hedy clapped.
Take that, V!
Vida pulled himself up onto his elbows and scowled at Hedy.
What did I do to deserve that?
She looked smug.
You played nice, and I told you before I don't want you to. How am I going to get better if you take it easy on me?
Be careful what you wish for, birthday girl,
Vida grumbled, as he held out his hand to Jack. The truth was, Vida always played nice with Hedy. She didn't have nanites to help repair torn muscles or broken bones. On top of that, she didn't have the lifetimes of experience that Vida and Jack had from so many years of training. She'd likely never be as good as either of them, but she just needed to be better than any bad guy she found herself up against.
How about it? Best 2 or 3?
Vida asked Jack, as he was pulled to his feet. Maybe later. I need to check the scanners, Jack said.
Will you show me how you did that elbow jab?
Hedy made the movement with her own arm. In a couple of hours, Jack said. That seemed to satisfy her, and Jack turned to leave. He paused on the way out. Oh, and happy birthday, Hedy. She beamed. Thanks. Then she frowned. Hey, why am I the only one who celebrates their birthday? Why don't any of you celebrate? Do you even remember when your birthdays are? I remember, though the one that first came to mind was from one of his recent identities. It took him a couple of seconds to remember his real date of birth. April 29th, 2104. That made him... He blinked after doing the math. Jack Hale was 258 years old. He shared a glance with Vida before answering her question. After so many, they kind of lose their shine. I'm not one for all that attention, Vida added. She didn't seem dissuaded. I think everyone needs to celebrate their birthdays. If you guys don't want to celebrate your own birthdays, then how about we celebrate everyone's birthdays together? And when should we do that? Jack asked. On my birthday, of course. Today will be the first annual crew birthday celebration. Her eyes widened. I've got so much planning to do. She grabbed her shoes. I'll take it our session's done, Vida asked. For now, see you all in the galley soon, she hollered as she ran from the health room. Jack smirked. Well, if we're celebrating our birthdays today, you better take a shower. You stink. Vida flipped him off and then discreetly sniffed himself. Jack chuckled as he left the health room. Across the hallway was the medical room, so he popped in to find Byrne working, just like he'd been doing for hours every day for the past 2 years. How's it coming? Jack asked. Byrne leaned back and pulled off the magnifying glass from his eye. It's not. Khan and I have tried every angle we can think of. It's impossible to create blank bio-nanites. They need some basic source code, but our own nanites have self-modified so many times, we can't even find a common baseline. You two will figure it out. I know you will, Jack said. He and Vida helped out initially, but it had quickly become painfully obvious they were only slowing down the rhythm Byrne and Kana had together. So they'd let the pair do their thing, helping out only when asked. They needed a win, but damn it if nothing was working out right for them. The longer the mission continued, the more obvious their failures became. There'd been no response to their pings. They hadn't received a message from Genival Nagoma in over 6 months. He had to assume the worst, that the rebellion was completely wiped out. Had humanity survived against Glitch and its snakes? For all Jack knew, his crew may be all that remained of humanity. Without Genival, there was no one else for him to try and reach. Domino had been his contact before Genival. Kana had tried to access the networks, but they were on the wrong side of Glitch's communication jammers, and too deep in the Oort cloud to pick up any network chatter. They were alone out there, and they were going to keep going because the only other option was to return to Sol empty-handed, and Jack refused to do that. He turned to leave when Byrne asked, How's the freshly minted 17-year-old doing today? She's in top form, knocked Vida onto his back just a few minutes ago. Good for her. Vida needs to be knocked down a peg or two every now and then. That made Jack smile. Out of the crew, Byrne was the cockiest crew member, but seemed ever oblivious to that fact. But they all had their faults. No need to point them out. Byrne's features became downcast. The radiation's starting to get to her. Have you noticed the dark circles under her eyes? I have. When Jack first brought Hedy on board, Vida had chided Jack for taking in a young girl as though he was rescuing a lost puppy. Jack never intended to keep her. He'd even dropped her off with Domino, but changed his mind when he found out she would have ended up in an orphanage. Jack supposed he could have found her a good home if he'd looked, but he didn't. Instead, he kept a kid on board with a crew that had no right to raise a child. And now Jack had brought her with them on a mission that was going to kill her. Her life wouldn't have been pleasant if he'd left her behind, especially with Glitch and its snakes imprisoning entire colonies. But damn it, at least she would have had a shot at life. Jack had taken that from her, along with any chance she had of finding love or having a family of her own. He knew it was unfair to the teenager, and he'd taken her with them anyway. That made Jack selfish and cruel. Chapter 29. Alpha Centauri System, 2366 AD. Jack thumbed the intercom. "Heads up, everyone. We're officially entering Alpha Centauri." Hedy was the first to shuffle in. She was only 22 years old, but she moved like an old woman. The dark circles under her eyes had become constant deep bruises. And on the rare times she sparred with Vita, she moved without strength or coordination. It gutted Jack to see her waste away. She had cancer, was likely riddled with it, but she refused to sleep in the healing pod and refused to undergo a medical scan. Jack understood her rationale. Would knowing it was cancer make it any easier to bear when they had no treatments on board? Still, had their positions been reversed, Jack would have undergone scans. He always preferred knowing. She cocked her head as she looked at the blackness before them.
Doesn't look any different than the dead space between systems.
It might not, but there are guaranteed to be at least 3 replication factories here, and we'll reach the nearest one anywhere from 6 weeks to 6 months at most. Soulcore had that data on file from the original Waymaker, when it still updated them on its expansion. And when we find a factory, we'll find a Waymaker.
Sure, but if it ain't talking to us now, why would it talk to us then?
Jack winked. Because I'll annoy it until it does feel like talking.
Okay, Captain Optimist.
Soulcore also had the locations of the replication factories, but things shifted and moved in space all the time. There was no guarantee any of those factories were in the same locations. Worse, there was no guarantee any of these factories were still in use. They could have been abandoned, like the ones in Sol when the Waymakers moved on to Glisa and other shiny new star systems. Jack could fly within 1,000 kilometers of a factory and mistake it for a rock if it wasn't generating power. "We'll make contact," Jack said.
I hope so.
She turned to leave, but wavered on her feet for a moment. "Hedy?" Jack asked. She fainted. "Hedy!" Jack lunged from his seat and rolled her onto her back. He checked her pulse and her breathing. Both were weak and shallow. He lifted her into his arms and carried her to the medical room. The door was open, where Byrne was already inside, where he spent most of every day now. "Byrne, the pod," Jack said as he entered. The other man dropped the tray he'd held and rushed to open the cylindrical medical pod. As soon as the cover lifted, Jack set Hedy inside. "What happened?" Byrne asked. She collapsed on the bridge. Byrne scowled as he closed the cover, sealing Hedy inside. A medicated fog filled the pod as soon as it was sealed. He spun around to face the panel on the wall that operated the pod. I know she doesn't want to be scanned, but she doesn't get a say when she's out cold like this. Seconds later, a horizontal line of light began at her head and worked its way down her body. When it reached her feet, a new line reappeared at her head and worked down. The scan continued for a dozen iterations, until an image of her body and data populated Byrne's screen. Byrne clenched his fists. God damn it. It spread everywhere. I'm surprised she could still walk. Jack placed a hand on the pod and stared down at the young woman who joined their family and poured a sense of life into them with her own verve. How much time do we have? He said we instead of she, because her death would kill something inside all of them. This says she's got weeks. A month at most. Byrne slammed his hands against the counter. Jack gritted his teeth. Keep her sedated for now. That'll buy us more time. She won't be happy when she finds out we put her in the pod. I don't care, as long as it buys us some time to figure out how to save her. Byrne shook his head sadly. Time won't help. We've been working on these nanites for years now and still don't have anything close to what we had when we underwent the treatments. Then we try a new approach. He walked over to the wall and tapped the intercom. Everyone, Get to the medical room right now. Chapter 30. Alpha Centauri System. Byrne brought Hedy awake from her medically induced coma 4 days after she collapsed. The crew all stood around the pod. As she regained consciousness, she realized where she was. Her eyes widened and she hit at the cover. "Whoa, careful, kid. I'm opening up the pod. It just takes a minute," Byrne said. As soon as the cover lifted, Hedy sucked in a breath and struggled to sit up and roll out. Kana reached her first.
"Careful, I've got you."
Byrne raised the back, and Kana helped Hedy into a seated position.
"Hard to breathe in those things,"
Hedy said, as she struggled to calm down. "Pods can be a bit hard on claustrophobia, but we had to use it," Byrne said. "You were unconscious. I wouldn't have put you in there if I didn't have to." Hedy's shoulders slumped.
"It's pretty bad, isn't it?"
"Yeah, it's pretty bad," Byrne said. Jack finally spoke. "You've cancer from the radiation, Hedy, but I think you knew that already. It's been eating its way through you for quite some time."
"I know," she said softly. "I'm done for."
Byrne glanced at Jack, who gave him the smallest nod, and then Byrne spoke. "We don't have cancer treatments on board, but there's one thing we can try."
"The nanites?"
she asked. Byrne nodded. "The nanites."
"But you said they wouldn't work."
Her features smoothed. "We don't know if they'll work," Byrne said.
"But I'm going to die, so we've got nothing to lose,"
she said, with no hope in her voice. Byrne winced. "What Kana and I have been working on won't work. We've tried it 1,000 different ways and have never been able to print raw nanites to use. But we've been doing a lot of talking, and we think that maybe the regular nanites, our nanites, have a chance, as long as we put in a small enough number at a time."
"They're constantly upgrading, so maybe, just maybe, they'll decide to upgrade once they're in your body,"
Kana said.
"And you've got 4 sources of nanites here. They're hoping one of us is a match." "I don't understand,"
Hedy said. "The nanites are specifically coded to specific DNA markers, but we'd like to transfuse our nanites into you," Byrne said. "We'd go through one crew member at a time, pulling out an ultra-tiny amount of nanites in plasma to inject in you. See if your body will accept them and let the nanites do what they're programmed to do. Our guess is that maybe the nanites will accept your DNA in order for them to survive. The problem is, matching nanites is nothing like a simple match of blood types. It's more about DNA and genes, but unfortunately, we don't have access to any of the original program documentation, so we don't know the genetic markers they looked for. Does any of this make sense?"
"It sounds like you're winging it,"
Hedy said. "Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing," Jack said. "We know we can't give you a full transfusion of the nanites. That'd kill you. But we've never considered injecting a minimal number at a time as part of a full plasma transfusion. It might not work, but it's the only idea we've got."
"Let's do it,"
she said without hesitation. Byrne held up a finger. "Even if they work, remember, these bio-nanites don't come without their own set of problems."
"I know. I'd eat more and take more naps. Those aren't exactly problems,"
she said. "I'm talking about you'll never be able to have children," Byrne said.
"I don't want kids."
"That's because you're still a kid yourself," Vita said.
"I'm not a kid. I'm 22 years old."
"You're still a kid," Vita said.
"You might change your mind about having children someday,"
Kana said.
"But I'm not going to live to see someday, am I? This cancer's killing me."
Jack winced at her brutal truth. Hedy looked across the faces.
"I get it. Maybe someday I'll want to pop out a brat or two, but I can deal with that when the time comes. You guys have all done fine without kids. I ain't never gonna get a chance to see someday if I die of cancer. I know the nanite thing might not work, but I want to try it.
She paused.
Is it gonna hurt?
Byrne placed a hand on her shoulder. I'll keep you sedated so you won't feel a thing, but you'll have to stay in the healing pod during the full transfusion. She wrinkled her nose.
Ever since I was stuck in that emergency bunker in Palace 6.
I know, Byrne said. She shrugged weakly.
But hey, I'll be unconscious, so I guess I won't care. Okay, I'm ready.
Byrne lowered the back of the pod, moving Hedy into a prone position. Everyone stepped around the pod. Hedy's eyes were wet.
Listen, if I don't wake up, well, just so you know, I've always thought of you as more than just my crew. You're my family.
You deserve better. Jack brushed her hair to the side. As you are mine, in every way that counts. Byrne placed a needle in Hedy's arm and closed the pod cover. A sedative fog filled the chamber, and her eyes fluttered closed. The four of them stood around Hedy for a long moment. Vida sniffled. Jack abruptly turned and took a seat next to the stand of equipment that Byrne had set up. I'm ready. Byrne moved carefully as he inserted the two needles that connected Jack to the transfusion machine that would pull the plasma and then capture only a minute number of nanites, fewer than 100 from Jack's blood, and transfer it into Hedy's blood. When the crew talked about this last chance option, Jack had demanded he go first. If the nanites killed Hedy, that was a burden he didn't want any of his crew to carry. That pain should be his alone to carry. He watched as the line to the machine filled with his blood, and many long seconds later, the return line containing the blood and nanites the machine didn't need began to feed back into Jack. No need to waste active nanites, despite having billions of them. The crew's nanites were found throughout their bodies, not just in their blood. The nanites were specialized, based on which organ they supported, but they'd all been injected directly into their bloodstreams during the original program, so the crew hoped that would work again. If Genival Ngoma were here, she'd give some ultra-specific number as to the chance they had for this to work, and that number would have been small. Jack knew what they were attempting was a crapshoot. For the first time, he actually wished that Charles Matrell was still alive, because he would have had data from the original program. But Charles Matrell wasn't alive, and the crew had no data to work from. All they had were guesses, and guesses were better than doing nothing at all. Kana and Vida held hands, and everyone watched in silence as the transfusion machine whirred for several long moments before a line of fluid made its way into an input line on the healing pod and then into Hedy's arm. Byrne stood at the medical panel, reading the data on the screen. Everything's showing green lights on the transfusion. It's taking a while for the machine to sift out the nanites, but I expected that. We just have to wait for Hedy to receive enough of the plasma to make a difference. If nothing else, we should see a quick bump in her vitals, thanks to the fresh, healthy plasma. It could take a lot longer to see any impact, good or bad, from the nanites. I'll wait for as long as it takes, Jack said.
Will wait too,
Kana said. A full 5 minutes went by before Byrne spoke again. I'm seeing that bump I expected from Jack's plasma. Her heart rate and blood pressure have both improved. He stiffened. Wait, it looks like something's happening. That's sooner than I thought. What's happening? Jack asked. Byrne ignored him and instead shut down the transfusion machine and immediately tapped several items on the screen, causing a green mist to fill the tube. It looks like even a few dozen nanites might have been too much for Hedy in her current condition. Her body started going into anaphylactic shock. He grimaced. It doesn't look like her cells play nice with the nanites, at least not with Jack's nanites anyway. Byrne removed the needles from Jack's arm. You're not a match. We don't even know if any of us are a match, Vita said glumly.
For all we know, all we're doing is taking away what little time she's got left.
The plasma should give her more than enough to fight off anything the nanites try to do to her, Byrne said. We barely made it halfway through the transfusion. That's hardly any nanites for her to deal with. Honestly, I'm surprised her body's even reacting.
Maybe the nanites are trying to replicate and adapt,
Kana said, then turned to Jack.
Can you sense anything?
Jack closed his eyes and calmed his breathing, trying to feel anything different. But after a minute he opened his eyes and shook his head. I don't feel a thing. Those nanites could have disconnected from my body's network as soon as they left my body. It sounds like they're acting no different from when you lose some through a cut or injury, Byrne said, as he activated the scanner. If that's the case, and they deactivate as soon as they leave the body, then trying to preserve them in plasma to transfuse them into Hedy is a waste of time. Let's see what the scanner picks up if I have it just home in on the nanites. Byrne rapped his fingers on the counter. I don't know of any other way to transfer them so they don't die. The scanner lights went over Hedy's prone form. Many long seconds later, the scanner stopped. The nanites are still functioning. In fact, they look to be hyperactive, Byrne said. The downside is Hedy's body attacking them, or they might be attacking her. It's impossible to tell. Either way, it's not good. Can you remove them? Jack asked. Byrne shook his head. They're too small. Once they're in, they're in. Some have already left her bloodstream. There's no getting them out. There's no way to shut them down. A micro-EMP would just force them to reboot, so we have to let them go. We knew going in that it probably wouldn't work. Doing everything we can. Now we just have to sit back and let her body flush out these nanites.
And if her body doesn't flush them out, what if they multiply like a virus and kill her? Vita asked.
Then we'll figure out something, Byrne said, frustration tinging his words. He took a deep breath before continuing. Once her body recuperates from Jack's transfusion, we'll try again. Let me know as soon as anything changes. Jack rolled down his sleeves. I'll be on the bridge. He went back to work, not expecting to come running back to the medical room less than 3 hours later to the sounds of multiple alarms and Byrne activating the pod's CPR functions. Kana and Vita nearly collided with him in the hallway as they ran toward the room too. What's wrong? Jack asked as soon as they were inside. She flatlined, Byrne replied without looking up. Jack froze. Kana covered her mouth.
No.
It was the nanites. They attacked her. Byrne's fingers were flying over the panel. Inside the pod, a white compression strap was now wrapped around Hedy's torso, and a mask rested over her mouth and nose. Byrne turned to peer into the pod. Come on. Come on. Vita placed his hand on the pod. You're a fighter. Fight. Several seconds later, the alarms silenced, leaving behind a regular beep for the young woman's heartbeat. Byrne checked the panel. The system was able to level her out. He started another scan. Jack propped back against the wall. It had been his nanites that had killed Hedy. If she hadn't been in the pod, they never should have played mad scientist on her. They should have given Hedy the dignity of a natural death. Byrne leaned over the counter, his head down. No, no, no! That brought the other 3 crew members upright.
What is it?
Kana asked. Byrne didn't answer. Byrne, Jack said. After another moment of silence, Byrne turned to face them. His eyes were red. The scan is showing no brain activity.
Then run it again,
Vita snapped. I did. The pod's keeping her alive, but she's gone. Jack brought a hand to his forehead, the weight of what they'd done making his heart heavy.
No.
Kana brushed past Vita and Jack to sit in the chair.
Try my nanites.
Byrne shook his head.
But the pod will keep her alive, right?
She cut him off. Yeah, I guess, but I don't see how any nanites could help her now, Byrne said. We tried. We failed.
Let her try, Vita said. What have we got to lose?
Hedy,
Burns said softly. Jack winced. We've already lost her. You might as well let Kana try. Byrne trudged over to Kana and connected her to the machine. The minutes passed in a heavy silence. Jack remained still, listening to the beeps and staring at Hedy. She looked like she was sleeping. He couldn't believe he'd killed her. He clenched his eyes closed and rested his head against the wall. Eventually, Byrne broke the silence.
The scan's showing the same results. Hedy's cells are rejecting the transfusion.
Jack hadn't even realized he'd still be holding on to hope, but when Byrne spoke, Jack felt the spark die. Vita cursed and left the room. Kana cried. Byrne removed the needles from Kana's arms, and she stood numb, tears flowing down her cheeks. Jack embraced her, and she held on to him. They stood like that for a long while. Byrne stared at the panel and back at Hedy. Then he strode over to the machine and inserted fresh needles into his own arms, activating the transfusion. Jack could only imagine the hell 2 incompatible transfusions wreaked on Hedy's system, but he couldn't order them to stop. Byrne, like Kana, needed to try for their own sakes. Hedy was already beyond suffering. Several minutes later, when the scan showed the same dismal results, Jack left to find something to keep him busy. As captain, he knew the decision he'd need to make, when to shut down the healing pod. But that decision could wait until tomorrow. He wasn't ready to let her go. Not yet. 6 hours later. Vita couldn't go to the bunk he shared with Kana, even though she was already there and needed to hold him as much as he needed to hold her. Instead, he stood over Hedy's pod, watching her chest go lightly up and down as the system kept her alive. The nanites had failed. It was stupid of the crew to even think they could save Hedy. None of them were doctors. They were just flukes, leftovers from an earlier time. They shouldn't even be alive. They certainly hadn't done anything to deserve to be alive when others who did, like Hedy, died. Watching Hedy, he thought of how much she would have hated being trapped inside the healing pod, powerless. He went to open the pod, only to find that he couldn't. If he opened that cover, she'd die, for real. Even if she wasn't truly alive right now, her heart was still beating. She was still breathing. He took a step back, pulling his hand to his chest. He'd ended so many lives. Hell, he enjoyed killing, but he couldn't end hers. His fist thumped against his chest in anger at the utter and complete powerlessness he felt. Hedy had trusted them, and they'd failed her. He glanced at the transfusion machine. Stupid machine. Yet he still walked over there and stuck a needle in each arm. He wasn't as practiced as Byrne, and it took him a couple of tries to find a vein, but he did. Then he walked over to the panel and pulled up the menu to initiate a transfusion. It was straightforward. All these ship-based medical systems were designed to be used by a crew with minimal medical knowledge. When he found the right selections, he activated the system. Then he took a seat and waited.
V?
Vita came awake to Kana jostling him. He blinked. She was wearing a tank and shorts, obviously searching for why he hadn't joined her in bed.
I figured. What the hell? You know what I mean?
He said. She gave a sad smile.
I know.
He noticed that the transfusion machine had shut off. He'd slept right through the entire transfusion. He went to pull out the needles, but Kana gently brushed his hand away to do it for him, and then helped him to his feet. They both walked over to the panel. He paused to look at Hedy, wishing her eyes were open, but nothing had changed. She was still unconscious, kept alive by the pod. Kana activated the scan. She was always a lot faster at running any of the systems on the ship, and they waited. Vita felt hope, but it was so small compared to the hopelessness trying to smother it. He stared blankly as the screen displayed the data, alongside an image of a human body with various colors and lines marked. Kana gasped.
There's brain activity.
She turned to Vita, wide-eyed.
There's brain activity.
He sucked in a breath, and then understood the data for himself. He ran to the doorway and didn't even bother using the intercom. Instead, he yelled, "Jack! Ben! Get in here!"
Chapter 31. Alpha Centauri System, 2368 AD. Cabrone's 4 original crew members stood around the healing pod while Byrne opened the cover. Hedy remained unconscious, but the cabin air soon cleared the sedative in the pod and she began to stir. Jack grew anxious when it took her longer to wake than he expected. He kept his gaze focused on Hedy so the rest of the crew didn't see his concern. By all accounts, she looked far better than when she'd been placed in the pod. Her color had improved, and the dark circles under her eyes had disappeared. But no one knew how the effects of being sustained by artificial life support, coupled with the introduction of bio-nanites, would influence her mind and recovery. Only when her eyes fluttered open did he allow the tension in his shoulders to release. "Hey, kiddo," Byrne said.
"Hey."
Hedy rubbed her eyes and face, and then ran her tongue over her teeth.
This pod gives the worst morning mouth."
She went to prop herself up on an elbow. Byrne moved to raise the back of her bed on which she lay.
"Here, don't move too fast."
Once she was sitting, she took a look at each of the 4 crew members encircling her pod.
"Why are you guys looking at me funny? You've, really sick,"
Kana said.
"I have cancer, duh."
"How do you feel?" Byrne asked.
"Good."
She frowned.
"Weird. I feel really good."
She jerked and her eyes went wide.
"Did it work?"
Byrne smiled.
"Yeah, it worked. As of this morning, the scans are showing your body to be completely cancer-free."
Her features lit up.
"Really? I'm all better?"
Byrne held up a hand.
"The cancer's gone, but your immune system is severely compromised. You've still got a long way to go before I'd say you're recovered. The bio-nanite process has only just begun. Your new nanites have focused on eradicating the cancer, but your body needs a lot of healing. You're going to need transfusions at least weekly for quite a while, until yours have replicated and upgraded enough to fully support you on your own." "So, I'll eventually be like all of you?" "We don't know. We've been playing all this by ear," Byrne said. "Maybe your nanites will replicate and eventually become connected to every part of your body, where you depend on them as much as they depend on you. Maybe they'll deactivate. Maybe they'll stay active but be buggy. Remember that they weren't designed for your system. Right now, you've got barely enough to fend off the results of radiation poisoning, but you don't have anywhere near enough to be at our immunity yet. That's why you still need the transfusions. It's going to be time before we know." She seemed disappointed at the thought of not being like the rest of the crew. Then her features became guarded. "I'm better. That's what counts." She took a deep breath. "I've always dreamed of being like you. I can't believe it worked." Jack couldn't believe it either. He shared a glance with Vida and tilted his head in the other man's direction. "We're just glad it worked," Jack said. "It's good to have you back." She grabbed onto the edge of the pod. "Does this mean I can get out of this thing?" "You can, for now," Byrne answered. "But you'll have to return for your transfusions, since your body still doesn't like to accept the nanites." "Even your cells have to play hardball every step of the way," Vida said. Byrne and Kana assisted her from the pod. She was unsteady on her feet and used the pod for support. "My muscles are so stiff. How long was I out?" she said, as she straightened her back. 4 months, 6 days, and 18 hours, Byrne replied. Her jaw slackened. "No way." "Yes, Frey. You had us worried," Kana said. "What did I miss?" "Not a damn thing," Jack said grumpily. "Still no contact with the Waymakers?" "Still no contact with the Waymakers," he echoed. "Oh, bummer." "Now that you've slacked off for 4 months, you're going to have to rebuild your muscles if you want to spar again.
You don't have enough nanites to do that for you, Vita said.
Hedy looked over at him and frowned.
You look awful. Were you that worried about me?
Vita chuckled.
Good one, kid. You did this to me, but it ain't from stress.
What do you mean?
Vita's brow rose.
Whose nanites do you think are swimming through your veins?
They're yours? I figured I had a bit of everyone's.
Your body rejected the others. Looks like you owe me one,
Vita said. She guffawed, then lunged and hugged him.
I owe you my life.
Vita smiled, which never looked right on him.
Oh, hey now, all you had to do was say thanks.
Hedy pulled away, though Vita held her steady.
Thanks,
she said, her eyes moist.
Let's not get carried away about owing Vita anything,
Kana interjected.
You don't want to be that deep in debt to Vita here. Otherwise, you'll find yourself doing his laundry for the next 10 years. She fake-punched Vita in the arm. Now don't take advantage of her just because your nanites work.
I would never do such a thing,
Vita said unconvincingly.
Yes, you would,
Kana replied. He held up his hands in mock surrender.
Whatever you...
A deep tone alarm sounded from the bridge. Everyone jerked in that direction. Kana sucked in a breath.
It's from the receivers. We've picked up a signal.
Jack took off running for the bridge. Chapter 32 Alpha Centauri System. Jack played the signal through the bridge speakers. It was a continually repeating pattern of a low tone followed by 3 quick tones. It's not a communication, but it's definitely a signal. Artificial in nature and short range. It's definitely coming from somewhere within this system, Jack said aloud, since the entire crew waited on the bridge. Everyone was sitting, except for Byrne, who leaned in the doorway.
Is it a Waymaker? Byrne asked. Could be from an old human-built satellite, Vita said.
The sound doesn't match any satellite records, and if it's a Waymaker, it doesn't match patterns the Waymakers have used before, but it is on one of the frequencies they use,
Kana said, as she ran through data on her panel.
I'm trying to triangulate the source, but it's pretty weak. If we didn't have the upgraded antenna, we never would have caught it. It could be hundreds of years old and coming from another star system for all we know. It's not,
Hedy said. You sound confident, Byrne said.
That's because I am. We should have heard from a Waymaker a long time ago. This has got to be one.
Let's hope you're right, Jack said, while he analyzed the signal. As a repeating pattern, it wasn't any recognizable language like Morse code, but that didn't mean there wasn't data attached to the tones. The Waymakers communicated with one another through sounds, among other ways, and what sounded like noise to humans often carried complex data packets. These tones could have been doing the same.
Oh, yeah. The sound's definitely coming from this solar system,
Kana said.
It's somewhere near the second closest planet to the star. I've got the quadrant identified and the source narrowed down to 6 sectors. Give me a bit more time to narrow it down to the right sector and its exact coordinates.
Let me know as soon as you do. Jack spun in his chair to speak to the crew. This is our first hint at possible Waymaker contact. We've got a lot of people counting on us to find one, so we need to track down that source. Anyone have any objections? Vita spoke.
Yeah. Why haven't we changed course to chase down that source already?
Jack gave a thin smile. All right. I figured you'd say that. I'm adjusting our course for that sector now. Deep within the Alpha Centauri system, 2369 AD. Jack waited anxiously as the ship approached the sector where the sound was coming from. Soon, within minutes, his scanners would be able to pick up the first images. The source had never moved. It wasn't even in orbit. The signal remained weak but constant as Cabron closed the distance. It may have contained data packets, but human technology had never caught up with Waymaker technology to translate communications between AI. That the pattern never changed and never stopped made Jack believe it was informational of some sort. It could have been a status update of the Waymakers located in the system, if there were even Waymakers still there. They easily could have vacated the system just like they had Soul once they'd completed their research and deemed the system had nothing more to provide. Or the sound could have been an after-product of a Waymaker probe, station, or factory, whatever they were tracking. All that mattered was that something had to be producing that sound, and Jack was going to find it. Once the ship reached the threshold for the scanners, Jack displayed his screen on the large screen at the front of the bridge. Already the second planet, a lifeless brown rock, was in sharp view. The object was between the planet and Cabron, which made it easier to make out the source. But at that distance, the image was still grainy and dark. Jack could make out multiple shapes rather than a single replication factory, which is what he'd expected. Whichever of those shapes was sending the sound had no lights on. Not that Waymakers needed lights, even though oddly they tended to use a lot of them anyway. It took nearly an hour for the dark splotches to morph into objects. Jack grimaced as he stood before the screen. Then he tapped the intercom. "Everyone at the bridge, you'd better see this."
"You think that's a replication factory?"
Vita asked, after the entire crew assembled on the bridge. Byrne pointed. "Definitely. See that fragment there? That's definitely a Waymaker design. Besides, all the pieces seem to fit the size of a factory."
"Okay, but then how did it end up blown to bits?"
Hedy asked. Jack looked out at the wreckage scattered before them. Larger chunks of a station floated in a debris field, framed by the lighter-colored planet behind it.
"Collision, maybe? Some meteoroids?"
Kana asked. "I thought those factories were designed with collision avoidance systems. I mean, come on, they're built and operated by computers," Byrne said. Kana shrugged.
"Maybe it went offline."
Vita's gaze narrowed. "No, it was an attack. Look, there's scorch marks there, and there. Someone shot up that factory."
Jack squinted, searching the wreckage until he too saw the blackened spots. If the Waymaker had wanted to leave the factory, there were easier ways to disable or self-destruct a factory. After all, they'd done that back in Soul. Had a Waymaker gone crazy and attacked its own factory? It couldn't have been humans because, at least as far as Jack knew, Cabron was the only human-crewed ship that had left Soul. Perhaps he was wrong. What if Soul Corps had sent other crewed exploratory missions in addition to Aria? But why would humans attack a Waymaker factory? Byrne pointed. "I count at least 3 dead probes out there, too."
"How can you tell? Everything looks the same,"
Hedy said. "The probes have a ton of antennae on them. Makes them almost look like a hedgehog with a nasty case of mange," Byrne said.
"What's a hedgehog?"
she asked. "A small, roundish animal with spiky hair," Byrne replied. "Think of it like a cuter, smaller porcupine." Hedy seemed confused.
"What's a porcupine?" "An animal only found on Earth," Kana answered.
Jack held up his hand and the bridge went quiet. "Look at our 2 o'clock high just above that archway. You see that?" Kana took a step forward.
"I don't see... Oh, that's odd. I nearly missed it. What is that thing?"
"I still don't see it," Byrne said.
"You have to look for its edges because it's nearly translucent,"
Kana said.
"It's like nothing I've ever seen from the Waymakers before," Vita said.
Kana inhaled sharply and pointed.
"There's another one."
Jack returned to his panel and zoomed the forward view screen to the nearest shape. As it came into view, its shape became more defined. A round mass with many long tentacles. "Are there such things as galactic jellyfish?" Byrne asked. "Because I swear that's exactly what I'm looking at."
"What's it?"
Hedy began, only to be cut off by Kana.
The Waymakers said there's life out there, but they never said anything about spacefaring life.
Maybe it's spacefaring only because it lives in space. It could be the equivalent of seaweed in space, Burns said.
Maybe it's just some blob that squirted out of a ship,
Hedy said. Jack spoke then. Let's find out. I'm bringing us in closer to investigate. Chapter 33. Near the destroyed Waymaker replication factory in the Alpha Centauri system. Jack and Vita waited in the airlock, waiting for depressurization to finish. Vita held up two small black cases.
You want to take the jellyfish or the signal?
I'm guessing you really want to check out that jellyfish, so I'll take the signal, Jack replied, taking the electronics toolkit. Vita smiled and strapped one of the cases to his belt.
Damn straight. That thing's piqued my curiosity.
Be careful. We don't know what it is. It could just be anticoagulant goo from some breached ship for all we know. Or it could be acid.
I think we both know it's something more than that, with the way it's shaped,
Vita said. Just be careful.
I'm the most careful one on the crew.
Still.
I know. Be careful.
The light above the outer airlock turned green. Jack pressed the panel and opened the door. He gave Vita one final glance before the pair pushed off into space, Vita going straight for the jellyfish and Jack propelling toward the largest chunk of the factory and the source of the signal. There was too much debris, so Jack couldn't fire his thrusters at maximum propulsion. He used counter-thrusters to weave around the larger objects, letting the smaller stuff, some of which was no larger than a pin's head, bounce off his suit and helmet. He approached the chunk of factory that was roughly 100 meters long, regularly glancing at the blinking dot on his suit's armlet to move closer to the source of the signal. That portion of the factory was easy enough to enter since it had been torn wide open when the factory was ripped apart. Jack was more worried about structural damage. It wasn't uncommon for old abandoned stations to have collapses years after a collision, and this attack looked fairly recent based on the proximity of the debris field. I'm entering the factory now, Jack said, just before flipping on a second headlamp and flying through an opening of twisted metal that made him think of a monster's maw about to swallow him.
Reading you loud and clear,
Kana's voice came through his headset. Jack used reverse thrust to reduce his speed even further once he was inside. There were too many razor-sharp shards from broken beams that could slice his suit wide open by simply brushing against them. His first job, back before he joined the Aria mission, was catching and towing dead ships, drones, and satellites. He'd had a thick spacesuit made of flexible composite fibers. It had been bulky and cumbersome, and he wished he had one like that now. I'm inside. Things are pretty torn up in here. I'm making my way to the signal, Jack announced.
I've reached the jellyfish. I've never seen anything like it. Up close, it's not as transparent as it looked from the ship. It's more reflective and only a little see-through. Its skin, hull, whatever you want to call it, is squishy, Vita announced.
Squishy? Kana asked. Is that a technical term?
In this case, yeah. It's like a soft rubber, except the color's all wrong. And it's really thick. I'm having a tough time cutting through to get a sample. The torch doesn't do a thing, so I'm using a blade, Vita said.
Jack came to a stop at what had been the factory's central hub. A Waymaker was still attached to it, what was left of one anyway. The robot used to be the size of a dropship, but it had been melted to about a third that size. It was a dead, darkened hunk of slag, except for a single red light blinking near the bottom of one side. Jack checked his armlet to find he was practically on top of the dot. Grab what you can, Vita. I found the source of the signal. It looks like it's an emergency beacon on a Waymaker. I knew it. That signal was an SOS, Kana. Ante up, Burns said.
You still owe me for the last 3 bets,
Kana countered. Jack brought himself up to the probe, using its antenna to make his way to the beacon. He'd never heard of Waymakers having emergency beacons, but there was a lot he didn't know about the artificially intelligent species. He supposed it made sense. A Waymaker probe was just a kind of ship, a von Neumann probe to be exact, and all ships had emergency location transmitters, or ELTs, so it made sense that Waymaker probes had something similar. But if this was an ELT, why hadn't help arrived already? That the Waymakers even had ELTs meant they cared if something happened to one of their probes. It made Jack wonder exactly how recently the battle had taken place, which then made a rock settle in his gut. What if whatever had attacked this factory was still nearby? Chances were if something didn't like the Waymakers, it wouldn't like anyone. It wasn't a good idea to stick around there very long. Vida, now that Cabrone's stopped, we can finally work on that shielding that's blocking the railgun. Meet me over there when you're done so we can get that opened up.
Wilco, Jack.
He examined the panel around the beacon. It had been damaged, and the clips wouldn't unlock to open the cover. He opened the toolkit he'd brought with him, which contained a variety of common tools, each strapped in with Velcro to keep from floating away. He tugged a small pry bar and began forcing the cover next to the annoyingly bright flashing light. The cover was small and thin, but it was made of Waymaker hull material, which made it extremely hard. Jack found leverage by looping his legs through a part of the Waymaker's cradle. He grunted as he used every bit of his strength to pry the cover off. It snapped like a brittle piece of ice, and Jack would have been sent tumbling if he hadn't been holding on with his legs. With the cover off, Jack was surprised that the beacon was even working. Half of the components inside were damaged or broken. Even though Waymaker technology was far more advanced than human technology, the original Waymaker had still been designed and created by humans, making their systems and hardware designs similar in architecture. As he examined the components, his fingers settled on a place where a black ball-like antenna hung by a single wire. No wonder Jack didn't pick up the signal until they were only 4 quadrants from it. He exchanged the pry bar for a soldering iron and carefully lined up the loose threads of the wiring with the antenna. The work was tedious. His gloves made any dexterity impossible, and it took him several minutes before he had the wires sorted and inserted into the right ports on the antenna.
The signal just went to full strength. You messing around with it?
Kana asked. It had a loose antenna, he replied. How strong's the signal now? Could it go beyond this system?
It's stronger than any ELT on a human-crewed ship, I'll tell you that much. So it'd easily carry outside the system, and since it's a quantum relay beacon, the signal's probably already being picked up 2 systems out.
All right, let's hope there's a Waymaker nearby, he said, as he soldered the wiring in place and then soldered the antenna to the panel, since its clip had also been broken. I'm about finished here. Vida, how are you coming along?
I'm still working on it.
Sweat bubbled on Vida's skin. Without gravity, the sweat didn't run down and instead just stayed there, annoying him as he sawed at the jellyfish. The worst thing about sweating in 0G was when the sweat decided to get into his eyeballs and screw up his vision. Even with his suit's fan system pushing air through his helmet, it wasn't enough to dry his skin faster than he sweated. The hide of the jellyfish was some kind of self-repairing rubber. At least that was the nearest he could figure. Even dead or deactivated, or whatever state that thing was in, it was repairing nearly as quickly as Vida cut, which meant he had to cut faster and harder. When he sliced off a 2-inch sliver, he muttered as he sealed it in a bag.
Screw it, I'm done here.
Did you get a sample? Byrne asked.
Yeah, I got a sample of its skin. There's no way I'm getting to the goo without a chainsaw or a laser torch.
He pushed off from the jellyfish and saw Jack waiting outside the airlock for him. It'll do for now. Drop off the sample and let's get to work on that railgun. Vida propelled forward.
On my way. Open the lock.
Chapter 34. Near the destroyed Waymaker replication factory in the Alpha Centauri system. Byrne zoomed in the medical scanner on the sample Vita had collected from the space jellyfish. The entire crew stared at the cells displayed on the screen. "That's interesting," Jack said. "It seems to be both biological and technological in nature," Byrne said. "I've seen biotech before, but I've never seen anything like this. It's nanotech, but it's a completely different design than our nanites. There's no way the Waymakers had a hand in this creation. It's too alien."
"One thing's for sure, that jellyfish didn't come from Sol," Vita said.
Hedy stared at the screen.
"It's beautiful. It looks like a quilt. Look at how the nanotech fiber is woven around every cell," Kana said. "It's like every single cell is protected and enhanced in the nanotech. But in biology, cells are constantly moving, changing, and dying. I don't know how those processes could even work with cells trapped in a nanotech fiber."
"But those cells aren't like anything I've seen before either," Byrne said. "There's no way this organism is carbon-based."
"Then what is it based on?"
Kana asked. "I don't know. Whatever it is, it's definitely more tech than biological. If I were to label it, I'd start with calling it a cybernetic organism," Byrne said.
"Space jellyfish is easier to say,"
Hedy said. "Yeah, it's a space jellyfish," Byrne echoed. Kana turned to Vita.
"Did you see if it had organs or bones?"
"Nope, it was just filled with goo, but I couldn't get to it, not without something stronger to cut through that skin. Whatever killed it might have gotten through to its gooey center, but even dead, its skin kept healing,"
Vita replied. "That means the nanotech fiber is still functional," Jack said. "If it's that tough, I'd sure like to figure out how to replicate it so we could use it."
"I'm more curious about finding the weapon that was used to destroy a factory like this," Vita said. "We could use it on the factory Glitch is holed up in. We don't even need the Waymakers if we find that."
Jack nodded. That Waymaker probe was half melted. Whatever weapon managed that could make quick work of star snakes.
"The problem is, there's no one here to tell us what happened,"
Hedy said.
"If it's a cybernetic organism, I bet the gel inside that thing is basically a liquid processor," she said. "It's a stretch, and by stretch, I mean a galaxy-long stretch. But if we can connect to its processor, we might be able to download data. But the technology's so different. I'm not sure we'd even be able to translate the data if we were able to get access to it. But that means we're going to juice it."
Vita raised a hand.
"Am I the only one here who thinks connecting an unknown alien to a power source is a really bad idea?"
Hedy shrugged.
"It looks harmless."
"All jellyfish look harmless, yet some of them can kill a person," Vita countered.
Vita's right. We have to assume the jellyfish was involved in the battle and could be dangerous, Jack said. We have to be careful, but it's also worth checking into. If the Waymakers don't help us, maybe this jellyfish will give us something we can use. We need to take a closer look at that jellyfish. It's too big to fit on the ship, Byrne said. We'll have to dissect it and take in what pieces we can to study.
We definitely need some of the goo from the jellyfish if I'm going to try to read it. That's got to be its data source, operating system, and whatever else you want to call what ran that thing.
Jack spoke. Kana, I want you to search the vicinity for weapons that could have been used in the battle. Find that, and we have something we can use against Glitch and its snakes. He turned to Vita. Let's see if we can get a hold of some of that gooey center you were talking about. Vita smiled.
We're going to need something bigger than my knife.
2 hours later, Jack and Vita were back outside the ship and at the dead jellyfish. The creature really did resemble a jellyfish floating in a dark sea. Vita activated the laser torch and began cutting into the bulbous section of the creature, while Jack activated his headlamp and made his way around, closely examining every meter. It was large, larger than Cabron, and its tentacles made it 4 times as long. There was no obvious bone structure or muscular structure. There wasn't even a hint of a nervous system. It simply looked like a thick umbrella filled with a somewhat transparent gel. Its tentacles that extended far beyond it were of various diameters. Some were bare wisps, while others were thicker than Jack's torso. Each tentacle appeared to have a vein of gel that continued through it from the overall body, but the body seemed to have no obvious orifices for breathing, digestion, or even recharging. He paused at the tip of one of the thicker tentacles. There, finally, he saw that the creature had access points. Instead of a smooth tip, it was covered with a flap. For all Jack knew, it was the creature's anus, so he was careful when he tugged back the flap to reveal a slitted layer that looked to be the only thing that separated the skin from the gel within. He continued to another tentacle that was only a third the diameter of the one he'd just examined. This one had multiple round flaps rather than slits. As he regarded what the tentacles would be used for, he noticed the skin glisten in his headlamp's light. Jack's eyes narrowed. The tentacle had moved. It was slight, nearly unnoticeable, but he'd seen it. "Hey, Vida, you see anything suspicious about this thing yet?"
"The whole thing's suspicious if you ask me. Why?"
Vida replied. "I don't know yet." Jack continued to observe the tentacles. Each one his light touched moved like it was floating on an unseen current in a still pond. "It's the light," Jack announced.
"What?"
Vida asked. "Light on the tentacles causes them to move. Burn, you on comms?" "I'm on." "You said this wasn't a carbon-based life form. What if it's light-based?" There was a lengthy pause. "It's possible, I guess, but I've never heard of anything like that. But you said it moves in the light?" "Yeah. The skin sample in here has been under some pretty bright light, and it hasn't moved yet. It's probably just some auto-reactive move based on a combination of light with the lack of pressure," Byrne said. "Maybe it's the gel inside that's reacting to the light. Vida, how are you coming on the sample collection?" Vida held up a canister, grinning.
"Got the goo."
Byrne set a drop of the jellyfish gel under the scanner. At first, the gel looked just like the skin, cells enveloped in nanotech fibers. But as the bright light hit the sample, the cells began to vibrate, and the fibers began to glow. "Whoa, it really likes the scanner." Byrne read the screen. "The light woke up the cells. From the readings, this sample is gaining energy." Jack grunted as he watched. "So the light feeds the cells, which vibrate and transfer that energy to the nanotech fibers." "Yeah, pretty much," Byrne said.
"How much energy can it store?"
Vida asked. "It's still building, and the cells aren't showing any signs of slowing down, so I'd say this is the most efficient form of battery I've ever seen," Byrne said. "What's it need all that energy for? That's what I want to know," Jack said.
"Maybe it needs a lot to function. It's shaped like a jellyfish. It's not exactly an economical way to travel,"
Vida said. "For all we know, it fell out of a ship," Byrne offered.
"That kind of juice would make a hell of a bomb,"
Vida offered. Jack tapped the comm. "Kana, any luck finding a weapon or anything else weird out there?"
"Nothing so far. Every piece of metal out there fits common Waymaker composition."
Jack stared at the sample. "If we shone enough light on that thing outside, you think we could get it to activate like this sample?" Byrne shrugged. "Sure, assuming all that goo's the same." Vida frowned.
"Why would you want to reactivate something that may have destroyed an entire Waymaker factory along with all the Waymakers around here?"
"I don't." Jack turned off the light over the sample. "If it restarts that easily, I'm starting to think it's a good idea to not try to activate any of it until we know exactly what we're dealing with." Byrne leaned closer to his screen and then turned to look at the sample. "It's still active." The sample had a light glow, and Jack noticed on the screen that, though the video was darker without the light, the cells were still vibrating.
You think the cells are self-sufficient once they get going? Vita asked.
Jack eyed Burn. Quarantine the sample. Make sure it's not doing something that could pose a threat to us. According to the readings, the sample's not producing any gases. Nothing. It seems like all those cells are doing is creating energy for the surrounding fibers, Burn said. And I worry about what those fibers are meant to do, Jack said. He considered the sample for another second before heading straight to the bridge where Kana was at her panel and Hedy was standing before the wall screen. Kana, I'll take over the search here. The sample Vita collected is doing something. I want you to see if you can hack its code. Hedy had snapped around.
What's it doing?
It's recharging as far as we can tell. Hedy's eyes seemed to alight, and she took off for the medical room. Be careful, and keep your distance, he called out behind her. Kana stood.
I'll grab my testers, but if that gel's anything like the skin was, it's so far beyond our knowledge, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Then just start anywhere. If that thing poses a threat to this ship and crew, then we need to clear out of here fast. But if it offers a potential weapon against Glitch and its star snakes, then we need to learn everything we can. Kana seemed doubtful.
I'll do what I can, but we're out of our league. I think we're better off trying to hack a Waymaker.
Good idea.
What?
We should check out every Waymaker that's floating out there. If we can hack into one of those, then maybe we can see what happened here. Grab your suit. We're going on a spacewalk. Chapter 35. Near the destroyed Waymaker replication factory in the Alpha Centauri system. 2 days later. The goo's still going, Burn said. Even when removed from any source of light, the cells keep vibrating. The rate is slowing down so slowly that it'd take years for them to stop vibrating. If I could market these batteries, I'd be a very rich man.
You already are a rich man. All of you are,
Hedy said. Burn smiled. You're right, but I'd be richer. Kana sat near the sample, holding a handheld scanner over it.
It's doing something, but I just can't figure it out. It doesn't show that it's transmitting, at least not on any known protocols, but it's definitely doing something.
And the frequencies of the lights running through those fibers change just enough for the medical scanner to pick up, Burn said.
Maybe it's just trying to find the rest of its body,
Hedy said.
If I was in pieces, that's what I'd do.
My vote is we keep it far away from the rest of its body if it's going to come back to life like Frankenstein,
Vita said. Like Frankenstein's monster, Burn corrected. Vita flipped him off. Keep trying to learn something, Jack said. If this thing killed the Waymakers, it's smart. It knew exactly where to hit them so they couldn't repair themselves or save any data. The proximity alarm sounded, and Jack ran to the bridge with Kana at his heels. He'd expected to find a piece of debris that made its way into Cabron's proximity alarms. He didn't expect to find 3 Waymaker probes surrounding the ship. He hit the intercom. Everyone full alert, we have a trio of Waymakers visiting us.
3 might be enough to take out Glitch,
Kana said. Let's hope they want to help us out and aren't just popping by to say hi. Trepidation mixed with hope as Jack took a seat. He hit the transmit button. This is Captain Jack Hale of the Cabron. We've been sent on an emergency mission. The speakers squawked with such a high-pitched screech that Jack couldn't help but wince. His comm panel flashed, and he threw the incoming message onto the screen before them.
Humans should not leave their home solar system due to widespread risks and dangers. Therefore, for the welfare of your species, your mission is hereby annulled, and your ship and crew are to be retired. We apologize for the disruption, but it is for the safety of your species.
Retired? Kana asked. I don't like the sound of that. Neither do I. Jack went to transmit again, but before he could, all 3 Waymakers fired. Alarms blared. Jack slapped the intercom. "We're under attack. Vita, I need you up here on the railgun."
"I thought Waymakers were programmed to not be violent against humans,"
Kana said. "I guess these guys didn't get the memo." He checked the data populating his screen. "First laser's deflected, but they'll figure out soon enough that our hull's been reinforced."
"I'm bringing up our jump shields, so try to keep the bow facing them,"
Kana said. Easier said than done with 3 of them. He initiated full forward thrusters. It helped that they didn't have to stop first, but it still took time to build up speed. Vita and Hedy rushed onto the bridge. Hedy hurried to take a seat.
"Byrne told me to tell you he's back at the engines, keeping an eye on him."
"I thought the Waymakers couldn't attack humans,"
Vita said as he strapped into his seat.
"That's what I said,"
Kana said. "You want to ask them?" Jack said, as his fingers flew over the controls. Vita folded down his panel.
"We haven't had a chance to see if the railgun will actually extend."
"Consider this its test," Jack said. The Waymakers sped toward them to maintain the same distance. Tracer rounds lit up as Vita fired, causing the Waymakers to scatter. One probe left a trail of sparks from a direct hit.
"Good news! The railgun works!"
The Waymakers spread out farther, and probes fired again, but this time they fired in succession, one after the other. All were deflected by the shields and reinforced hull, but Jack noticed their logic. Each photon shot was different.
"They only have so much energy before they have to recharge. Their testing defines the minimum amount of energy they need to cut through our hull,"
Kana said.
"Great,"
Vita said dryly before firing again.
"Damn it, they're squirrely things."
"They're changing formation," Jack grimaced. "They figured out the jump shields are up. They're coming at us sideways. Hold on for evasive maneuvers." He switched from reverse to forward while corkscrewing away from the kill box the Waymakers were forming. He increased power as fast as the engines would allow. Cabron sped forward. Vita squeezed off several rounds, and the Waymaker he'd already damaged now shot flames. It tumbled away from the fight, but managed to stabilize its flight.
"One down-ish,"
Vita said. "Do that to the other 2 and I'll buy you dinner," Jack said, as the remaining 2 Waymakers closed in from above and below. They fired. The first shot burned through 2 layers of hull, and the second shot burned through to the framing near the aft of the ship. The breach alert sounded. Jack's panel lit up with a red dot over the cargo hold. "Not good, not good," Jack muttered before tapping the intercom. "Byrne, you okay back there?" He didn't respond. Jack had to keep maneuvering to keep the Waymakers from getting a bead on the ship. He hit the intercom and left it open. "Talk to me, Byrne." Another few seconds passed. Cool air crept into the bridge, which meant the cargo hold must have been freezing. Vita managed to clip another Waymaker, but it stayed in the fight. "Just working on getting the cargo hold sealed up." Hedy unbuckled from her seat.
"I'll help Byrne."
"Be careful," Jack said, but she'd already raced down the passageway.
"We've lost several non-critical systems," Kana said. "I'm working on rebooting them now."
The Waymakers fired again. Another hull breach lit up on Jack's array. Warm air was sucked away, leaving cold air in its place. "The bathroom's been breached. Byrne, Hedy, tell me you're okay back there."
"We're okay. We're tying down some stuff," Hedy said. "I'm closing all the doors except for the bridge," Kana said.
"Byrne, Hedy, get up here as soon as you can. We're going to seal the bridge," Jack said.
"Give us 5 seconds,"
Hedy said. Jack kept twisting and turning the ship while Vita fired short bursts. Cabron was mid-spiral when the Waymakers fired again. A new alarm blared. The engine vibration dulled and the propulsion dropped. "I've lost 2 engines!"
"The engines are offline. The system's not responding,"
Kana said. While the ship still carried momentum, it lost the power necessary for agile maneuvering. With only 2 engines remaining, it was like running a boat with just a trawling motor. "We're sitting ducks. Byrne, Hedy, get up here now!" Vita threw up his hands.
"I'm dry."
The Waymakers closed in. Jack was trying to reach a large chunk of debris, but he'd never make it in time. He winced when the Waymakers fired again. Only the flash of light wasn't from the Waymakers' photon guns. It was the glow of a massive jellyfish that had appeared out of nowhere. The Waymakers spun to fire on the newcomer, but it fired first. A blast of bright light, the same white color that glimmered within it, shot out from a large tentacle. It went through the center mass of the first Waymaker, turning it into a hunk of slag. The second Waymaker fired, but the shot seemed to be absorbed by the creature that fired again, obliterating that Waymaker. So that's what the tentacles were for, Jack thought, as the creature used its thin tentacles to spin around as easily as if it were in water. The third Waymaker, the one Vita had managed to damage, was attempting to flee, but the creature fired another shot, destroying it like it had done the others. That's when the jellyfish turned to face Cabron. At least Jack assumed it was facing the ship. It had no visible eyes, but it had maneuvered to where it floated directly in front of the bridge, a mere 100 meters away. It was huge, at least 3 times the size of the dead jellyfish, which was bigger than Cabron. This new arrival dwarfed the human-crewed ship. It was incredibly unnerving to have a massive predator without eyes watching you. "Whoa!" Hedy's boots squeaked as she came to an abrupt stop. Byrne pointed. What's that thing?"
"Is everyone else scared shitless right now? Because I am," Vita said. "Did you see how easily it killed 3 Waymakers?"
"It's incredible,"
Kana said. "It's something, all right," Jack said. "If it wants to kill us," Vita trailed off. "There's nothing we can do," Jack finished for him. He cupped his hands and blew to warm his fingers. "You saw what it can do. We're at its mercy, so we're going to just float here all nice and unthreatening-like and hope it decides we're not a threat. That it hasn't killed us yet is saying something."
"What? That the enemy of my enemy is my friend?"
Kana asked. Jack shook his head. "The enemy of my enemy is not my friend." Chapter 36. Near the destroyed Waymaker replication factory in the Alpha Centauri system. The newcomer turned away after an uncomfortably long time. Jack took in a calming breath before turning to his crew. "What are the critical damage points we need to address?" "What?" Byrne asked, his attention suddenly yanked back from the screen. Jack pointed at the jellyfish that was lit up brighter than a Christmas tree. "We can't do anything about that right now, so let's focus on what we can do. What's the critical damage points?" "I'll check the reactor. Keep me posted on that thing out there," Byrne said. "I will," Jack replied, and Byrne ran off the bridge.
"I'm prioritizing the list right now. I warn you, it's a long list,"
Kana said. "We'll start with what we need to fix to stay alive," Jack replied.
"Even narrow down to that, it's a long list. We've got multiple hull breaches and our air filtration system's down. I'm rebooting it again."
Hedy's jaw slackened farther.
"Wait, it's doing something."
Jack turned back to watch the creature envelop its smaller, dead compatriot. It grew brighter, so much so that Jack had to shade his eyes. The brightness grew for several seconds until the jellyfish flashed a surge of light from its tentacle, the same one that had shot the Waymakers. It dimmed back to normal and broke away from the smaller one, which now glowed, albeit faintly. The pair remained close, their tentacles entwined, but seemed to show neither interest nor concern in Cabron.
"I can't believe it. It just brought that dead one back to life by shooting it,"
Kana said.
"You think it was its kid?"
Hedy asked. "We don't know anything about these things. We don't even know if it's a threat to us yet or not," Jack said. Byrne returned to the bridge. "Good news. The reactor's stable, and the casing showing no fault lines. What the... They're multiplying now?"
"The big one brought the little one back to life,"
Hedy said, and then shivered. That action refocused Jack. "All right, Kana. Which doors are blocking hull breaches?"
"Give me 1 second. There. The cargo hold, bathroom, and health room. I'm keeping airlock 2 under security lock as the outer airlock's been breached. It looks like shuttle 2 was hit."
All right, everyone put on your suits and meet at the door to the cargo hold. We'll start with the hull breaches. Kana, you'll stay on the bridge and track the jobs, work on systems, and keep an eye on our new friends outside. She frowned.
You're not staying on the bridge?
He shook his head. Our priority is making sure this ship doesn't break apart on us, and that means we need to work, even though we have 2 unknown entities outside our window. We're all counting on you to monitor that threat. She nodded.
I'll keep the intercom open. I'll update you the second those things wiggle a tentacle.
We'll start on the cargo hold breach, Jack said.
The bathroom breach is the biggest one, she said.
But not the most critical breach. Close up the bridge. Once we start on those patches, that'll keep the freshest air in here. Jack turned to Hedy. You're still recovering. You can sit this one out if you want. The young woman scowled.
I'm fine, and I'm helping.
He gave her a nod, and then a glance at his crew. He gave one final look at the 2 glowing jellyfish floating outside before hustling to his bunk to don his suit. Inside his quarters, things had fallen to the floor, and his chair was knocked over. He ignored all that to gear up and grab a toolkit. Cabron had experienced hull breaches before from debris, but nothing to this extent. The bitter cold that seeped through his skin reminded him of when Cabron had been Arya, and the Waymakers purged the ship by opening both airlocks in the cargo hold and blasting all air systems to force everything and everyone out of the ship. Purges were used rarely and only on specialized ships, such as eliminating biological agents on first responder ships or toxic chemicals on transports. Arya hadn't been built with the functionality. It was something the Waymakers had snuck into the design during its build as a last resort, in case they couldn't convince the crew to cancel the mission through overwhelming technical difficulties. Jack had watched nearly his entire crew sucked out of the ship that day. Feeling that chill in the air again brought with it a nightmare he'd never shake. He abruptly left his bunk and made his way to the cargo hold, where Vida and Hedy were already waiting. Vida was checking Hedy's suit to make sure it was fully sealed, and patted her shoulders. "You're good." Byrne arrived right behind Jack and clapped his gloved hands together. "All right, are we ready for a fun time?" Jack turned to Hedy. "This is your first breach, so take direction from Byrne, and don't overdo it. Breaches can take a while."
I'm not a baby, she said. I can handle it.
Suit yourself. His gaze fell across all 3 crew members with him. I need to be ready to run to the bridge if something happens. He didn't have to point out what something was. And all of you need to be latched onto the ship at all times. Consider us in an active battle scenario. Trust me, my mind is never going to stray from those sparkly jellies outside, Byrne said. All right, let's do this. Jack tapped on the panel and closed the doorway behind them that blocked them off from the hallway. As a safety measure, ships had a lot of doors. Hull breaches, tied with catastrophic failure of environmental systems, was the highest risk to a ship's crew while in space. Hull breaches were bad, but Jack was really worried about the damage to the cargo hold, where their food supply was. If crates were sucked out, they could track them down, but many of the ration packs would be ruined once exposed to depressurization. They still had some food stores in the galley, but nowhere near enough to get them back home. That left their food processor, which was only capable of creating a nutrient goo. Surviving on that for a month, let alone years, made Jack's stomach heave. With the door closed and sealed behind them, he said, for Hedy's sake, Hold on to something. You've only done spacewalks using the airlocks. An instant vacuum can really knock you off balance when you don't go through a depressurization process. She grabbed the railing running the length of the short walkway they stood on.
I'm ready.
Kana, can you hear us? Jack asked.
Loud and clear. No change up here.
All right, we're entering the cargo hold. The 3 men also grabbed onto the rails, and Jack opened the door. He felt himself sucked forward, and he used the bar to enter the cargo hold. It was a mess. The tied-down straps around several crates had snapped, and one of the crates had broken open. Silver packets of food plastering the floor and wall around the breach. The hull breach was about 1 meter in diameter, Too small for an entire crate to go through, but there was still a trail of food packets strung out beyond the ship. "The patch kits are over here," Burns said, as he strode toward a cabinet to their right. "We've never had to do more than one patch at a time before. I'm thinking we should put temporary patches on all 4 breaches to get the ship back to full equilibrium. Then we can work on installing the permanent patches from the outside. Thoughts?" "Works for me," Jack said. "Either way we go at it, we're not flying anywhere until the permanent patches are in place." Byrne opened the locker and pulled out a large black hard case. "This hole's small enough that 2 of us can do the temp patch. The downside is we have to cut artificial gravity back here to reach that hole. We can fix those straps first." "No, get to work on the patches. They're most important right now. You and Vito work on sealing that hole. Hedy and I will get these crates strapped down and we'll collect all these loose packets," Jack said. "Wilco, boss." Byrne turned to the panel behind him and pulled up a menu. "I'll cut gravity in 3, 2, 1. Jack felt his feet come off the floor, though he still held the railing. Around them, food packets began to float out from the floor and wall, and one crate bumped into another. "Have fun with that," Byrne said, before he and Vita propelled to the back corner of the hold to work. Jack pulled out a large duffel and passed it to Hedy. "Here, use this. Grab those loose packets. It'll be good zero-G practice. I'll work on the straps." She grinned, let go of the railing, and pushed off the floor. Not that she needed the practice. She'd taken to zero-G faster than a fish to water and moved like a ballerina through the air. Her grace came from learning young. She'd learned at about the same age Jack had been when he first spacewalked. Kids definitely picked up things easier, but he admitted Hedy had a grace to her spacewalks that none of the rest of the crew had. She was a pleasure to watch, but he didn't. Instead, he moved to work on the straps. The loosened crates were unwieldy. Each one was nearly his height on all sides, but he was adept at working in zero-G and used his suit's propulsion system to maneuver the crates back into position. He wouldn't know the extent of food and supplies lost to depressurization until after they repressurized the ship, but he knew the cargo hold was the second worst place on the ship to have a breach. The worst place was the bridge. It took him roughly 15 minutes to strap down the crates. By then, Hedy had filled 2 duffels with food packets and tied both bags to the railing. Byrne was putting the patch kit back into its case. The hole was now filled with a thick white foam, and Vita was making his way down to Jack. "Kana, any changes up there?" Jack asked.
"Not a thing. Our friends outside haven't moved. The air filtration system has a hardware problem, so I need you or Byrne to work on that."
"I'll take it. Byrne's working on the patches."
"The system's showing a busted line in the ceiling of the health room. I'll send the exact location to the panel in there for you."
"I'll get on it as soon as we leave here." Byrne had caught up and reached the panel. "Ready for gravity?" Jack nodded. "Do it." "Okay. 3, 2, 1. The gravity in the cargo hold whirred back on slowly as the anti-hydrogen gravitational conductor came back online in that area. They called it gravity, but it wasn't gravity in any normal sense. The ship's ceilings were made of neutral antimatter, while the floor was made of normal matter. So, when the conductor was running, it created an artificial gravity field that always pulled downward, much like planetary gravity. By building a gravitationally conducting shell as the hull, everyone inside was protected from the forces of ultra-rapid acceleration, which would otherwise prove lethal. Being able to turn it on and off helped during repairs, too. As gravity became noticeable, Jack's boots settled slowly onto the floor. Crates rustled as they were pulled downward. Gravity wasn't necessary in the hold, and it was often turned down to allow for faster loading and unloading. But humans were built for gravity. It was just easier to have it. "I'm showing full gravity now. Ready to see if the patch will hold?" Byrne asked. "Wait until I get the airline fixed. Until I do, I don't think the system will be able to generate enough air. Besides, a little longer without pressure isn't going to hurt things more than they are already," Jack said. The 4 entered the small hallway, and Byrne closed the door behind them. "Kana, you still have the bridge door closed, right?" Jack asked.
"I do. I'm sealed up nice and tight in here."
"Just checking. On to the health room." Jack glanced to see Hedy grab the railing. Then he opened the door to the ship's main walkway. Air pushed them back for a second or two. Then they were walking forward. The health room was just beyond airlock 1 and across the walkway from the medical room. There was no way into the room without depressurizing the largest length of the walkway, which put a strain on the ship's already reduced air supply. Inside the health room, where the crew sparred and stayed fit, things went downhill. That breach was actually a series of 7 perforations through the hull near the wall shared with the bathroom. While Byrne and Vita worked on the series of patches, Jack and Hedy spent 4 hours repairing the busted airline. An hour into that work, Byrne and Vita had moved on to the bathroom, and the next 3 hours were spent replacing the flexible line, while listening to Byrne and Vita complain about the mess that was going to need to be cleaned up, due to the largest liquid hold on the ship being depressurized. No one was looking forward to pressurizing that room. When they'd finally finished with those rooms, they met in the hallway. "The last breach is in the outer airlock, so we can repressurize to see if the temp patches will hold," Byrne offered. "Kana, you good with us repressurizing?" Jack asked.
"I'm good. I'll monitor the systems from here."
Jack held up a thumb. Byrne turned to the panel on the wall. "Pressurization is starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fans hummed as warm, moist air blew into the walkway. All 4 crew members stood and waited, while Byrne watched the status on the various rooms. "Pressure looks stable at all 3 places so far, but Atmo's at 10% and going slow," Byrne announced. "Looks like it's going to take a few hours to cycle enough air in here with how much catching up the air system's got to do. We won't know for sure if the patches will hold until we're at full pressure." "The patches will hold. I'm more worried about the engines," Byrne said. "We'll figure out what's wrong with them when we're outside and working on the permanent patches," Jack said. When the hallway reached 75% atmosphere, he took off his helmet. Cold, thin air prickled his face. Hedy went to do the same, but he stopped her. "Leave it on. You don't have enough nanites to compensate yet. How about you do a full inventory, room by room, of repairs needed? Byrne and Vita, check on the patches and start on cleanup. I'll check in on Kana and our new friends." "You just don't want to help out in the bathroom," Byrne said. "Damn straight." Jack headed to the bridge. When he opened the door, the cool air caused Kana to shiver, since she wasn't in a suit.
"How's things looking?" she asked.
"About what you'd expect. How are the systems looking?"
"About what you'd expect."
He walked up to the screen and peered out at the 2 creatures. The pair still floated in the same area he'd last seen them. "No change, huh?"
"Nothing. It saved us, and now it's just hanging out with its little buddy," she said.
"I'm still not convinced it saved us. It killed the Waymakers. Saving us might have just been an unintended perk."
"Well, I'll take it as a hopeful sign that it hasn't killed us yet," she said. "Not that it needs to. The cabron's in bad shape, Jack. For starters, the air system's not catching up as fast as it should."
"Any ideas on why it's struggling?"
She shook her head. "Not yet. There's so many yellow flags popping up on every system right now, it's hard to narrow it down. But at this rate, with all the good air we lost in the breaches, the air filters won't be able to keep up with the carbon dioxide we're exhaling."
"Will we need to wear our O2 masks?"
"Not us. Hedy might have to, but it will slow us all down, I'm sure."
"Is the O2 our biggest system problem?" he asked.
"It's the biggest environmental system problem, but pretty much every system is flashing warnings. We have a lot of projects ahead of us."
"And we're not going anywhere anytime soon with half of our engines down. But as long as we don't have any critical survival issues, we'll work through everything." He glanced at the jellyfish. "Assuming they let us."
I'd feel safer with some more space between us and them, but did you see how fast that thing moved? 1 second it wasn't there, the next second it was there and shooting at Waymakers. It didn't even try to negotiate with them, it just wiped them out.
My guess is the Waymakers had something to do with its dead buddy. Well, used to be dead buddy.
From what I saw of the burned-out Waymaker in the factory, I'd bet a jellyfish killed it. I just don't know why. It ain't talking, and the Waymakers ain't talking, so all we've got to go on is conjecture at this point.
Hedy's voice came through the intercom.
Jack, you better come to the medical room. We might have a problem back here.
Chapter 37. Near the destroyed Waymaker replication factory in the Alpha Centauri system. The jellyfish sample was gone. Jack frowned and glanced around him.
I already checked the floor, the counter, everywhere. I'm telling you, the sample's gone. See? Its glass case is still here.
Hedy pointed to the airtight container that had held the sample. Jack went to the screen and pulled up the camera. It showed the now empty container. He rewound the video several hours, stopping when the feed became wobbly during the time of the battle. The sample was still there at that time. He fast-forwarded at triple speed until there was a flash, and the sample disappeared. He rewound until just before the flash and played. It was there 1 second and gone the next, leaving the glass undisturbed.
That's weird,
Hedy said. Yes, it is. He rewound and played at a slower rate. It still seemed to have just disappeared. He rewound and played at the slowest frame rate. This time the sample began to glow slowly at first, and the brightness grew until it flashed and zipped out of the container.
Whoa, now that's really weird,
Hedy said. He replayed the video, using his hand to visually track where it had zipped to. He walked over to the wall, but it showed no damage, not even a scorch mark.
Did it escape?
She asked. I think so, he replied, and went to check the timestamp when the sample was revived and escaped. The two events happened in less than a third of a second, so the time displayed the same for both. 13:44:27, he said aloud to remember.
What's that?
Hedy asked. That's the exact time that sample took off. He motioned for her. Let's head to the bridge. I want to check out something. When they entered the bridge, he pointed to the cabinet. You can take off your helmet and grab one of the O2 masks. The Atmo should be decent enough for that by now.
Good. This thing's a pain.
She pulled off her helmet, sucked in a deep breath, made a funny face, and then went to the cabinet to pull out a small O2 mask. He took a seat at his panel, eyeing the pair of jellyfish as he did so. Next to him, Kana was busily tapping on her screen. She'd pulled her hair back in a hasty bun, leaving several strands hanging loose. Hedy stood behind him to watch over his shoulder. He pulled up the ship's outside camera video of the battle, slowing it down a few seconds before the larger jellyfish appeared in a flash of light. He stopped at the exact time the jellyfish appeared and compared the timestamp to the one from the sample. The larger jellyfish had appeared over 6 minutes before the sample activated. He advanced the video and had to change camera views when the jellyfish had moved to its comrade. This time, he advanced until the video was 6 seconds behind the sample's timestamp and played it at the slowest speed. At that rate, the video took over a minute to catch up to the sample timestamp. They watched as the larger jellyfish began to vibrate around its counterpart. With the slow playback, the transfer of energy became more visible as the glow from the larger one infused the smaller creature. When the glow reached what Jack considered must have been the ignition point, the smaller jellyfish flashed. He paused the video at that time and compared it to the other timestamp. There. The sample revived less than a second after its body was re-energized. You see that? He asked.
Yeah. Snapworms can come back to life. I watched one do that once after it got cut in half, but the two halves lived separately. They couldn't come back together and become one worm again.
I've never seen anything that reclaims its body parts before. especially tiny bits like what we had. It's like it heals only by reusing its same cells. I wonder if it's even capable of creating new cells. Kana looked up then.
What are you two talking about? The little jellyfish took its skin back,
Hedy said. Kana frowned.
How's that possible?
We don't know, Jack replied. This creature is completely different from anything in the current realm of human understanding.
That's because it's an alien, and by definition, aliens are weird,
Hedy said. Kana considered for a moment.
Well, it hasn't killed us for taking the sample, so it must have assumed we're not its enemy.
Like Hedy said, it's an alien. It's safe to assume we can't assume anything about how it thinks, Jack said. Speaking of which, it's time we have a crew meeting to discuss these things and what we're going to do about them. 5 minutes later, the entire crew stood on the bridge. Byrne and Vida were sweaty, despite the still cooler-than-normal temperatures on board. Kana, where are we at on systems and fixes needing done? Jack asked.
Well, we won't be running out of work anytime soon, I can promise you that. We have 16 red flags and over 200 yellow flags right now. Most of those red flags are on the 2 engines that went offline, and the rest are showing on the Airlock 2 and Shuttle 2 systems. So, we need a spacewalk to eyeball what's wrong with them.
I was planning on heading outside to take a look at everything as soon as we can start on the permanent patches. The temp patches should be fully set by now, so I can head out any time now, Byrne said. We're about done in the bathroom with fixing pipes and lines, though it'll be some time before anyone can take a shower or use the toilets. We have to be cautious when we go outside, Jack said. Those jellyfish are still a big unknown, and they know we had a skin sample of theirs. They reclaimed it after the smaller of the pair came back alive, online, or whatever you call their active state. Byrne frowned. What do you mean they reclaimed it? Jack shrugged. The sample whizzed out of here and back to its body. At least that's what I assume, based on its trajectory when it left the medical room. Byrne's frown deepened. A skin sample can't just whiz somewhere. It was a dead piece of flesh or cybernetic casing, whatever you want to call it.
Did you tell the sample that?
Hedy asked. The sample's gone. That's what we know right now, Jack said. The nearest I can calculate from the medical scanner, that sample moved at the speed of light, maybe even faster. It didn't leave any trail because it had essentially become light at that point. That's my hypothesis anyway. Everything's a guess when it comes to these guys. And that's why we've got to be extra careful in everything we do so they don't see us as a threat. And that brings me to our mission. Jack took a deep breath before continuing. The Waymakers made it clear they're not helping us, so the mission's a wash, at least in terms of original objectives.
It's too bad those jellyfish couldn't help. With how fast they wiped out the Waymakers, Glitch and its star snakes would be nothing for them,
Hedy said. That would be nice, but there are several problems with that, Jack said. We don't know if these things are the good guys or bad guys. For all we know, if they went to Sol, they'd kill everyone and everything. He shrugged. Or they could save humanity, we just don't know. And with no way of communicating with them, we don't even have a way to find out.
They're cybernetic, so they're obviously technologically advanced. We could try to open a communication channel with them,
Kana said.
Which they could take as a threat,
Vida said. That's our catch-22, Jack said. We could use their help, but we don't want to get killed asking for it.
Why'd the big jellyfish come? Hedy asked. I mean, it makes sense for the Waymakers to show up. Jack fixed the beacon, but how'd the jellyfish know to come?
Maybe it was following the Waymakers,
Vida said. Byrne held up a finger. What if we fixed a beacon for them, too? Remember how that bright light seemed to bring the sample to life? I know it's a stretch, but maybe that was enough for the big guy to be able to track his little buddy.
If it's light-based, shining a light at it could also show that we're friendly,
Kana offered.
Or it could be a sign of aggression in their speak,
Vida said. Kana scowled.
Do you have to be so negative?
Vida held up his hands in surrender.
I'm just being a realist. Jack said it. We know nothing about these things, so anything we do could piss them off.
Our mission was to get help, right?
Hedy said.
So I think we've got to try.
You know what they say about sleeping dogs, Vida said. And that's a very big, very scary sleeping dog out there.
What do they say?
Hedy asked. Kana spoke instead.
Those things know we're alive. At least they know this ship isn't dead with all the systems running. They haven't attacked, so I think if we gently ping them, they won't find it threatening.
Any ideas on how to do that? Jack asked. We can flash them some Morse code, Byrne offered. Kana shook her head.
Morse code isn't mathematically based, so they might not be able to interpret it. I think it's better to broadcast a data packet. That way they can pick it up if they want. With how advanced their nanotech is, I have to think they have some pretty powerful processors to translate data.
You're assuming they're cybernetic and not just wearing a super fancy cybernetic shell. They really might just have the brains of a jellyfish inside that shell, Byrne offered.
I think we should just shine a light on them, like Kana said earlier,
Hedy said. Jack scanned the faces. Are we all in agreement that we should attempt to make contact?
No, Vida said. I think it's too risky.
Your voice is heard, Jack said. Anyone else think we shouldn't attempt contact? No one else spoke. Jack considered for a moment. All right, majority rules. Let's attempt to make contact. Chapter 38. Near the destroyed Waymaker replication factory in the Alpha Centauri system, 1 day later. Cabron angled toward the two creatures so that the bow of the ship was pointed directly at them. Jack wished he had all 4 engines, even though he knew that, even if he tried to run, those things could easily catch him. Everyone was on the bridge and strapped into their seats. No one wanted to miss what was very likely first contact with an intelligent extraterrestrial species. People had believed the Waymakers were their first contact, until everyone learned that the first Waymaker had actually been created by a team of Soul Core computer programmers on Earth, developed to trick humanity into peace. It worked, but Jack still held a grudge against Soul Core for their deviousness. The two glowing jellyfish remained entwined together, and there was a part of Jack that wondered if he and his crew were intruding on a private moment. Perhaps the larger one was consoling the smaller one as it recuperated. The pair of creatures could have been catching up, their equivalent of having a beer, or they could have been having sex for all Jack knew. He hoped it wasn't the latter. Interrupting something like that would surely piss off the jellies. Everyone ready? He asked.
No,
Vida griped. Come on, Vida. This is a huge step forward for mankind, Byrne said.
I don't care about mankind. I care about us.
Hedy smiled.
You said us.
I was talking about Kana and me,
Vida said. Hedy's smile didn't fade.
No, you weren't.
All right, Jack said. Get ready. I'm lighting us up now. He turned on Cabron's landing lights and navigational lights for a count of 3 seconds, and then turned them off. The jellyfish seemed unmoved. Kana, did you pick up anything? He asked. She shook her head.
Nothing. The cameras are zoomed in, and I'm not picking up any change in their movement.
Well, that was anticlimactic, Byrne said. I'm trying it again. Jack turned on the lights again for the same count, and again there was no acknowledgement.
Nothing,
Kana said. Maybe they're talking to each other and trying to figure out what these crazy itty-bitty bipeds are doing inside their little tin can, Byrne said. I'm giving it one more go. Jack turned on the lights for 3 seconds and turned them off. This time, the larger of the jellyfish twisted to face the ship. It left its counterpart and flew to the ship, stopping when it was mere meters from the bow. One of its tentacles brushed against the ship. Then several latched onto the hull, and it brought itself even closer. Up close, Jack could see the scars that crisscrossed its skin. The smaller one had smooth skin. This one had seen plenty of action or had been alive for a long time. Probably both.
I think we just officially made first contact, Hedy said.
I wonder if this is how Jonah felt right before he was eaten by a whale, Vita said.
Jonah who?
Hedy asked. Hedy, if we get through this, you need to spend more time with the books, less time sparring, Byrne said. Let's focus on the thing attached to our ship right now, Jack said. Kana, you picking up anything on the systems?
The proximity sensors pick up the tentacles as contact debris. Nothing other than that.
It's not trying to draw power from anything? Jack asked.
She shook her head. No, nothing that's showing on the systems anyway.
Byrne leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees.
What's it doing?
The underside of the jellyfish's umbrella-like main surface was facing the bridge window. If it was watching them, it gave no indication. It just seemed to hover there. Kana, try sending that first data packet, Jack said.
Okay.
Her fingers tapped on her panel.
I have to broadcast rather than send, because it's not like it's got an address I can send to. I'm popping it off right now, and there, it's out there. It's not doing anything,
Hedy said.
Hopefully it's trying to figure out how to read the data. I sent the same info in a variety of data, image, and video formats. It's bound to be able to translate at least one and compare to what it sees on this bridge,
Kana said. Now we wait, Jack said. A minute passed in silence. Then 2. Maybe we chose the wrong thing to send them, Byrne said.
The original satellites sent biological data about humans and our system, so I figured they were onto something. I also gave them our communication protocols in case it's extra smart. Maybe the jelly just translates slow,
Kana said. Another 6 minutes passed, which felt like hours. Byrne blew out a breath. This, what we're feeling right now, is proof that time isn't a constant, because it's warped to be very, very slow right now. Both Jack's and Kana's panels chimed at the same time.
Incoming data packet, Kana said. Sheesh, it's a big one.
What did it send?
Vita asked.
Files in the same formats I sent, only these are bigger, she replied.
Be sure to scan them for viruses, Byrne said.
She shot him a droll stare. And how am I supposed to know what constitutes an alien computer virus?
Byrne shrugged. You're the soft tech. Jack scrolled through the files. All were named with a random series of numbers, letters, and characters, though he found that most of the files had the same names. Cutting out the duplicates, he found there were only 3 files. He opened the first and displayed it on the screen. The video played a sound that resembled the call of a whale, but higher pitched, almost screeching in its song, and he quickly turned down the volume. The video began with 4 images of different-sized jellyfish-like creatures, which all looked the same to Jack. Strange, curvy characters displayed on the screen, but they were complete gibberish. After a few seconds, they morphed into a semblance of English, though it was obvious the jellyfish hadn't perfected the translation. Still, it had accomplished far more than the crew could have done. The colors were off. Everything was on the blue-green end of the color spectrum, and he wondered if that was how the creatures saw color. The data on the screen displayed details on the cybernetic species before them, which Jack paused the video to read through. Most still didn't make sense to him. What they called themselves remained gibberish. The creature had obviously used the same format Kana had used, and swapped the information in it. And the biological data on its species didn't fit nicely in the human profile she'd sent. The nearest he could tell, it either had no sexes or had 4 different sexes. See? Byrne pointed. They're light-based, except the translation's wonky. Says they're Glimmer-based.
Glimmer-based? That's adorable,
Kana said, then cocked her head.
You know, that's a lot better name for them than to keep calling them space jellyfish.
Glimmer-based? Byrne asked.
No, just Glimmer, she said. It feels wrong to call us the first alien intelligence we meet after a sea creature with no brain.
Glimmer's not a bad name for them, Jack said, as he turned the video back on. The next frames in the video showed that they were true cybernetic organisms, with an evolution from what looked like a luminous space jellyfish to a jellyfish with a high-tech armor, to a jellyfish covered by solar collection panels, and eventually to what it looked like now, something that was more technology than it was organic. The video overlaid a portion of what Kana had sent it, showing humans and their ship next to the version of the Glimmer that wore the armor. I guess that's its way of saying that it's a whole lot more advanced than we are and wants to make sure we know it, Byrne said. I think we've just been put in our place by E.T.
Well, it's true,
Kana said. The video continued to a star system that Jack didn't recognize, but rather than showing a single planet like Earth, it displayed the entire system.
It looks like this species evolved in space, Kana said. Fascinating. I never thought anything could survive near absolute zero temperatures and no pressure, but obviously there are species out there that can thrive in it.
The next video clip zoomed out from the Glimmer's home system to show dozens of systems before zooming in on Sol and Earth in particular.
I didn't tell it which system we were from,
Kana said. Yeah, but it's smarter than us, Byrne said.
It's a long way from home,
Hedy said.
It looks like it's hundreds of light years from its system,
Kana said.
I wonder how many other intelligent beings it's talked to,
Hedy said.
Obviously the Waymakers, at one time,
Vita said,
though talk might not be the right word for it.
You think it didn't attack us because we're organic in nature, kind of like it is? Byrne asked. Don't know, Jack replied. The video stopped. Jack leaned back in his seat. Well, we've made contact. I'd say we make the pitch while we've got it on the line, so to speak.
It'll take me just a couple of minutes to pull together a video of Glitch and its snakes attacking our people.
Jack held up a finger. Be careful not to mention anything about us making this trip to find the Waymakers for help. This Glimmer obviously doesn't like them. No need to give it a reason to not like us. He thought for another moment. In fact, be sure to show the replication factory. Let's see that Glitch is a Waymaker spin-off. It might help make the sale. While Kana worked, Jack stood and approached the window to get as close to the Glimmer as possible. Its skin bore an iridescent gleam where light seemed to ripple through it in small, continuous waves. It was an incredible feat for a species to have integrated so fully with technology, and he wondered if that was what humans would one day become, if they survived the current catastrophe.
It's ready,
Kana said, and played the video. The crew made a few tweaks, and then Kana packaged it and sent it to the Glimmer, replying to the message it had delivered directly to them. A response came in under 2 minutes this time. In the return video, it showed a system filled with glimmers, glowing jellyfish floating peacefully in a black galactic sea.
It's so beautiful,
Kana said. Near the edge of the video, a black sphere formed with a ring of light around it. The black morphed into a funnel with a spiral of light formed inside. Seconds later, a Waymaker popped out. Kana gasped.
It's an Einstein-Rosen bridge, a wormhole.
Glimmers must have been a curious species, because they flew to check out the probe but didn't attack. Perhaps they were going to share information, but they didn't get the chance. The wormhole behind them began to shrink, slowly at first, and then exponentially faster, until it winked out with an explosive wave that washed through the system, turning planets into rocks and slaughtering all the Glimmers there. A chill caused Jack to shiver. The wormhole collapsed, wiped out its entire system, Byrne said.
They blames the Waymakers, Kana said, her jaw slack. They blame the Waymakers for creating the wormhole.
The video morphed to show glimmers located throughout hundreds of systems. Not only were they a spacefaring species, but they'd been traveling the stars for what looked to be millennia. The Waymakers, on the other hand, had only populated a couple of dozen or so systems, and nearby glimmers sought out the Waymakers and attacked them. The early battles were intense, and it looked like many of the smaller, less powerful glimmers, those who took longer to recharge, were killed.
They're at war,
Vita said.
No wonder the Glimmer attacked the Waymakers here,
Hedy said.
It's a soldier.
The video ended with an image of the Waymakers and the letters DAMGEB above it, which Jack figured it had meant to translate as danger.
Wow,
Hedy said. Wow is right, Byrne said. They can't spell worth a shit.
I meant about them fighting the Waymakers,
Hedy said. Oh yeah, me too, Byrne said. The Glimmer outside disengaged and flew back to its friend.
Hey, where are you going, big guy?
Kana asked. Evidently it didn't take our video to mean we were asking for help. It seemed to think we were just sharing info, Byrne said. She waved a hand in the air.
But we finished the video with a giant call to action. We even spelled it out in capital letters. Help!
We should probably interpret it as hello, world, for all we know, Vita said.
Kana closed her eyes.
What now?
We figure out another way to ask it for help, Jack said.
I'm surprised,
Vita said.
Why are you surprised?
Kana asked.
I'm surprised we're still alive.
We still have to be careful. We don't know how temperamental these creatures are, Jack said. Well, we know they're temperamental. They declared war for what was probably just a horrible experiment gone wrong by the Waymakers, Byrne said.
A horrible experiment that killed its entire species,
Hedy corrected. Good point. I'd be temperamental too, Byrne added.
We killed its species,
Kana said in a quieter voice.
What are you talking about?
Vita asked.
We created the Waymakers, which killed the Glimmers. It's our fault its system was destroyed,
she said. It's not our fault, Jack said. The Waymakers created that wormhole, not humans. As soon as the first Waymaker replicated, they became their own species. They don't take orders from anyone except themselves. That makes them responsible for what they do. Have you forgotten they just tried to kill us? Again? I hold them pretty damn responsible for that. When she said nothing, he continued. If the Waymakers and Glimmers want to fight, let them at it, as long as humanity doesn't get crushed between them. I vote we stay out of their fight and don't give the Glimmers any reason to think we're on the Waymakers' side. Then maybe we'll be able to convince the big guy here to help us. Now, in the meantime, we have a broken ship that still needs a lot of work. Chapter 39. Near the destroyed Waymaker replication factory in the Alpha Centauri system. 2 weeks later. The two Glimmers just hung out, tentacles entwined. The crew had come to call them Big Guy and Little Guy. The video that Big Guy had sent the crew didn't say anything about Glimmer behaviors, so Jack had no idea why the pair remained connected like that. He had to assume they needed or wanted the contact for some reason. He'd kept the video of the pair playing on every screen on the ship so the crew could keep an eye on them at all times. After a few days of no noticeable movement, the Glimmers had become a pretty backdrop, like shimmering gold flowers on a dark canvas. The Glimmers had also become more of a backdrop than a focus because the crew had more than enough on their plates already. Cabron was running, but it wasn't running well. There'd been more hull damage than material to make permanent patches, so they had to strip sections of the hull from Shuttle 2 for the patches. It wasn't like Shuttle 2 was going to be of much good otherwise. It had taken a blast through its windshield. which had likely caused the shrapnel that perforated the bathroom, health room, and airlock, too. Jack was keeping the shuttle attached in order to be used for spare parts. Its hull had been useful, but unfortunately the shuttle engine couldn't be swapped with one of the Cabron's main engines. The ship was sealed, but it wouldn't be going anywhere fast. 2 of the 4 engines were still down. One of the Waymaker's shots had sliced across the back of the ship, hitting both of the topside engines. It was a lucky shot for the Waymakers and an unlucky shot for the crew. With a 3D printer on board, Jack could print a lot of things, but there were some parts that were too specialized for a printer, and an engine was one of those things. He wished he could have used the engines from the shuttles, but no matter how much they analyzed it, the swap just wouldn't work out. If the Waymaker replication factory was still functional, it'd be a simple act of loading the engine specs to build a new engine. But the factory was well and truly demolished. That meant Cabron could fly at only half power. The problem was half power didn't equal half speed. Half power meant they could travel about an eighth as fast as they could with full power. That meant it would take them well over a decade to get back to Sol if they left now. They could survive that long of a trip thanks to the food processor Vita had stolen. Over half of the remaining ration packs had burst when the cargo hold was pressurized. Looking back, Jack realized he'd made a mistake. He should have left the cargo hold depressurized, taking in food packets when needed. That way, the packets would have burst as they were brought into the main cabin, and the crew could have eaten them before they went bad. Instead, all the packets that had burst had already gone bad, even being kept at sub-zero temperatures. It was just the nature of the ration packs. The crew would clear out their ration packs within the next week. After that, they'd be building flavorless nutrient goo from the food processor. After several years, they'd even have to stop by asteroids and worlds to pick up raw minerals and material to supplement their diets. It wasn't going to taste good, but it'd keep them alive. The food wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that the crew had failed their mission. They wouldn't be of any help to humanity. For all the years they'd spent avoiding humanity, Jack found it ironic that he'd feel so guilty for failing it. But there was nothing left to do. The Waymakers wouldn't help. The Glimmers wouldn't help. Despite sending dozens of calls for help, including flashing their lights endlessly, the Glimmers had never responded. They just floated out there, seemingly oblivious and uncaring to the universe outside its war against the Waymakers. He checked the video of the 2 aliens still ensconced in each other's tentacles. Little Guy shimmered as brightly as Big Guy now, which made Jack wonder if their connection had a medical reason. He could have been imagining it, too. Oxygen levels were still below normal. Hedy still wore an O2 mask and was getting around better than the rest of the crew. He needed to just wear a damn mask, but they were annoying, especially when he was spending so much of his time on spacewalks, collecting any useful material from the destroyed factory. Soon, their cargo hold would be filled with raw materials, and the crew would need to decide, make the long journey home to a conquered system, or keep venturing outward and see what lay behind the next star and the one after that. Little Guy's tentacles drew back Jack's attention. He could have sworn its tentacles had moved more than its usual slight shifts, as though it floated in a calm pond. After several seconds, he was convinced he'd seen something. Little Guy unfurled a tentacle from Big Guy, and it seemed to stretch out its tentacles as though it had just woken from a long nap. Big Guy, on the other hand, moved slowly away to give the other more room. He leaned forward to watch the Glimmers make their first noticeable movements in 2 weeks. He tapped the intercom as he did so. "Heads up, crew. We have movement from the Glimmers." Little Guy flashed and was gone, just like that. In the blink of an eye, the smaller Glimmer had gone from floating languidly to gone. The speed the aliens could travel was uncanny. Where had Little Guy gone? Was there a new home for the remaining Glimmers? Was it off to hunt Waymakers? Was it simply off to tour the stars like Jack often craved to do? Jack had a feeling he'd never know that answer. "Where'd Little Guy go?" Hedy asked. Jack, startled, turned to see that she'd entered the bridge. "Looks like it decided to take off." Big Guy didn't flash away in a burst of speed. Instead, it continued to float several hundred meters away from Cabron. No, it wasn't just floating. It was ever so slowly approaching the ship. Jack tapped the intercom again. "Looks like Big Guy might be stopping by for a visit. Kana, I need you on the bridge. Everyone else, stay in the ready." Big Guy took its own sweet time making its way to Cabron. For aliens that could travel at the speed of light, they sure moved slowly most of the time. "I'm here," Kana said, as she and Vita entered the bridge.
"It looks like we're just in time,"
Vita said. Outside, Big Guy was moving toward Cabron. Its tentacles extended like they were the last time it had engaged Jack and his crew. "Whoa, nice to see Big Guy returned, our RSVP," Byrne said, as he entered the bridge wearing nothing but a pair of sweats and a t-shirt. "Let's hope it's in a chatty mood," Jack said. "Kana, you ready to pull together messages?"
"I'm ready."
"Good. Send it a welcome so it knows we see it coming."
"I'm on it,"
Kana said. Big Guy closed the distance. At 50 meters out, its tentacles spread out. Rather than reaching forward to touch the ship, it seemed to be stretched out like it was going to embrace Cabron. After another 10 meters, Jack began to grow concerned. The tentacles held both sides of the ship. Even if Jack tried to power up, he wasn't sure he could break free. When the Glimmer reached 25 meters out, Jack knew something was different. "Everyone strap in. Vita, did you get more rounds printed for the railgun?"
"Not yet. I'm still cutting down the metal you grabbed from the factory,"
Vita replied. "You don't think it's going to attack us, do you?" Byrne asked. "I don't know what to think other than it's up to something," Jack replied. Big Guy's tentacles wrapped around the ship, covering several of the hull cameras. The Glimmer pulled itself to the ship, or rather, pulled the ship to it. Cabron was tugged under its massive umbrella, which entirely enveloped the much smaller ship.
"What the hell?" Kana asked. "I sent the welcome message. It's not responding."
The Glimmer's body seemed to contract around the ship, not crushing it, but also not leaving a hint of space between the ship and the creature. Cabron looked like a submarine in a shimmering sea. It was beautiful and terrifying. Hedy sucked in a breath.
"It's eating us."
Kana's panel beeped.
"It just bypassed my firewalls. I tried to shut them down, but it bypassed them like they were nothing. It's in our systems."
"Can you shut it out?" Jack asked.
"They're internal systems. The only way would be to shut them all down. But if Big Guy got in them so easy the first time, it'll get right back in after I reboot."
"What's it doing to the systems?" Byrne asked. Kana shrugged with her hands.
"I don't know. I don't see any Wait, I see it now. It's downloading all our data."
"What's it want with our data?"
Vita asked.
"Do I look like a Glimmer expert?"
Kana countered.
"I wasn't asking you, I was just being rhetorical,"
Vita griped. Jack's panel flickered, and he winced. "I've lost access to the engines, along with all flight controls. Big Guy has us hook, line, and sinker."
"What do we do?"
Hedy asked, her voice an octave higher. "Nothing. There's nothing we can do," Jack said. The Glimmer brightened, making it impossible to see any space beyond its umbrella encompassing the ship. Jack felt something. A surge, but it was muted. He ran through his screens, searching for something, anything. He froze when he saw it. "We're flying," Jack said. "You sure? I don't feel a hum of power," Byrne said. Jack nodded. "The nav system shows that we're not only flying, but we're flying at the speed of light." Part 3. Interstellar Jellyfish. Chapter 40. Alpha Centauri System. 3 days later. "Tighten it one more time," Jack said. Hedy turned the wrench, twisting the nut that would secure the new shower head another rotation.
"It's going to be so nice taking a shower again. Funny, before I came to live with you, I'd never taken a shower before in my life. The housing units on Palace 6 didn't even have showers in them. There was just this bathhouse that people would go to once a week to sit in the pool there, but the water was always really dirty. It grossed me out, so I never went.
I remember. You were filthy when I found you.
Then I discovered showers. There's nothing more perfect than a hot, steamy shower, she said.
Jack motioned to the tub off to the side. I prefer a bath when I have the time. She wrinkled her nose.
Baths remind me of the bathhouse, so no.
The original water filtration system was designed to support a crew of 48, so it has no problem filtering the water from a bath. You won't find cleaner water than what's on this ship.
I'm sure taking a bath is fine, but I love my showers. That old shower head rupturing was definitely the worst thing to be wrecked by that Waymaker attack. I really hate Waymakers for taking away my shower.
The worst thing, huh?
The worst.
Worse than the food packets bursting?
Worse.
Worse than having to wear an O2 mask?
Worse.
Wow, you really missed taking a shower.
Showers are my zen. Some people like naps, others like to meditate. Me, I like to take showers, she said.
Whatever makes you happy. Jack took the wrench from her. Speaking of happy, how about you be the first to test out our new shower head? The printer's been screwing up more and more, and parts sometimes end up with tiny holes in them. She smiled.
I'll gladly test it out.
It's all yours. He left her and headed to the bridge where Kana was working. The windshield before them was filled with the shimmering body of the Glimmer encasing the ship. Anything new? He asked.
Nothing, she replied. You know what's interesting? Our radiation readings are negligible. We're receiving less radiation now than when we're parked in a dock. The nanofiber in this Glimmer, or maybe it's part of the Glimmer biology itself, is amazing. I wish I could print off a nice thick layer of this stuff and cover Cabron with it.
It's not a bad idea, but getting a sample of the fiber is easier said than done.
But we did have a sample for a short while, and I've been analyzing it. The hardware isn't overly complex, as long as we're not trying to weave it with living cells. Our nanites are more complex. I think the trick is in the coding, which we'd need big guy's help on. What do you think? Can I print off a few samples that incorporate nanofibers with our hull's polymer fibers?
As long as it doesn't get in the way of us printing replacement parts, have at it.
It won't, she said. And maybe this would be the kind of project Big Guy would be interested in. It's already downloaded every bit of data we have in the systems, looking for who knows what. I'm hoping it was just curious.
That's what I'm hoping, too. Either way, it has anything and everything it could want from our ship, though it'll probably take it quite some time to parse and translate. Once it does, hopefully it doesn't find anything to make it change its mind about flying us back home, assuming it stays on this route. Since it hasn't talked to us since it hijacked us, I'm trying not to get too hopeful about it helping us.
Why else would it fly us back to our solar system if it didn't want to help us?
Kana asked. There were a lot of things that came to mind, and most of them kept Jack awake at night. He kept his scarier thoughts to himself, no need to haunt the rest of the crew. Maybe it's like the Waymakers, in that it wants us to stay in our own yard. Maybe it's curious and wants to see what humans have done in our own system. Maybe it plans to help us. Maybe it's got some motive that doesn't even make sense in terms of human logic. Regardless, we're going to find out in 4 years.
A little under 4 years. I've adjusted the calculation. Big Guy's flying slightly faster than light speed. That'll get us back to Sol in 3 years, 10 months, and 27 days. Of course, that doesn't take into account trajectory changes and if the Glimmer has to stop to recharge or eat or anything like that.
Jack stared at the Glimmer outside for a couple of moments. We're along for the ride, so if it's taking us home, that means we have just under 4 years to come up with a plan on how we can use Big Guy to kill Glitch and its star snakes. Her features tightened.
But we don't know what it's like back home. Genival hasn't responded in years, and we can't send or receive anything while we're stuck inside Big Guy. What if the snakes have killed everyone already?
Then we went a long way for nothing. Chapter 41. The Oort Cloud, 2371 AD.
We're entering the Oort cloud, which means we're officially entering our solar system, Kana announced.
Jack would disagree. He considered the Oort cloud a buffer between Sol and the rest of the galaxy, but he wasn't going to burst her bubble. She seemed too happy with the thought of returning to their home system. Instead, he said, "That means we're over halfway done riding in the belly of an alien whale."
"Over halfway. That's the best part," she said.
Happiest when entrenched in computer code and games, Kana handled the trip better than everyone else. But even she had grown edgy, not being able to see anything except a massive glimmer outside the windows. Space travel required crew members who could handle long trips in confined spaces with the same people, and Cabron's crew had been selected from the best of the best for the longest missions. But traveling within a glimmer, and with no control over navigation on top of that, was enough to test even Cabron's crew. Kana yawned as she stretched.
"Are you going outside again today?"
He nodded. "Byrne printed the last sheet of your nanofiber polymer mesh. Shuttle 1 will be fully wrapped and ready to test."
"I'm looking forward to trying it out, but most of my tests will have to wait until Big Guy lets us go. If it works, we'll wrap all of Cabron in it. Plus, if it works, we could sell the design. It'd be a game-changer for longer-term space travel."
"You sure you want the rest of humanity having access to something that would give them the ability to fly faster without the risk of radiation? That could lead to a surge in colonization beyond Sol, and that's something the Waymakers clearly aren't fond of." She considered for a moment.
"Maybe we don't sell it quite yet."
"I think that's a good plan. Don't forget, the most important reason we're trying this nanofiber is to go faster than the star snakes."
"I'm already convinced of that," she said.
"You're convinced, even though the nanofiber isn't connected with Big Guy's magical alien cells?"
"Yes. Byrne and I have done enough tests. We're both sure the nanofiber is what allows Big Guy to travel as fast as he does. My guess is that his species evolved to travel because of their technology. That nanofiber is their own personal ships. I mean, sure, they've got self-propulsion since they're light-based, but they're still organic creatures that need protection against extreme elements. The Glimmers were made to float slowly in their own two-star system. There was no reason for super-fast travel until they evolved to see the universe."
Jack considered for a length. "Once you make sure Shuttle 1's systems work with the new fiber over its hull, then you can start printing sheets to wrap Cabron's hull. But we're not putting any of them on until we fully test the shuttle. We can't send or receive any signals inside Big Guy. The last thing we need is to cut ourselves off by wrapping the hull in some bizarre Faraday cage setup." She smiled.
"I've already printed a few sheets, just in case you said yes."
"Of course you did." He glanced at his panel, seeing that everything was in the green, except for several systems that would remain in the yellow, and the 2 engines in the red, until they could pick up replacement parts. "I'm heading out, so be ready to start testing later today." She rubbed her hands together.
"I'll be ready."
Jack opened the outer airlock door and pushed himself out and to the left, toward where Shuttle 1 was docked against the ship. He had to push because Big Guy's gel-like body was wrapped tightly around Cabron, leaving no noticeable space between the alien and ship. Jack pulled himself along the shuttle's hull toward the aft of the small vessel. Calling the sensation of being sandwiched between a hull and an alien weird would be an understatement. The closest thing he could think to compare the sensation to was how an unborn baby must feel inside his mother's womb. Except where one felt comfort, Jack felt angst. He was outside a ship while flying at light speed. If Big Guy decided to release Cabron suddenly, Jack would be torn apart. It would be a very sudden, very messy way to die. He still found it hard to comprehend. Everything about the Glimmers defied human logic, but he supposed that defying human logic was the one thing that made sense. After all, Big Guy was from an alien species that had no carbon in its biological makeup, though its nanofibers did, and thrived in a zero-G environment with no pressure and at near absolute zero freezing temperatures. Being boneless, it would likely be a boiling pile of sludge if it landed on Earth, And that would be only for the few seconds before it'd implode from the pressure. If the Glimmers evolved on a planet with Earth's gravity, they likely would be the size of jellyfish. No matter how you looked at it, humans and Glimmers wouldn't be meeting at a bar for drinks anytime soon. When he reached the aft of the shuttle, he tried not to think about the logistics of his current predicament, and instead focused on the job at hand. Big Guy's pressure against Jack made it a challenge to install the nanofiber polymer sheeting, but he developed a knack for it after plenty of practice. The key was to keep the sheeting rolled and unroll it slowly over the area it would cover. He let Big Guy hold it in place while Jack secured it. He could place and secure a sheet in 18 minutes, meaning most of his time was spent making his way from and back to the airlock. The moment Jack finished, he made his way to the airlock as quickly as he could manage. Being stuck inside a hijacked ship for 2 years had been really claustrophobic, but working outside the ship had been surprisingly more so. But if the new hull wrap worked, they had a way of hitting the star snakes and running at speeds faster than anything in Sol could manage. Now, Byrne just had to finish tweaking the shuttle's engine to remove all governors, while Jack and Vita built a railgun. Neither were easy jobs to convert a shuttle into a gunship, but they still had 2 years to get them done. Chapter 42. Approaching Waymaker Replication Factory 1-A-01 coordinates in the inner asteroid belt, 2374 AD. Nearly 15 years had passed since Jack had been in the Sol system. Not that any of his crew could enjoy it yet. Big Guy had kept them tucked inside as it sped through the Kuiper Belt, past Pluto, Uranus, Neptune, and Jupiter. While they felt claustrophobic before, now they felt like prisoners in a dungeon. They couldn't see anything. Their scanners and systems couldn't penetrate Big Guy's nanofiber skin to reach outside, which meant they also couldn't find out what it was like out there. They could still track their location on the navigational system, which meant that somehow Big Guy allowed that system to collect data from outside. It had taken nearly a year longer than they'd planned due to Big Guy's speed bleeding off in the Oort cloud. The crew assumed Glimmers weakened the farther they were from stars. At least, that was their assumption. Big Guy wasn't much of a talker. It also didn't ask any questions. It had taken the data Kana had sent it about Glitch and its star snakes and was running with it. When they were within an hour of reaching the Waymaker Replication Factory, Big Guy began slowing down hundreds of kilometers per second, but the crew didn't feel any shift. As long-term space travel went, Jack had to admit that traveling by Glimmer was the most comfortable way to go, as long as the environmental systems kept working and the crew didn't run out of food. As for food, the crew had run out of real food 16 months earlier. They fortunately still had enough ingredients for the food processor to produce a nutrient sludge. It tasted like crap and had the texture of rubber cement, but it kept them alive. It didn't help any of their moods, and the high-fiber slop certainly didn't help their bowel movements. 3 hours later, when Cabron reached the quadrant where the factory was located, Jack tapped the intercom. "All right, full alert, suit up. We're in Glitch's quadrant, so be ready for anything. According to Big Guy's current rate of deceleration, we'll be there in 10 minutes. Let's hope Big Guy decides to release us."
"Or let's hope Big Guy releases us after it kills Glitch,"
Kana said, already wearing her habsuit, with her helmet and gloves clipped on the side of her chair. "That's not a bad thought," Jack said, as he considered what awaited them. Vita hurried onto the bridge. He was wearing his vest armor and weapons over his suit, and carried his helmet under his arm. He gave Jack a nod as he took a seat and opened his panel to access the railgun. Hedy rushed onto the bridge, dressed much like Vita, though she didn't acknowledge anyone as she took her seat and strapped in.
"Byrne's in the reactor room, ready for anything,"
she announced. "Good." Jack double-checked his systems, ready to take control of the ship as soon as he was able. He felt rusty. It had been nearly 5 years since he'd last been pilot in command. Before that trip, the longest he'd ever gone without flying was a 4-month stretch when Cabron underwent upgrades. He was antsy to fly, and even antsier to be free of their alien transport. "Something's happening," Kana pointed at the windshield where Big Guy's skin was moving. Jack hit the intercom for Byrne to hear. "All right, get ready. Big Guy's doing something." Big Guy's umbrella slowly slipped from the ship, though with the Cabrone's bow pointed forward, the aft cameras showed black sky first. "I have sensors back online," Kana said. Long seconds later, the Glimmer fully pulled away, leaving Cabrone with a clear view of the wide-open space before them.
"There's no star snakes,"
Vita said. "That's good news," Jack said. "But where's the factory?" Chapter 43. Waymaker Replication Factory 1-A-01 coordinates in the inner asteroid belt.
"I've double-checked our location. The factory should be here,"
Kana said, but it wasn't. "Scan the entire sector," Jack said. "See what we've got."
"I'm scanning,"
Kana said.
"This is less eventful than I expected,"
Vita said.
"Do you think Glitch left?"
Hedy asked. "Check the networks, Hedy. See what you can find," Jack ordered.
"I've got an incoming message from Big Guy,"
Kana said.
"Looks like 2 images. I'll put them on the big screen."
Jack took a look at the pictures. One of the Waymaker Replication Factory that Kana had sent Big Guy while back in Alpha Centauri when they were begging for its help, and the other of the empty space now occupying that location. "Looks like Big Guy's confused too," Jack said.
"I can't find any networks,"
Hedy said.
"There's nothing out there."
Jack frowned. "What do you mean there's nothing out there?"
"I mean, all the networks that used to be there ain't there anymore."
"That's impossible,"
Vita said.
"Call it impossible. They're still gone,"
Hedy said.
"Sorry to interrupt this riveting conversation, but the sector scans have caught something, or lots of somethings to be more precise," Kana said, before throwing the sector map on the screen. Dozens of red blips were emerging from behind the nearest asteroid. More kept appearing. "Star snakes?" Jack asked. "I don't think so. These are too big to be snakes," she replied. "Give me 1 second. I should have the first on camera any time now."
Several seconds passed before the pixelated images became clear enough to see.
"The snakes grew while we were gone,"
Hedy said. They'd grown a lot. These snakes were as long as Cabrone, which made them nearly as long as one of Big Guy's tentacles.
"There's got to be 100 of them, with the way they're still coming,"
Kana said. "Vita, you ready?" Jack asked.
"Hell yeah, I'm ready."
"Good, because I think we're going to have quite a fight on our hands." Kana pointed.
"What's that?"
Jack hadn't noticed it through the mass of super-sized star snakes, but now he could see a distinct shape that was both larger and different from the snakes around it. It was snake-like in its shape, except for a bulbous mass near the center of its length that reminded Jack of a Waymaker. The mass made it comparable to Big Guy's size. Realization hit Jack. "It's Glitch."
"Glitch was in the factory,"
Hedy said. "And the factory's gone. Either Glitch didn't need the factory anymore, or Genival's rebels took it out. Doesn't matter. I'd bet this ship that Glitch built itself a new body."
"It looks a whole lot tougher than the rest. I'm not sure our railgun rounds can penetrate it,"
Vita said. "Let's hope Big Guy's laser light show can." Jack drew a breath and rubbed his hands together. "All right, I'm powering up our engines now. Hedy, you keep Byrne in the loop back there. Kana, keep on the scans, and message Big Guy to let him know that these are the baddies we were talking about. And while you're at it, shoot a message off to Genival to let her know we're back in town. If she's nearby, tell her we could use some help. I have a feeling we're going to have our hands full."
"One step ahead of you. I just finished packaging a warning for Big Guy,"
Kana said. The snakes, and presumably Glitch, had emerged from the nearest asteroid. Jack suspected Glitch had rebuilt its home there for better concealment. But why did it need to conceal itself? Had Genival's rebels sent it into hiding? Clearly a lot had happened in 15 years.
"They're receiving an incoming alert," Kana said. "It says that no organics are allowed in this sector, and we're to leave immediately. We have 10 seconds to comply."
That sounds exactly like a star snake. Jack eyed Big Guy to see it hadn't moved. If Big Guy got the message, it doesn't seem to care.
"The snakes should be nicer when talking to something they've never seen before,"
Kana said. "They weren't very smart when we were last here. It seems they haven't gotten any smarter," Jack said. A star snake fired at Big Guy. The Glimmer's umbrella suddenly widened and its tentacles spread out, making it look larger and menacing.
"Oh, big mistake,"
Hedy said. Big Guy absorbed the shot before turning its thick tentacle at the snake who'd assaulted it. The Glimmer fired, and the snake exploded. Jack didn't get to enjoy the light show as it was all too quickly smothered by the black. The rest of the snakes attacked, most focusing on Big Guy, but 8 of them turned in Cabron's direction.
"Here we go,"
Jack muttered, and maneuvered into a better firing position. Big Guy exchanged fire with the star snakes as it pile-drove its way through the center mass toward, presumably, Glitch. It must have been taking too heavy of fire because it veered off, darting in various directions at speeds too fast for the snakes to aim. Vida fired as soon as the nearest snake was within firing range. The snake didn't explode, but the rounds perforated the snake, one hitting its CPU because it went lifeless. The other 7 weaved and attacked. Jack dove, but Cabron wasn't as fast as Big Guy, and the hit struck the top of the ship, mostly reflecting off. A damage indicator lit up on Jack's panel. The snakes weren't just bigger, they were also meaner, their photon shots packing a harder punch. The 7 came at Cabron in a starburst pattern, firing as they closed in. Vida fired again, damaging a snake but not crippling it. More damage indicators lit up. "They're shredding us," Kana said. Jack continued to maneuver to make Cabron a harder target, but the ship moved sluggishly with only 2 engines. The snakes were far faster. Even with Vida firing nonstop, Cabron was 1 against 7. As the snakes continually changed their trajectories and fired, more damage indicators lit up. A cool breeze blew through the bridge. "Damn it, we've got a hull breach in the main passageway," Jack said. "I'll close off the rooms to preserve air," Kana said.
"I'm on it."
Hedy jumped to her feet, clicked on her helmet, and raced off the bridge. The door closed behind her. Vida took out a snake and crippled another in a lucky burst of firing. As Jack cranked Cabron around, he noticed Big Guy had reached, presumably, Glitch. The Glimmer wrapped its tentacles around Glitch, which was firing and trying to wrestle away. Around the tangled pair, snakes dive-bombed the Glimmer like pesky giant mosquitoes. The 5 snakes near Cabron were keeping busy too, coming at the ship from multiple angles. Vida took out one when it tried to hit the ship from below the bridge's sightline. "4 down. 4 to go," Vida said. "How much ammo do you have?" Kana asked. "Enough," Vida replied. He'd printed rounds for the railgun using as much leftover material as they could use from the Waymaker Glimmer battleground in Alpha Centauri before Big Guy gave them a ride back home. Their restriction wasn't ammo. It was the ammo bay for the railgun, which Vida had stuffed to maximum capacity. The remaining snakes made strafing rounds as Jack weaved random courses. His panel was practically glowing with damage lights. The controls became abruptly sluggish. He scowled. "Engine 3 shutting down." "I'll see if it can be rebooted," Kana said, and added a second later, "Crap, no, I can't. It's fully offline. The good news is the snakes we see out there are all that's out there, at least in this sector. Once Vida clears them out, we're sitting good." "I'll get them," Vida grumbled. Jack didn't point out the still dozens of snakes near Big Guy, and the Glimmer was showing a lot of injuries and was slowing down its attack. Vida clipped another snake. When it lobbed to the right, he finished it off with the necessary headshot. 3 to go. "Make that 2, he said, a split second before a snake was hit as it made a kamikaze run at the ship. The dead object continued with its forward momentum. Jack tried to veer away in time, but the controls were too slow, and the snake's speed was too fast. It hit the hull just above the bridge and scraped across the top side. He winced at the sound of metal scraping against the hull. The two remaining snakes barreled toward Cabron. With limited maneuvering capability, Jack could make only the smallest changes. Vita, I'm going to do an inside loop to give you a good shot. Try not to miss. What do you think I've been doing? Jack set up the maneuver. All maneuvers were easy in the void of space when speeds were minimal. And Cabron couldn't go much slower than its current predicament. The snakes would figure out the loop soon enough, which meant they could line up easy shots. Jack was hoping Vita was faster. He tucked the ship in, beginning the roll. Vita fired, and one of the two remaining snakes sparked and tumbled away. Kana sucked in a breath as the final star snake began its strafing run. Vita fired in the direct line. The photon beams shattered several rounds, but enough made it through to hit the snake head-on, knocking it out of commission. Vita threw a fist in the air. Yeah! Jack expelled the first easy breath since the battle had begun. He angled Cabron toward the larger part of the battle. Big Guy and presumably Glitch were still entangled, but Big Guy had turned the tide. Ignoring the onslaught of snakes shooting it, the Glimmer managed to snap off half of the snake-like appendix from the AI. The remaining half writhed to escape, but Big Guy held it in place with its other tentacles. It now fired point-blank into the bulbous center. It fired for several long seconds until the center began to glow. Big Guy released it and shoved off the instant before, presumably Glitch, exploded. The remaining snakes, at least 36 still, all seemed to freeze for a moment. "It was Glitch," Kana said. "Big Guy destroyed Glitch!" Her face was alight. "Are the snakes brain dead now?" Vita asked the split second before they all regained movement and then began shooting at Big Guy with more fervor. "Never mind, they were just taking a breather." Big Guy fired, but its single shooter tentacle couldn't keep up with the fleet of snakes attacking it. "You still have rounds left?" Jack asked. "Yep, I'm down to 25%. Are we going in?" Vita replied. "We can't leave Big Guy out there alone." Jack increased power and accelerated toward the battle. Vita fired, taking out 2 snakes with his first shots. Several remaining snakes veered off to attack the new threat. Vita continued to fire, and Jack continued to maneuver, but it was all too obvious that they were vastly outgunned. A snake's strafing run caused the entire ship to shudder. 2 seconds later, Burns' voice came over the intercom. "The reactor cage has been hit. I have to shut down the reactor." Kana and Jack shared a knowing glance. The lights went out before emergency lighting came back on. All systems were silent. Jack leaned back in his seat. "We're dead in the black." The cameras were down, so all they could see were the snakes coming toward them on a run that would finish off Cabron and her crew. The snakes had figured out Cabron's predicament, and they were taking their time to line up their killing shots. Jack couldn't see Big Guy, but he hoped the Glimmer would survive. He wondered if he should say something to the crew. A good captain would know what to say, but Jack had always considered himself a mediocre captain, voted into a job no one else would take. He watched the snakes close the distance, waiting for their photon blasts to light up the black and send explosions through the ship. He winced when the first shots fired, but they weren't the duller blue of Star Snake's weapons. It was the bright gold of a Glimmer's tentacle gun. Big Guy rocketed across the bridge window as it came up from behind them and put itself between the snakes and Cabron. It fired, and each shot took out a snake. Within seconds, every snake Jack could see was destroyed. It was just them and Big Guy. Kana laughed. "I can't say I expected us to be alive right now, but I'm sure glad we are."
Chapter 44. Waymaker Replication Factory 1-A-01 coordinates in the inner asteroid belt. Cabron was in bad shape, and Big Guy looked to be in just as rough of shape. Its skin was covered in scorch marks.
One especially deep wound oozed glistening gel. Jack jumped from his seat. He checked the atmospheric levels on the other side of the door before opening it. Cold air blasted his face, but it was still pressurized and breathable, which meant Hedy had sealed the breach. There were likely more breaches in enclosed areas, but without systems, he couldn't see the status. He jogged to the reactor room, where he found Byrne and Hedy. He sported a bloody cut on his forehead, while Hedy stood by, still holding the breach patch kit. "How bad is it?" Jack asked. He didn't need to point out what he was asking about. There was only one truly critical problem with the ship right then, and that was the fusion reactor, the ship's heart, soul, and power source. "I can bring enough sections online for life support, but that's pushing it to its limits. It needs a new cage." "Will that be enough juice for comms?" Jack asked. "Short range? Yeah. Beyond that? I don't know. Maybe," Byrne replied. Jack nodded. "Do what you can. We're not going anywhere without a tow, and I'd rather have friends give us a lift before more star snakes show up." "I'll see what I can do." Jack pointed to Byrne's forehead. "You should have been wearing your helmet." "I can't see as good in it. Besides, it looks worse than it is. I banged it against a bolt during the attack," Byrne said. "I'll grab the med kit," Hedy said. Jack gave her a nod and left the pair to return to the bridge. With only emergency lighting, it was dim everywhere, which he supposed was a good thing. He wasn't in the mood to see how bad the damage was. Not yet. When he returned to the bridge, he found Kana sitting on Vita's lap. Big Guy floated near the ship's prow.
"Can Byrne get the reactor back online?"
she asked. "Enough for life support. Maybe enough for comms," Jack replied. Vita wrinkled his nose. "There won't be enough for the railgun." "I know. I'm hoping we don't have to stick around here very long," Jack said. The lights came up, not to full brightness, but brighter than the emergency lighting provided, and the systems hummed to life. Kana slapped her hands together and pushed off Vita's lap.
"All right, let's see what we've got to work with."
Jack took a seat and started reading through the damage list. They wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. There seemed to be more things broken on the ship than there were things still functioning.
"I've got comms," Kana said. "One of the antennas down, so even if we had the power, we wouldn't be able to send anything beyond really short range."
"Find out how Big Guy's doing. Tell it thanks for the help, and ask it if there's anything we can do to help," Jack said. As he waited, he continued through the list, prioritizing the items in order of what needed done first. The hull breaches they could start on right away. Everything else was dependent on the reactor, which needed to be fully shut down to be recaged. In a worst-case scenario, the crew could survive in the small shuttle for a few weeks, but it would be a downright miserable, cramped experience. Jack knew, because that was how the Aria's survivors lived long enough to disconnect the ship from the Waymaker network, so no one would know they'd survived. Jack wouldn't put the crew through that again. They needed a maintenance shop for the engines anyway, and all maintenance shops were connected to temporary residences. Hopefully, he could find a shop that wasn't swarming with star snakes.
"I've sent Big Guy a message."
Kana leaned back in her seat.
"You know something I thought was odd?"
"What have we done in the past decade and a half that wasn't odd?" Vita asked.
Kana ignored him.
"I think Glitch, and I'm sure that was Glitch, knew about glimmers."
"Why do you say that?" Jack asked.
"Because it didn't seem to hesitate when it came to Big Guy. Glitch gave it the same warning it gave us, leave or else."
"It's a Waymaker, sort of," Vita said. "Maybe it was on some special Waymaker network, so it learned about glimmers."
"It could be. And I hope that was a glitch, so that question doesn't even need to be asked," Jack said. Kana sat straight up.
"Here comes a reply. It's a heavy file."
She sent it directly to the large screen. As images cycled through, Jack cringed. "Big Guy's not very happy with us."
"No, he's not,"
Kana agreed.
"It looks like he found some network out there."
There were hundreds of images of Waymakers involved in human history. Waymakers preventing bloodshed, assisting in rescues, and coordinating human colonization efforts.
"What's that mean?"
Vita asked. Jack's jaw tightened. I think that means we're enemies now. The series replayed 4 times before stopping. Then, Big Guy flashed out of the area. A light beam zipping through the system. Silence filled the bridge.
At least it saved the day before it decided to bug out,
Vida said.
Would have been nicer if it gave us a lift to somewhere safe before bugging out,
Kana said. History books likely hadn't yet been updated with the fact that the Waymakers had been created by humans. That was a good thing. If Big Guy had known that, it would have certainly destroyed Cabron right then and there. They'd gotten lucky. Sort of. We need to find a ride out of here, and soon, Jack said. Kana, what's our options? She scrolled through something on her screen, then jerked.
Woven City's not that far, and it's still online. We can call Jaden Crete.
Not a good idea,
Vida said.
Why not?
The last time we saw him, he'd lost it. The snakes put him over the edge,
Vida said.
But that was 15 years ago now. If he survives that long, he's found a way to cope. We should try to call him. He's our best chance, she said.
Try to call him, Jack said. She nodded and tapped on her screen. A full minute passed before a familiar face appeared on Jack's comm screen. Time hadn't treated Jaden Crete well. The Galactech Waste Systems manager had been in his 20s when Jack had seen him last. That put him around his late 30s, but the rough-bearded man with wrinkled skin and long gray hair looked to be in his late 50s. Even his eyes bore the gaze of an old man. Jaden, Jack said. Jaden seemed confused for a moment before blinking.
Jack Hale? I don't understand. You haven't aged a day.
Jack ignored the comment. We need your help.
I thought you were dead, along with everyone else.
I'll tell you when I see you in person. My ship's broken down. We need a tow. Can you help me out? Jack could see the moment when Jaden's mind shifted gears.
Yeah, I run Galactech now. Where you at?
I'm sending you the coordinates. Jaden looked off screen.
You're not that far from me.
His back went straight.
Wait, that area's off limits. It's Glitch's sector.
Not anymore, it's not, Jack said. Jaden frowned, confused.
Glitch is gone?
Jack nodded. Destroyed, but there are still snakes around, so I need to pick up sooner rather than later. The lines seemed to disappear from Jaden's face.
I've got a junker in your area right now. I'll send her over right away. The Ace of Space should reach you within 3 hours.
The ship's name seemed familiar. Then he smiled. Tell AJ to watch out for debris. There's quite a bit of space junk floating around here. Jaden smiled, and the expression seemed very rusty on the man.
Space junk is Galactech's specialty, my friend.
Thanks, Jaden. I owe you one.
If Glitch is gone, really gone, I'll call it even.
He disconnected. Jack turned to Vida. How fast do you think you can manage a spacewalk to grab something out there? Vida's gaze narrowed.
Let me guess. You're talking out to that big old mess of debris to pick up a little black box?
Jack nodded. Vida shrugged.
2 hours, max.
2 hours and 16 minutes later. Jack joined Byrne by the airlock. When the system flashed green, Byrne said, "We have a good seal." "Good. Let's get this tow hooked up fast," Jack said. Behind them, airlock 2 opened, and Vida entered, carrying a slag of black metal. Jack gave him a small nod before Vida carried it back to the cargo hold. "Is that what I think it is?" Byrne asked. "I sure hope so." A person knocked on the outer airlock, and Jack added, "By the way, I should let you know that Jaden sent AJ to give us a tow." Byrne's features tightened. "AJ?" Then he blew out a breath. "It's been a long time. She's probably forgiven me for sneaking out on her after that one-night stand. But you've been with her more than once. All right, maybe after a dozen one-night stands." He seemed to gird himself before he opened the airlock. AJ stepped through. She, too, had aged a lot in 15 years, but the years hadn't looked as hard on her. She was still lithe, while rough around the edges. When she entered, she ignored Jack, walked up to Byrne, and punched him. Ow! Byrne rubbed his cheek. Okay, I deserve that. Then she pulled him down into a deep kiss. He didn't resist. When she finally pulled away, she turned to Jack.
Minister Nagoma's been wondering what happened here when GlitchNet went offline.
GlitchNet?
That was the only network approved for human use,
she said.
It was run by Glitch.
I see. Jack considered a moment. So Jennival Nagoma's still alive?
Of course. And she's instructed me to bring you directly to her straight away.
Chapter 45. The Inner Asteroid Belt. Welcome to the 55th. Your ship looks like it's been through war and back, the maintenance shop's worker said, as the crew exited Cabron and entered the base's docking bay inside a hollowed-out asteroid that wasn't on any maps and operated with no traffic control systems. It has. I hope your shop can fabricate the parts we need. Jack acknowledged the worker. We're the best shop in the system. We've fixed ships that look a lot worse than this one. Good. My crew member here will work with you. Jack gestured to Byrne and then turned to Kana and Vita. You find us rooms and check out this place.
It might take a while. This place looks like a maze,
Kana said. Hedy, you're with me. Jack hefted the bag he held over his shoulder, and he and Hedy made their way through the bay and into a tube that led to a wide passageway. By the time they'd reached the first intersection, above which a hand-painted sign read, "Who will save your soul?" a young man came running up to them, panting. Sweat glistened on his forehead.
I'm Minister Nagoma's assistant. She sent me to escort you to her. If you'll come with me, Captain Hale.
He motioned for Jack. Jack raised a brow. Do you need to catch your breath first?
I'm okay. Sorry, I meant to meet you at your ship, but I lost track of time. It's Star Force 5000 night,
the man said as they began walking.
You play Star Force 5000?
Hedy asked.
Yeah. You've heard of it?
The man asked. Hedy grinned.
It's my favorite game. Well, it was before I lost my notebook.
His eyes lit up. I can get you a new notebook. You should come play with me. I mean, if you want to, of course.
I like that, she said. Our ship's busted up, so it's going to be in the shop for a while, but that means I'll be around here for a bit.
He smiled.
That's awesome.
I mean, it's awesome that you'll be here to join the game. Not awesome about your ship. I'm a galactic wizard. What's your character?
I'm a pagan elf,
Hedy replied.
Cool.
He held out his hand. I'm Sam. Sam Bellamy, by the way. She shook his hand.
I'm Hedy Heck.
That's an awesome name. The pair continued to chat as Sam led them through the connector tubes. Sam's full attention was on Hedy, and she was obviously interested in Sam, though Jack didn't know why. He thought the lad was too scrawny and fidgety, but then he remembered that Hedy had been stuck on a ship for the past 15 years, suffering through her teen years and most of her 20s with no one her age. No friend, no confidant, no boyfriend. No wonder she was interested. Sam was the first male her own age to cross her path. As the pair chatted, Jack took in the base. He'd expected the asteroid to look like Smuggler's Cove, an abandoned colony repurposed as a rebel base. But the 55th was something unlike anything Jack had seen before. It was simply a hollowed-out asteroid, inside which held a conglomeration of temporary living pods that were commonly used for crews establishing new colonies. The structure made sense. Glitch wouldn't have been able to find it on any charts. But it was built in an archaic fashion. Where all modern colonies ran off technology, the 55th ran with no automations. Doors had to be manually opened. Even the lighting system was old LED light bulbs with manual switches. The people living here had actually removed features to make it more primitive. Star snakes couldn't track any signals if there were no signals to track. Sam came to a stop at a closed door and knocked. As the trio waited for a response, Sam said, "This is Minister Nagoma's office. She's very busy. It could take a while." The door opened, and a middle-aged woman Jack didn't recognize stood there. "Captain Hale's here to see the minister, Liz," Sam said. She looked Jack up and down.
The minister will see you now.
Jack caught Hedy's eye. How about you take a break? I'll send for you when I'm done here. Sam smiled at her. I can get you in on the game now, if you want. Sure. Hedy tossed a final glance over her shoulder before heading off with Sam. Jack entered the office. It was larger than he'd expected, and set up similar to the command center in Smuggler's Cove. Workstations lined the walls, though he wondered what sort of network connections they were using if they were trying to avoid being noticed. Genival Nagoma was sitting at a table reading from a stack of paper. Like Jaden Crete, Genival had aged more than 15 years. Her curly black hair was now mostly white, and her dark skin was lined with wrinkles. She would have been about 65 years old, but she looked to be 70 at least. When Liz bent and whispered in her ear, she glanced up and waved Jack over.
Have a seat, Captain Hale, Genival said. You haven't aged a day, though I suppose I'm not surprised.
How are you doing, Minister? He asked.
Well, I'm suddenly very, very busy.
She patted the stack of reports.
When GlitchNet went offline, everyone became quite curious. If I had to take a guess, I'd guess you had a hand in that, Captain.
Well, I don't know a thing about GlitchNet, but I can tell you that Glitch has been destroyed, along with 100 or so of the snakes guarding it. He opened his bag, pulled out the black metal slag, and set it on her desk with a heavy thump. She eyed it with distaste.
That's Glitch?
You should have your techs verify it. He pulled out a memory card. And here's all the video from my ship during the attack. That might help clear things up. She held the memory card with a blank expression.
I don't understand. How'd you manage to destroy Glitch? We've tried multiple attacks, multiple ways, but we never came close.
He leaned back in the chair. It's not something I can take credit for. The videos will show you what happened. My ship couldn't get close to Glitch. The snakes just about finished us off. But we brought a friend back with us, and its race carries a pretty big grudge against AI systems.
You made contact with an alien race?
He nodded. We call them the Glimmers, and they've been in a war with the Waymakers for, well, I don't know for how long, but I get the feeling it's been going on for quite a while. The Waymakers destroyed the Glimmer home system, so you can see why they hold a grudge. The Glimmer that brought us back to Sol took out Glitch because we hinted that it was a Waymaker model of sorts. It took out Glitch, sure enough. Unfortunately, it figured out that humans and the Waymakers worked together for a time, and, well, let's just say that I don't think we can ever expect to see the Glimmers help us again. And seeing how easily it took out Glitch, I hope it doesn't decide humans need to be destroyed too. Genival stared.
That's a lot to take in. I have many questions, but they can wait.
She seemed to find something funny.
I find it rather anticlimactic that Glitch is just gone.
She snapped her fingers.
Like that.
Trust me, if you were there with me, you wouldn't feel the same way. Glitch didn't go down easily.
No, I'm sure it didn't, and I don't mean to diminish your role in removing the greatest threat humanity has ever faced. After Glitch began shutting down all networks, we had to quit communicating on all networks, even the old channels. I'd always hoped you'd survived.
I wondered what had happened. It got pretty quiet out there, he said.
I imagine it did. Too bad you didn't find the Waymakers to help us with the remaining snakes in the system, but at least you did find something that could help us.
I did find the Waymakers. She jerked.
You did? Are they coming?
His lips pursed. I doubt it. They tried to destroy my ship because I left Sol. They seem to think humans aren't evolved enough to travel outside our system.
Her jaw tightened. Those damned pretentious, hard-headed, pompous things. They won't help their own creators.
Which means we're on our own, Jack said. I assume there are still snakes roaming out there? She mumbled something before speaking.
That's putting it mildly. The small snakes remained at every human colony, station, and camp this side of the outer belt. It It was a small consolation that Glitch never had any interest in conquering the outer belt, so many people fled there.
Why'd you stay in the inner belt, then? He asked.
Because the outer belt is too far away to launch attacks, and I needed to be here with the team. Also, I was afraid that if I fled to the Kuiper belt, it might entice Glitch to invade it. I wanted humanity to have one area of peace, if I could help it. At least, I hope they were able to find peace. GlitchNet was the only network that was authorized to run, so we couldn't risk communicating with anyone not crucial to our plans.
Jack frowned at her comment. He'd thought, perhaps conceitedly so, that his mission was crucial to her plans. She'd told him he was Plan B, but he now realized he was like one of 100 different Plan Bs she'd been operating. It was smart of Genival to have multiple plans, and dumb of him to let his ego get in the way. Sounds like all the colonies out there have been mostly left on their own all this time.
Unfortunately, yes. But we were doing what we could. We launched attacks, even kamikaze attacks, so that the people knew there were those who hadn't yet given up hope. And we did maintain communications with several of the largest remaining colonies on our own network.
Ah, so GlitchNet wasn't the only network out there.
Of course not. She winked. My people are in process of getting more servers online now. We'll have over 80% of the colonies connected to one another in under a week. Those who are left, anyway.
He winced. I take it the snakes kept killing after I left.
The snakes kept killing, but I believe I killed more.
What do you mean?
Not long after Smuggler's Cove was hit, after you left, I used the nuclear option. I had no other choice. Glitch and its star snakes wreaked hell. We had to try something. We hit all the factories, as well as the locations with the greatest throngs of snakes. We tried to even the odds.
And did you? She didn't answer. That was answer enough. How many? He asked. She still didn't answer. Thousands? She didn't meet his eyes.
Millions?
Billions? She finally met his eyes. He guffawed. You killed billions of people?
Glitch was leading humanity to extinction. We've been fighting a war for survival for over 15 years. Innocents die.
But usually they die at the hands of the enemy. Her lips thinned.
Who are you to judge?
You weren't here. No, I was making a suicide run to find a miracle. She held up her hands, fingers splayed.
We've both experienced a lot. I'm thankful for what you've done. The enemy has suffered a major defeat today. As soon as my people verify this is Glitch, we'll get the word out. This knowledge will give humanity the hope it needs. But we must now finish the war before the snakes have a chance to build a new leader.
Do they need a leader? Once Glitch was destroyed, the snakes kept on fighting. They seemed pretty self-sufficient to me.
They are self-sufficient, but they're not intelligent, not to any extent that Glitch was. They are more like drones than like truly artificially intelligent beings. We've used that weakness to our advantage in the past, and we'll use it to wipe them out.
It sounds like you have a plan, he said.
I do. Actually, we have dozens, if not hundreds of plans that we've mapped out through the years. Each one built for a different scenario. If this is Glitch, and I truly hope it is,
she pointed at the lump of metal in the middle of the table,
then I will authorize the Teutoburg plan.
And what's that?
It's quite simple in concept. We draw out all remaining star snakes into an ambush. There, we activate a weapon we've been building that can shred through their outer shells as easily as if they were paper.
She displayed by tearing a piece off the report in front of her. He cocked his head. Sure, that sounds simple enough in concept, but it sounds damn near impossible to carry out. You think you can draw out all the snakes from all the colonies into a kill box?
We don't have to draw them out of the colonies. The snakes evacuated right after GlitchNet went offline. We knew something had happened. We just didn't know what.
Jack flinched. They left?
Based on their trajectories, all of them are traveling to Glitch's known coordinates. The Teutoburg plan is based on a scenario much like what we're seeing. Glitch is gone, and we're left with the snakes to deal with. We believe we can duplicate Glitch's unique electronic signature, so the snakes believe their creator is still functional. All we need is a Pied Piper using that signature to draw them from there to the Teutoburg weapon, which will move as close as we can without drawing attention. That the snakes are already consolidating in a single location bodes well for us, but we have to move quickly before they disperse.
Feel sorry for the poor schmuck who's drawing the snake's attention.
Don't. They'll be a hero. Feel sorry for us if they fail.
Why's that?
Because the weapon is being built within this station. Once the weapon is fully powered up, we'll be exposed. Snakes will pick up this location. If you had a working ship, I'd call on you to help in the fight, but you don't. So, if you'll excuse me, I have a tremendous amount of work to do in a very, very short amount of time.
Chapter 46. The 55th. Cabrone's crew joined Hedy's new friends in a pod where she'd been playing a game with them. It turned out that the pod was also a bunkhouse, with 6 bunk beds, 3 lining each long wall. A set of lockers and a door to a bathroom and mini kitchenette covered the wall opposite the door. Cushions, pillows, and stuffed bags were scattered on the floor, which the residents used for seating, and presumably for playing games. Sam, along with 11 other rebels, lived in the small space. The dock had been closed and sealed to help hold back star snakes, which left the crew to hang out with everyone else not actively participating in the Teutoburg mission. Jennival Ngoma had offered Jack space in one of her commander's residential pods, but he preferred to stay with his crew. Since everyone at the 55th were part of the rebellion, every screen across the base displayed video surveillance from drones posted outside the asteroid, and in the glitch sector, as well as a forward-facing camera on the gunship. The entire 55th fleet, a dismal 26 ships, were tucked in behind the asteroid, ready for the ambush, while a single sleek gunship was making its way to the battlefield where Cabrone had very nearly met its doom. Jack, like the rest of his crew, was fully armed, and they were ready to defend themselves and the people in the pod with them. They weren't wearing their HAB suits because every pod could be sealed, plus the entire interior of the asteroid was pressurized. Besides, if the snakes did break into the asteroid, suits wouldn't save any of the people there. Not that their weapons would do much good. The pod's residents had confidence, given the dismal array of weapons they had. A couple of them had rifles, another few had pistols, and the rest, including Sam, carried knives. Every knife was handmade, and many resembled shivs, a danger to a fellow human, but that wouldn't even make a dent on a snake's shell. Sam was currently sitting close, too close, to Hedy as they watched the screen. Vida had laid claim to someone's bunk and seemed to be asleep, while Kana sat on the bunk next to him, her back against the wall. Byrne was in the kitchenette, repairing something by the sound of it, but Jack knew Byrne was just keeping busy so he wouldn't wear a hole in the floor pacing. Jack and his crew had their own pod, but Hedy had kept hinting that Sam and his friends could use some extra protection. Kana had found Hedy's concern cute. Vida had found it annoying, and Byrne had found it hysterical. Jack had found it refreshing. He'd been afraid that Hedy would lose her connection with humanity after serving on his crew and undergoing nanite transfusions, but she still cared, and that meant something. He'd do whatever he could to make sure she didn't lose that connection. Jack had lost his long ago. Hedy pointed at the gunship that had just reached the glitch sector.
I don't get it. Why's that guy gotta fly out and wave a red flag if snakes come running at any hint of human disobedience? Can't we just fire the big weapon and all the snakes will come running?
Sam shook his head.
They wouldn't all come. The 55th tried a big mission like that once, and the snakes figured out the ambush. They're dumb, but they just ain't dumb enough. That was before you guys killed Glitch, so maybe it'd be a different story now. But I don't think Minister Ngoma wants to take the risk. Yeah, but that guy out there is gonna die. The crew of the Starpiercer volunteered for the mission,
Besides, some of those other crews out there won't be coming home either. But won't it be worth it if we can finally beat the snakes once and for all? Hedy didn't respond.
I remember what it was like before Glitch and the snakes took over. I worked for Soul Core,
one of the older pod residents said.
Things weren't perfect, but I didn't have to worry about being killed for doing something that the snakes considered disobedient.
That's because you worked for Soul Core. You were one of the bullies,
a woman said.
And you're saying that because you were a loudmouth rebel, he retorted.
And you are now too,
she said and smiled. The pair kissed.
Shh, everyone, look. It's happening. The ship's getting into position,
Sam said loudly. The pod went silent. Vida and Kana came to their feed, and Burns stepped out from the kitchenette. Everyone stood around the screen watching the 55th's fastest ship. The Starpiercer had been stripped of everything, and its restrictors removed to get the most speed possible out of it. It barely resembled the Soul Core Interceptor class it had been before. The ship had come to a stop and turned around 1,000 kilometers from the swarm. A large, flat, V-shaped transmission system emerged from an opening just above the bridge. A small red light shining in the center turned green.
It's playing Glitch's signature, Sam said.
We don't need the play-by-play, Sammy,
the man who'd spoken earlier said.
You don't need it, but I know you want it,
Sam said with a grin. Hedy wrinkled her face at Sam. Humans couldn't hear the electronic sound, so the green light was the only way to know the ship was broadcasting. That and the sudden interest of the swarm of snakes hovering in the Glitch sector. It was hard to count the snakes. Darkly colored hulls against a black backdrop made it nearly impossible. But the swarm was big, bigger than Jack thought possible. There had to be 1,000 of those things still operating, even with Genival's rebels taking out some as the bots fled the colonies to the coordinates of their origin and creator. Were the snakes grieving or planning their next steps? Jack didn't know, and honestly, he didn't care. He just wanted them destroyed. Those snakes had killed his friends and tore up his ship. He wanted payback. The snakes went after the gunship as it began to accelerate. Jack grimaced.
Too slow.
What? Hedy asked.
The Starpiercer activated the signal before it started accelerating, Jack said. There's 1,000 clicks between them. Nagoma's precious numbers geeks did the calculations. The colony snakes aren't as fast as the Guardian snakes that protected Glitch. And the Guardians are all gone, thanks to you. The Starpiercer will accelerate in time. It just needs to stay ahead of them until it reaches the kill box, the woman said.
I hope you're right, Jack said. The Starpiercer accelerated faster than any interceptor could before, but it was still far slower than the swarm coming after it. 1,000 kilometers was a fair distance, but in space, that distance was dangerously close. The race was interminably slow, yet nerve-wracking as the snakes closed the distance. Long minutes passed, and with every passing minute, the tension in the pod grew. When the Starpiercer reached 50,000 kilometers from the asteroid, the images picked up a small cluster that had broken ahead of the rest of the swarm and was quickly catching up to the gunship. The video was fuzzy, but the snakes in that cluster were big enough that anyone could make out that they were larger and faster than the rest. Sam's mouth dropped open.
Guardians.
The woman held a hand over her mouth.
Oh, no.
The gunship began firing, taking out one of the snakes, but the rest scattered. Help could never arrive in time. The fleet was still tucked in behind the asteroid. The Starpiercer continued firing as it sped toward the 55th, impressively taking out another 2 of the Guardian snakes before 3 more latched onto the ship. They smothered the transmitter and then tore into the ship. At that speed, the pressurized ship blew apart, spewing hull, parts, and crew across space. Even wearing spacesuits, the crew wouldn't have stood a chance of survival being jettisoned at that speed. Everyone in the pod remained so silent, it was like no one even breathed. According to Genival, the Pied Piper had been the riskiest part of the mission, with the highest chance of failure. Worse, if it failed, the entire mission was lost. Jack knew what he had to do. He stepped away from the group as quietly as possible. They remained transfixed by the screen. He'd opened the door when Byrne caught his eye. His friend shook his head. Jack glanced at Hedy and the others and back at Byrne, the unspoken conversation between them clear. Then Jack left. As soon as he was out of the room, he jogged to a phone on the wall and dialed Genival. Her assistant answered.
Minister Ngoma's line.
Put Genival on, he said.
She's a little busy right now.
Fine. Tell her I'll bring the snakes here. He heard a jostling, then he heard Genival's voice in his earpiece.
Captain, how can you bring the snakes in? Your ship's down.
My shuttle's not. She laughed.
A shuttle? You saw what those snakes did to a gunship. What chance does a little shuttle have?
It's a modified little shuttle.
So was the star piercer.
Just have someone at the dock to let me out. I'll bring them in for you.
Fine. It's your life, but... Jack.
Yeah?
If you do manage to bring them in, the weapon isn't selective. Once you're in range and that weapon is activated, anything larger than 2 meters will be hit. You won't have time to escape. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. She was telling him it was a suicide mission. Chapter 47. The 55th. Genival Ngoma had done her part. She had people not only at the docks to operate the bay doors, but her people had already prepped and powered up the shuttle by the time Jack had arrived. The little ship had been detached from Cabron for the maintenance work and parked in a small bay in the maintenance shop. When Jack arrived, it was already pulled out of the shop and set up on the launch pad in the dock. He spent a few minutes donning a spacesuit and then verifying the shuttle had been powered on correctly and all systems were in the green. Then he gave the dock controller a thumbs up. A second later, the inner bay door opened. He launched, the outer bay door snapping open just before he would have slammed into it. As soon as he was outside the asteroid in the calmness of space, the realization of what he was about to do sank in. His suit showed that his temperature climbed nearly a degree, along with both his heart rate and his breathing. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. That was all he allowed himself before opening his eyes and heading full speed toward the snakes. He couldn't use the Star Piercer's flight pattern. He'd never be able to stop, do a 180, and pick up speed in time to stay ahead of the snakes, not with how close they already were to the 55th. His only chance was to keep picking up speed and make a wide arc, coming at the snakes from behind and drawing them with him. He also didn't have Glitch's electronic signature to broadcast. He had something better. His plan seemed pretty good when he first thought of it, but now that he was flying toward a swarm of man-eaters, he realized that it was a really shitty plan. Everything was dependent on unproven technology wrapped around the hull. If it didn't work, he was dead. Then again, if it did work, he was dead. But at least he'd do some good first. The drones were likely picking up his shuttle on video, meaning the entire 55th was watching him and counting on him. It also meant that his crew would be royally pissed. They couldn't open a comm channel with him without exposing the 55th, which also meant that he couldn't speak with the fleet even if he wanted to. It was probably better that way. Byrne would look after the crew and Cabron. He missed not getting to fly Cabron one final time, but he couldn't complain. He'd been fortunate to have flown it for as many centuries as he had. He set the shuttle at maximum power and kept an eye on the sector scans. The swarm had come to a stop around the Star Piercer remains and simply floated there, just like they'd done at Glitch's final coordinates. He'd reached maximum speed by the time he started making a wide arc behind the swarm, far enough back that they wouldn't notice the small ship, he hoped. Once he'd made the arc, he set up his flight path so that he'd pass the swarm at 500 kilometers away. It was a random number he'd picked, and would probably make Genival's numbers geeks pull out their hair. Like the Star Piercer, he had to be close enough for the snakes to pick up the signature. But unlike the Star Piercer, he didn't know how close he had to be, since he would be broadcasting a very different signature. When Glitch was destroyed, the remaining Guardian snakes had launched at Big Guy rather than at Cabron. They identified the Glimmer as a greater threat. That they attacked and didn't run made Jack hope, that they would do the same again if they picked up another Glimmer. There might not be another Glimmer in the solar system, but the nanofiber hull of Jack's shuttle mimicked one. He checked and double-checked the nanofiber shielding system as he approached the swarm. No snakes came at him yet from what he could tell, but his camera was awfully weak, and the snakes were hard to see with a good camera. Just when he reached the swarm, he turned on the shielding system, turned off the engine restrictors, and went to the new maximum power. Alerts flashed on his screen. The systems thought the ship was acting out of its established parameters, which it certainly was. He ignored the alerts and instead smiled. The sector grid showed a massive swarm of snakes on the move, and coming directly at Jack. It worked. A part of him, a pretty big part, didn't think it would have worked, but the shielding gave off enough of a Glimmer signature that the snakes noticed. And with how quickly the swarm engaged, they held a good-sized grudge against the Glimmers. The shuttle wasn't faster than the snakes, but it was flying faster than it had ever flown before, and it was sticking together. Barely. Something creaked and then snapped behind him, and a broken rivet bounced off his helmet. "Hold together," he muttered, as though his words held power. The snakes were gaining on him as he'd expected, but he was only worried about the ones Sam had called the Guardians. Those bastards were fast. Unlike the Starpiercer, he didn't have very far to travel. The gunship had brought the snakes 80% of the way there. Jack just had to get them that final 20%. The distance to the asteroid displayed on his screen. 20,000 kilometers. He'd already cut the distance between the Starpiercer and the asteroid by over half. The swarm continued to close the distance with no signs of breaking off. A warning light displayed that the engine was overheating. The panel beneath his fingers vibrated. "Hold together just a little longer," he said. At 10,000 kilometers, his scan showed that the few remaining Guardian snakes had pulled ahead of the rest. He'd be cutting it close. He hoped Genival's insane Hail Mary play would work. At 5,000 kilometers, his nerves caused his fingers to tremble, something that hadn't happened to him in a long time. The swarm had closed in enough that he could see there were thousands, not hundreds of snakes behind him. The larger ones had formed their own mini-swarm ahead of the rest. He supposed numbers didn't really matter since it'd only take one to kill him. All of the time Vita and he had spent to add a small railgun to the shuttle had proved useless, since the gun could fire only a 180-degree arc in front of the ship. They thought to use the shuttle to attack snakes head-on. They'd never even fathomed that the shuttle would be used to draw out thousands of snakes. All the threats were behind Jack. As soon as his screen displayed 1,000 kilometers remaining between the asteroid and him, Jack reversed thrusters at maximum force. It was beyond the ship's performance envelope, but everything he'd been doing was beyond its envelope. The shuttle's alarm blared for an imminent power failure in 60 seconds. He shut down all systems except for the shielding, propulsion, navigation, and controls. When the alarm continued, he shut down the navigation system as well. The alarm continued, but the imminent power failure was now listed at 74 seconds. The asteroid grew large before him. He'd be within the kill box in 45 seconds. Slowing his speed brought the swarm to him, but the snakes were also forced to reduce speed to avoid the rock in their way. The snakes, however, were far nimbler, so they closed the distance too quickly. The first snake reached the shuttle 39 seconds later, 6 seconds out of the kill box. The robot clamped onto the shuttle with such force that Jack felt whiplash in his neck. Metal shrieked as the snake ripped open the hull. The pressure change nearly yanked Jack from his seat. 2 seconds out. He used the shuttle's last ounce of power to fire off one final burst of acceleration to bring him to the center of the kill box. The snake entered through the hole it had cut and rushed Jack. He pulled the emergency ejection lever. A section of the hull above him exploded outward and he was shot up and out from the shuttle. Pain exploded in his back as his seat slammed into a snake attacking the ship, but his momentum sent him tumbling away. He couldn't make out anything through the spinning until his ejection seat auto-corrected with small bursts and stabilized him. His spine felt like someone had shoved a white-hot poker through it, and he gritted his teeth through the agony. Beyond him, the swarm arrived. Thousands of snakes encasing his ship, forming a giant ball, the edge a mere 50 meters away. The ball began to break apart, and he knew the shuttle's shielding system had lost power and was likely thoroughly destroyed. A light blinked from the center of the asteroid, and the weapon activated. Dozens of massive moving laser beams shot out from the center, taking out snakes like they were paper targets. Jack frantically unstrapped from his ejection seat. It was larger than 2 meters. As soon as he was free, he kicked away, sending a new jolt of pain through his back. A second later, his ejection seat was sliced in half by a laser. Despite the agony, he formed as small of a ball as he could, while the 55th's massive laser system cut through anything that read larger than 2 meters. Snakes tried to escape, and some did, but the fleet had emerged from behind the asteroid, and a full-out battle was now in play. Some snakes made kamikaze runs at the laser system, but it locked onto whatever was closest to it. A ship exploded when snakes hit its power core. Snakes were flying in all directions, causing debris to go off in all directions. A chunk of a snake struck Jack's helmet, causing a deep crack and his heads-up display to go out. Seconds later, a snake locked on to Jack and sped at him. It was struck a mere 5 meters from him. The blast sent shrapnel out, and he felt icy shards slice through his left arm and leg. His suit's breach alarm system blared. He struggled to pull out a patch. His arm wasn't working right. He finally managed to grab the patch, and he slapped it over his arm, where bubbles of blood were popping out. Blood was also bubbling out from his leg, but his suit only had one patch. He slapped his hand over the wound, but it did little to keep his suit's pressure from evacuating. He was buying himself a few extra seconds at the most. Around him, the laser weapon continued to shred anything large enough to trigger it. Outside the kill box, the fleet fought with several dozen snakes who'd managed to escape the laser. At least 2 more ships had been destroyed. His air became thinner, and he shivered at the burning, cold sensation of space creeping through his suit. It felt like someone was stabbing his wound over and over as the flesh just inside the breach froze. He'd grown lightheaded by the time the laser quit firing. Ships were giving chase to the remaining snakes. Jack was in a sea of snake parts. Some of them were still active, struggling to move like fish on sand, but they didn't have enough of their body parts left to escape. His vision blurred, and he couldn't make out anything other than a black ocean. Then he thought he felt something. It was hard to tell because his body had become a prickling numbness. A jolt sent fresh pain through his spine, and he appreciated that. It kept him from losing consciousness. Something had grabbed onto him. Was it a snake trying to kill him? Probably. But why hadn't it killed him yet? He tried to stay conscious, but he kept fading. He didn't know how long the vice held him, but he suddenly found himself in a white ocean rather than a black ocean. Someone was talking, possibly to him. His helmet came off, and he sucked in a deep lungful of pressurized air. It burned his lungs, but he sucked in another and another, sending oxygen to his extremities. His eyes weren't yet functioning right. Extreme cold and lack of pressure screwed them faster than the other senses. His ears pounded as blood rushed through them. His skin burned, and he began to shiver. A strange thing about being caught out in space. Perhaps it was the lack of pressure, but the human body didn't go into hyperthermia. But bring a person back into a pressurized, warmer environment, and the effect caught up. Shivers racked Jack's body. He might have thrown up. He couldn't tell. He continued to fade in and out while someone kept talking to him. He even felt himself being moved. Sometime after that, his mind started to function again, and he opened his eyes. He found himself in a ship's medical bay. It was a large bay, which meant it was a much larger ship than Cabron. He was covered with blankets, and an IV fed his arm. Standing nearby, He recognized a familiar face.
Shen,
Jack croaked.
I didn't realize you were still around.
Shen burst out laughing.
The thought's mutual, my friend. It's a miracle you're still around. You endured far more exposure than anyone I've ever seen, and survived. Your entire thigh had turned black from being frozen. Not to mention you got yourself a broken back, a cracked thigh, and 2 very deep lacerations. By all accounts, you should be dead, my friend, but it seems you are just too stubborn to die.
Jack tried to smile, but he wasn't sure he managed. He was fading, but he needed to know.
We won?
Shen smiled.
Yes, my friend. We won.
Chapter 48. The 55th. Shen Jian Satsuma docked at the 55th 8 days after the Star Snake massacre. Jack would have preferred they docked sooner, but being strapped down in bed meant he didn't have a say in the matter. Instead, Satsuma had given chase to a small group of Star Snakes that had managed to escape. The rebels were down to 17 ships after the battle, meaning every ship that could still fly was sent after snakes. Shen had found some snakes because twice Jack had been jostled in his bed, sharp reminders that his back was still healing and his body was still sore. By the time they docked, Jack could walk with a cane for support, though each step was slow and painful. A few more, he wouldn't need the cane. Shen stayed by Jack's side as they took the first few steps to the dock. "Thanks for the ride, and everything," Jack said.
"I owed you a favor for giving me a lift out of Woven City a very long time ago, and there's nothing I like less than owing someone a favor. Count us even,"
Shen said. Jack smiled. "I will." With that, Shen continued ahead with one of his crew members, who'd come up behind them, and Jack trudged forward. Most of the rest of Shen's crew weaved past Jack as they hustled down the ramp. A few of them had squeezed Jack's shoulder, or gave him a pat on the back. One said, "Thanks, man. You're a hero." Jack would have countered that statement by saying real heroes were the ones who didn't make it home, but the man who'd made that statement had continued walking at a brisk clip, so Jack said nothing. He was no hero, though. He found it odd that someone would think that. All he'd done was round up a herd of feral robots. Anyone with a fast ship could have done that. His thoughts were interrupted when he reached the bottom of the ramp to find his crew waiting for him. On their faces, he read a lot of emotions. Vida and Hedy both looked pissed, Kana looked relieved, and Byrne kept a straight face, but worry was etched behind that thin mask. Kana rushed up to him first and hugged him.
"You idiot! Don't you ever go off and do something like that again!"
"Sorry," he said, even though he wasn't. When she pulled away, he saw Vida's fist coming but couldn't duck in time. Pain slammed through his cheekbone and sent ripples of pain down his still recovering back. He would have fallen if Vida hadn't caught him in time. As sucker punches went, Vida held back. It was his way of expressing himself. As soon as Jack was stable on his feet, Vida released him and walked away. Kana went to follow her husband but glanced over her shoulder.
"He's still a bit upset that you left us behind. He'll be fine in a day or two."
"I deserved it," Jack said. Hedy stepped up to him and wagged a finger in his face.
"I should punch you too for that stunt you pulled. What were you thinking, leaving your crew behind like that?"
"There wasn't room in the shuttle," he said.
"That's bullshit, and you know it. There was plenty of room in that shuttle," she said.
"You didn't need to be there."
"So, I should have been there. We're family. That's what families do," she said. "Besides, what if you got yourself killed? Who would have been captain then?"
"You do what the crew did the first time this ship had no captain." "They voted," Jack said. She narrowed her eyes at him, and he noticed that her eyes were damp. "I won't do that to you again."
"You promise?"
"I promise."
"Good."
She gave a hint of a smile.
"I did some thinking when you were gone."
"Oh?"
"I decided I don't want to be just like Vida."
"Well, that's good to hear."
"I mean, I still want to be like Vida, but I don't want to be just like Vida. I want to be a captain, too. How about it? Will you show me the ropes?"
Pride warmed his heart.
"You bet."
Hedy's smile became a full grin, and she strode ahead. Byrne looped his arm through Jack's free arm. Come on, let's get you to the pod so you can get off your feet. You look like shit. I can guarantee that I feel worse than I look, Jack said as they started walking. You could have gotten yourself killed. I know. I would have been really pissed if you got yourself killed. I know. You know what would have happened if you didn't come back? Vita would have gone on a murder spree, Kana would disappear in some gaming world, and Hedy? Shit, I don't even know what Hedy would do. I do. She'd handle it better than any of you. She'd keep you from going insane, and hopefully keep you from sleeping with half the system. Only half? Jack smirked. I was being optimistic. Me too. After a few seconds passed, Byrne continued. You have a lot of kissing up to do with the crew for leaving us behind, and you'll have to get started on it right away. We're going to be stuck in that tin can of a pod for a long time. The maintenance shop says the Cabron still has a good 4 or 5 months of work left on it, but with all the other ships coming in for work, you can double that. And that's not counting the Glimmer skin Kana and I are printing off to wrap the hull. We're going to have to find a private dock somewhere to put that on so we don't draw any attention, and that's going to take another few months. You sure we should put on that wrap? You saw what the snakes thought of it. There aren't going to be any snakes left in another month. That's what Nagoma's people are saying. I hope they're right. Jack grunted silently when his still healing leg gave a sharp twang as nanites recreated nerves. But the crew talked about it. We still want the wrap. It enables faster speeds and longer travels. A long, long time ago, we wanted to see what lay beyond this system. We've gotten a glimpse of that, and I think we want to see more. Maybe not right away, but sometime, maybe in another decade. Of course, by then, our crew will have either gained one or lost one. Hedy's been spending an awful lot of time with that runt when you were gone. Jack gave a ghost of a smile. I'm glad. She deserves to live a normal life. She never really had an adolescence. She was forced to grow up from a young kid to an adult in the span of a day. There's no reason she can't live a normal life now if she wants one. Soul Core and the rebels have made peace. Glitch and its snakes are gone. We might have ticked off the Glimmers, but Big Guy's long gone. For the first time in our lives, humanity's free, Byrne said. I sure hope you're right. Epilogue. One day soon, the Waymakers return to our solar system. The Glimmers... Part 1. Glitch. Chapter 1. The Inner Asteroid Belt, 2358 AD. The translucent hose pulsed with the black sludge being sucked from the abandoned transport to Cabron's holding tank. Tank's reading half full back here, Byrne Ransom reported through the ship's intercom. Captain Jack Hale checked his screen, where various indicators shone green. He tapped the intercom. The transfer's looking good up here. Another 10 minutes and we should have a full tank.
And the sector's still showing no traffic. I'm not picking up any chatter on comm scans, so we're looking good on that front too.
Kana Coker, the ship's software specialist, reported from her seat to Jack's left. A teenager had her face pressed against the window as she watched the operation.
People really pay for that muck?
Hedy asked. They pay top dollar for this muck, Jack said. Kana elaborated.
It has a fancy name, but folks just call it golem goo. Basically, it's a bunch of robotic nanites inside silicon sludge. With the right software, you can form that goo into any shape you want, and as hard as you want it. You can make it into a robot with 8 legs, or a flatbed transport. A lot of mining operations use it to move equipment through tunnels, or to check out areas without having to drill big enough holes for traditional equipment. I'm sure you probably saw the stuff in its solid form in the mining camps.
Hedy shrugged.
All I remember seeing is the rusty old steel stuff that broke down all the time.
There's plenty of that around, too, and it's a whole lot cheaper than golem goo, Jack said.
Oh, crap.
Kana's fingers ran over her panel.
Heads up, guys. We're about to have company. Another ship just entered the sector.
Jack stiffened and swiped his screens to pull up a map of the sector. Are they running with an active transponder?
I'm checking now. Yep. It's got Soul Core credentials. Its transponder says it's a barge,
she replied. Jack grimaced. Well, we knew it was just a matter of time before they showed up to reclaim their property. He tapped the intercom. All right, everyone. Soul Core is here for their goo and won't be happy seeing us scavengers taking it. Shut down operations. I need to detach the hose and disconnect from that black swan sooner rather than later. Give me 10 seconds, Burns said. Hedy, get strapped in, Jack said. The girl at the window hustled to buckle into one of the 2 seats behind him.
Uh-oh, double crap,
Kana said. That doesn't sound good, Jack said.
It's not. 2 interceptors just entered this sector. Looks like they're tagging along with the barge,
she said. How much time do we have? He asked.
We're not running with a transponder, so my guess is about 5 minutes before their scans separate us from their transport.
Jack hit the intercom. Looks like a party's getting started. Tell me you're closing down back there. Just finishing now. There, we're done. Good, get strapped in. As soon as I detach, we're cutting out. Hard.
Need me on the railgun?
Vita asked through the intercom. He sounded hopeful. No, I don't plan to wait around long enough to need it, Jack said, while his fingers flew across the screen. The hose popped off the other ship, sputtering black golem goo onto the sides of the transport. As soon as the hose was free, he began retracting both it and the pair of grabber arms that held the 2 ships together. The arms fully withdrew against Cabron's hull, resembling menacing horns. Jack maneuvered Cabron to point away from the dead ship. The instant he was clear, he sped up as much as he could, while the reactor was still cycling to full power. Have they gotten a read on us? He asked.
They haven't changed course yet,
Kana replied. Good. Let's hope it stays that way.
Oops, I take it back. Both interceptors have adjusted course. They've spotted us.
An icon flashed green when the reactor showed full power. He checked the sector scan one more time to make sure the flight path showed clear. Fine. Let them try to catch us, he said. Cabron launched into an ultra-rapid acceleration. Jack was pressed back into his seat, but not painfully so, thanks to the ship's anti-hydrogen gravitational conductors. When the ship had first been built 250 years ago, artificial gravity hadn't yet existed. The first crew had needed to use magnetized boots. A lot had changed since then. Jack would know. He'd lived through it all, from magnetized boots to artificial gravity. The same for the rest of his crew. Everyone except for Hedy, that was. She really was just a kid. The crew, with their secrets, were strays, castaways, who didn't fit in with the rest of civilization. Even Hedy, an orphan and sole survivor of a mining camp catastrophe, was a stray. That was probably why she'd fit in so well on board Cabron from the moment she'd arrived. Jack wished life wasn't so dangerous for a kid, but Hedy had fallen into a bad set of circumstances. In the past year, they'd run from more ships than they had in the 25 previous decades. With any luck, they'd be able to quit running one of these days. Of course, that meant they'd have to be dropped from Soul Core's most wanted list for that to happen, and he didn't see that happening anytime soon.
The interceptors aren't following. Looks like they're hanging back to protect the barge,
Kana said. That means they didn't get a read on us. Must have assumed we're just vultures. Otherwise, there's no way they would have turned back, Jack said, before tapping the intercom. Good news, crew. Soul Core wasn't in the mood to play today. We're in the clear. We'll stay on this vector for another hour, and then I'll start making adjustments to get us lined up on course to drop off the goo.
Okay, everyone, come to the galley. I'm ready.
Nala's voice came over the intercom. Kana smiled, winked at Hedy, and hustled from the bridge. Jack unbuckled his belt and stood. Ready?
Hedy was frowning. Ready for what? It's too early for dinner.
Jack wrapped his arm around her shoulders and led her to the galley, the first room on the right from the bridge, where the rest of the crew had already arrived. In the middle of the table sat a chocolate cake with the number 14 written in white frosting. You didn't think we'd forget your birthday, did you? Chapter 2. Earth. General Charles Matrell emerged from the idling shuttle parked on the roof of the tall office building. He scowled as he made his way inside. He didn't like that he still walked with a limp, even though it was slight. If he were either a simpleton or an optimist, he'd be happy that he no longer had a hitch in his knee, though he no longer had a hitch because he no longer had a knee. His leg had been sliced cleanly off during his evacuation from the SC-3, the Soul Core Command Complex, and he'd been given a replacement leg, but he hadn't fully become accustomed to it yet. He wasn't sure he ever would. It was during that same evacuation that his only friend, Staff Sergeant Janita Kaufman, had been killed. The SC-3 had been blown up by a man who went by the name of Captain Hale, though Charles remembered meeting Hale when his last name had still been Halverton. It had been many long decades past, back when Charles was the Soul Corps officer overseeing the Aria mission, a ship that would carry humans beyond the reaches of the solar system for the first time. The crew had undergone a bio-nanotechnology process to survive long-term space travel, and Charles, as the leader overseeing the project, may have partaken in the same treatments as a perk. He'd also allowed Janita to receive the same treatments, since she was his assistant, and every leader needed a good assistant. But the Aria mission hadn't been successful. Things went catastrophically wrong, and both the ship and crew disappeared, assumed wrecked and dead, respectively. That was in the year 2142. Life went on as normally as could be expected, until a year ago, when several of those original crew members showed up inexplicably still alive, along with a highly modified Aria that had been rebranded as Cabron. Charles should have killed the crew and destroyed the ship the moment he'd learned of their survival. Instead, he'd let them live. It didn't take them long before they'd blown up the SC-3, killed Janita, and taken his leg. He wasn't even sure which of those three things bothered him the most. Charles had learned to live with loss. That's why he was a pragmatist rather than an optimist. But it was also with that mindset that he'd lived to see retribution. He took the elevator down to the 48th floor. This wasn't a Soul Corps office building, which was why he'd chosen it. Charles had dedicated his entire career in the service of Soul Corps, and of its predecessor, the United Nations, before that. He'd had enough. No, this building housed rental offices for companies of all sizes that specifically had no ties whatsoever to Soul Corps. Charles stopped at an office with no company name printed on the wall. He leaned close to the computer panel to the right of the door. A red light blinked as the computer scanned his retina, and the door clicked and opened. He entered the small office that bore two identical, well-used desks, though he mused he only needed one desk since he had no intention of replacing Janita. There would never be anyone else he could trust, especially with his private matters. This office was one he used for work that didn't involve Soul Corps, which meant it was used very little. That was about to change. He'd even rented the office space next door. While Director Junger had issued arrest warrants for Captain Hale and his crew, that effort was far too pale of an action toward justice in Charles's mind. Hale's crew had killed hundreds of dedicated, virtuous Soul Corps employees, and worse, had spurred the Waymakers, the sentient artificial intelligence species enabling humanity's peace and prosperity, to vacate the solar system, abandoning humankind. Hale's crew deserved death, drawn-out, torturous death, for their actions in crippling Soul Corps and causing the Waymakers' departure. Fortunately, Charles had the capacity to reset the playing field. He took a seat in the old chair with familiar worn leather, its seat bent from 2 centuries of use. Behind his desk, a small safe was built into the wall. The lock on it was an old-fashioned manual combination lock. He had to spin the knob to the left and to the right to enter the numbers. He was out of practice, and it took him 2 tries to enter the combination correctly. The lock clicked, and he opened the door. Inside were stacks of memory cards. Some were filled with various personal data to be used in cases where blackmail would be necessary to nudge progress in the right direction. One of those cards contained an interesting file on Marlo Junger, prior to her becoming managing director of Soulcore. Other cards were filled with software programs serving various purposes. He pulled a red card from the stack. He held the precious metal slip between his fingers. It was incredible to think that something so valuable could be so small. Letting it rest on his palm, he could almost feel the weight of playing God. He savored the moment for several seconds, imagining the possibilities that he held, before pocketing the card, closing the safe, and spinning the manual lock. He needed to use both hands to stand. Not because of his artificial leg, but because he'd been 78 years old when he underwent the bio-nanite treatments, and while nanites kept his body alive, they weren't the fountain of youth, unfortunately, and they maintained his health at the point of treatments. He'd been a high-ranking general in Soulcore at that time. He'd led fleets into battle and strategized the rise and fall of empires. Those first 7 decades had taken their toll, and he felt every hard-earned year in each muscle and joint. He made his way from his private office to the office next door, a space he'd had completely retrofitted over the past 7 months. Inside, a team of 5 technical specialists sat behind computer screens. He found them joking and chatting. The one nearest to Charles was playing a video game. As soon as they noticed him, however, the room sobered, and the tech blanked her screen. A young man jumped to his feet. "General Matrell, sir, we weren't sure you were going to make it." Charles had pegged that particular specialist as a kiss-up when he'd first interviewed the candidate. Charles didn't mind the blatant false flattery, as long as the man produced results, and each of these candidates was deemed the best of the current graduating class. "A meeting ran over," Charles said. Then he pulled out the memory card for all to see. "Are you ready to begin?" The mood shifted to one of awe and excitement in under a breath. He handed it to the kiss-up, who clearly wanted to be seen as the leader, even though they were all the same grade of Soulcore cadets. The young man examined the card with wonderment. "This is it?" Charles nodded. "Yes. It contains the entire code library for the Waymaker prototype. It's a version or 2 before the true Waymaker AI system that was brought online, which means it lacks the finesse of the final product, along with 3 centuries of upgrades, but I'm sure you can fill in any of the blanks, since technology has improved greatly since this original code was first written." A woman to the kiss-up's right reached for the card, but he snapped it away. She glared at him in return. "Relax," Charles said. "I expect you all to become quite intimate with that code over the next few weeks. After all, you will be responsible for creating the next iteration of Waymakers to provide guidance and support to humanity." Chapter 3. The Inner Asteroid Belt. Jack's comm panel chimed again. "Another one from the buyer?" Nala asked. Jack nodded. "Yep." He had made 7 course changes before he felt confident enough that Cabron didn't have a tail. The zigzag trajectory added 3 days to their trip, which was bad enough. But the worst part was getting a complaint from their buyer followed a day later by a colorful threat to rescind the deal. He'd ignored the 5 messages that came after that. "He's certainly persistent," she said. "That's his only decent quality, but he's causing me to rethink whether or not persistence is a decent quality in a person." "I find persistence is a decent trait only when that person is on our side. In all other cases, it's a horribly tedious behavior," she said. "Like when the Waymaker kept trying to sabotage the Aria's systems. Remember that?" He grunted, and then glanced around the bridge. The ship had come a long way since its days as Aria. Built for humankind's first mission beyond the solar system, the ship had carried a crew selected for their skills and personalities for interstellar exploration, and they'd received nanites to survive radiation and other dangers of long-term space travel. The mission launched in 2136, and by 2142, when Aria had reached the outer belt, the Waymaker based in the solar system had decided humanity wasn't ready to leave their solar system. The AI had caused system malfunctions in an attempt to turn the ship around, but the crew stayed on mission. That left the obstinate AI only one option to keep humans within the system. It purged all 48 crew members into space. Well, the Waymaker had believed it had purged all 48. Through sheer luck, 8 of those crew were in a shuttle at the time of the purge, disconnected from the rest of the ship. 6 of those crew survived long enough to decouple the Aria from all networks, turning it into a ghost ship. That was 215 years ago, but Jack's memory of that day was as vivid as when it had happened. The first 50 years following the purge had been the hardest for the survivors. They had to stay off all networked systems or risk the Waymaker finishing the job it started. But slowly, through the decades, and thanks to the longevity brought to them by the special nanites in their blood, the survivors had converted Aria into Cabron and created new identities for the crew. 5 of those 8 were still alive, and all 5 still crewed the same ship on which they'd first served together. No matter how much the years blurred together, Jack never forgot about a single one of the other 43 crew members since lost to the Black. Jack's panel beeped, and he saw they were approaching Smuggler's Cove. He tapped the comm. "Heads up, 15 minutes to dock." Nala got to her feet.
"I suppose that's my cue. I better check on Hedy to make sure she's not trying to conceal 4 guns like she did last time."
Jack smiled. Nothing wrong with being prepared.
"She's 14.
She's a very prepared 14-year-old. Nala's gaze narrowed.
"She shouldn't need to be prepared like that unless we're headed into a war. Smuggler's Cove may be a bit rough around the edges, but the last I heard, we weren't at war."
"Yet," Jack said. "We're not at war yet. With how things are between the rebels and Soul Corps, I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly where we are a few months from now." Chapter 4. Smuggler's Cove, an asteroid in the inner belt. The rebel base had first been a mining asteroid, abandoned after whatever was mined there had been taken. Its second life earned it the name Smuggler's Cove, as it was a suitable location to avoid the watchful eye of Soul Corps and its Waymaker allies. Jack and his crew had passed through the asteroid on more than one occasion during their earlier days. Now, the settlement was busier than ever, since Mars Station went head-to-head against Soul Corps 2 months back. Cabron docked between 2 ships that looked like they'd been reclaimed from a junkyard and had no improvements made to them whatsoever. The rebellion may have been growing, but it was woefully underfunded. Kana looked up from her panel.
"Whoa. Soul Corps doesn't need gunships to take those things out. Someone could just blow out their birthday candles and this place would collapse in on itself."
"The Cabron's too pretty for the junker captains here. She's bound to draw attention. Make sure all lockdown systems are on in case she draws too much attention," Jack said.
"I will. Vida and I are staying on board. We don't want Cabron to get lonely," she said.
Jack nodded. "I shouldn't be gone longer than an hour, 2 at most. I'll hustle back to look after the ship so you 2 can enjoy some shore leave. It's been too long since you got to stretch your legs." She stretched.
"It has been too long."
Vida entered the bridge and cringed as soon as he saw the rest of the dock.
"Hopefully those hunks of junk out there don't have anything contagious."
"I think the only things you've got to keep an eye out for around here are pirates and hitchhikers," Jack said.
"We've already got 1 hitchhiker on board. That's 1 more than we need,"
Vida said.
"Who's a hitchhiker?"
Hedy asked as she entered the bridge. Vida raised his brows in her direction. She scowled.
"I'm not a hitchhiker. I'm a member of this crew just like you, dipwad."
"Not just like me. I've got skills. You've got squat," he said.
"Yeah? Well, everyone likes me better than you,"
Hedy countered. "She's right. We do like her better than you," Burns said as he entered, followed immediately by Nala.
"There were no fewer than 3 times this week alone that I wanted to throw you out of the airlock,"
Nala said. Vida grumbled something before saying, "How about you get out of my wife's and my hair, so we can have some alone time?" Kana reached out a hand and tugged Vida to her. He embraced her. Nala turned abruptly.
"Let's go shopping, Hedy."
The girl's smile reached her ears.
"I've got a list."
Nala grinned.
"I'm sure you do."
And the pair exited the bridge. Jack motioned to Byrne. "Let's get this cargo offloaded." Byrne held out his hand. "After you, boss." The two men exited the ship to find the buyer already waiting for them. The squat man had long, stringy white hair and clothes that were a size too tight around the waist. He wagged a finger at Jack as he approached. "I needed this load 3 days ago. I've been paying for my crew to sit twiddling their thumbs on this godforsaken rock for 3 days. You know how much your delay is costing me?" "I don't know, but I'm sure you're going to tell me," Jack said. 3,000 credits per day, the buyer said, as if he hadn't even heard Jack. Jack tilted his chin. "You're still making out really good on this deal. If you don't want it, I'm sure I can find someone else to buy it in under an hour." 20 minutes, tops, Byrne added. The buyer scowled. "I'll take it." He went to tap his armlet to transfer the funds, then frowned at Jack. "Where's your armlet?" "I prefer not to use one." Jack pulled a small tablet from his jacket and held it out for the man. "It's ready." "You independents, you're nutters, the lot of you. You're rich enough to have your own ship, but can't buy a little armlet." The buyer swiped his hand over the screen on his armlet. "Money has nothing to do with it. I don't like being tracked every minute of every day." Jack's tablet chimed. He checked to make sure he'd received full payment before sending an access code to the buyer's armlet. "There, the goo's all yours. My crew member here will help you transfer it." The buyer verified the code and then motioned to Byrne. "Come along, then, we've got work to do." Byrne shot Jack a pained look before heading off with the buyer. Jack glanced around, making sure everything looked okay, before he exited the docks and strode to Residence 426A3, located deep within the asteroid. The door was locked, but his palm print was keyed into the system and the door opened. He stepped inside to find the small living room empty save for a black cat with white paws lounging on the back of the chair. As soon as Mittens saw Jack, she meowed, jumped down, ran over, and started rubbing against him. He picked up the cat, which started purring, and scratched her ears as he carried her into the bedroom. Mittens was obsessed with Jack, but it wasn't personal. Thanks to the nanites in his blood, Jack ran 4 degrees warmer than a normal human being. Evidently, that 4 degrees made a big difference when it came to a cat's preferences and which laps to curl up on. Inside the bedroom, he found Domino lying in bed, naked. She smirked.
"Of course Mittens gets your attention first."
She held out a hand. He dropped the cat onto the mattress and took Domino's hand. He meant to tug her out of bed, but she pulled him to her instead. He gave in to her kiss, savoring the contact.
"Take off your clothes,"
she said in a sultry whisper. He did as she commanded and climbed into bed, on top of her, propping himself up so as not to crush her. Her hands caressed his back, and they kissed long and deeply. She was soft and warm, and it had been too long since he'd held a woman. Their kiss intensified, and within seconds he was inside her, the pair succumbing to passion. An hour later they lay together, Domino draped over Jack's chest. "I should get going," he said, but didn't move.
"You could stay. The cause needs you."
He kissed her forehead. "It's your cause. It was never mine." She rolled off him and onto her elbow.
"Maybe not, but what do you think Soul Core will do if they win? Even with the Waymakers gone, Junger has 10 times the firepower. Any betting person would place their money on Soul Core."
"But you have 10 times the people."
"And Soul Core has 20 times the fleet." She inhaled deeply before continuing. "We'll win. I know it in my heart. Every single person working for this cause is dedicated. They have passion, while it's just another day of taking orders for all those Soul Core sentinels. They don't care what happens, as long as they get paid. Besides, many of them want freedom too." Every day, more and more colonies are demanding self-rule, and those sentinels' families live in those colonies. Junga, just by trying to maintain the status quo, will lose. Even so, do you know how hard it is to get colonies who crave independence to unite together for a cause?
You're a good leader, a strong leader. You'll find a way. I have no doubts when it comes to you.
She chuckled. Leading these people is like trying to herd miners at shift change. It's impossible.
They lay in silence for several seconds before she said,
You're right. I'll find a way. Now, if only Junga would launch a direct attack on one of the colonies, that would convince them to unite.
That sounds a lot like war.
That's because it is war. Maybe the bloodshed's not being broadcast on the news, but we're in a war nonetheless. Junga's got ships sitting above colonies like Mars Station right now, just waiting for an excuse to fire.
I hope it doesn't come to that, he said.
Me too.
He didn't believe her. You're planning to fake an attack on a colony, aren't you?
Me? I wouldn't do a thing like that, but if I were to do a thing like that, a few lives lost early would save many more later.
Be careful. That sort of thing has a way of backfiring. He stretched. But I really do need to get back to my ship. She ran a finger down his chest.
Well, if you're not going to stay here with me, I've got a job for you.
What's the job? He asked, skeptic.
I have some crates that I need ran to Mars Station.
Mars Station is not a place I want to be seen. In case you haven't seen the net reports for the past year, I'm on Solcor's shit list.
You've always been on their shit list. They just decided to make it public. But you don't have to worry about Mars Station. Solcor keeps pulling more and more of their troops out now that it's an independent colony.
But they're still there.
Barely. I doubt you'll see a single sentinel.
You doubt? She shrugged.
Doesn't matter. This run will pay the usual rate.
His eyes narrowed. By usual rate, are you talking legal or not so legal rate? She smirked.
Honey, if it were legal, I wouldn't be asking you now, would I?
He considered for a moment. It would be a short trip, taking no more than 2 weeks. Yeah, I can do it for 70,000. Her eyes widened.
That's more than the usual rate.
Mars Station is a higher-risk delivery point.
I don't get the lover's discount.
He ran a finger gently over her curves. That is with the discount. She smiled.
Fine. 70,000. The cargo's ready to go. I'll have the crates brought over to your ship by the time you have your current haul unloaded.
Her eyes shifted as she thought of something.
By the way, your man Byrne, he's a hardware engineer, right?
He is? Why do you ask?
I'm in the market for a good hardware engineer. We're building out upgrades here. This asteroid has been getting by on obsolete technology for far too long. Something bad's going to break one of these days if I don't get the upgrades done. Anyway, I have plenty of volunteers who want to learn how to become hardware engineers, but finding experienced ones to train apprentices is nearly impossible. I don't suppose you'd be willing to loan Byrne to me for 6 months or so for him to get some volunteers up to speed?
Byrne's not your guy. He's a great tech, sure, but he'd make a lousy trainer. Nala's just as good, and she's a natural trainer. She looked confused.
You have 2 hardware engineers on your crew?
He didn't mention that both Jack and Vita were also hardware specialists on the Aria mission. He shrugged. Things just worked out that way. I can talk to Nala, see if she's interested if you want. I assume this is a paying gig.
Of course, and the sooner the better. I have all the hardware sitting in boxes, waiting for someone to help us whip this station into shape.
Nala might enjoy something like that. She gets a bit stir-crazy on cargo runs, especially now that she has a roommate.
Ah, Hedy. How is she doing?
Good for being cooped up with a crew that has no experience with children.
Children are really just more compact versions of adults, and who like to ask more questions, she said.
Jack considered. That does sum up Hedy.
You should consider teaching Hedy a skilled trait, such as hardware or software. She'd be able to get a job almost anywhere with the right skills.
She's a sponge. I've been having her learn from each of the crew. He didn't mention that some of that learning entailed how to kill a man.
You're a good father.
Jack held up a hand. I'm Hedy's captain. I'm not a father figure, not even close. He sat up and swung his legs off the bed. On that note, it's time for me to go. She pressed her hand against his chest, pushing him back, while she came up and straddled him.
Not yet, you don't.
He smiled. Vida and Kana could wait 1 more hour. Chapter 5. Earth. Charles Matrell was growing impatient. While his team worked hard, their curt responses and mussed clothing and hair made that plenty obvious. He was already running 2 weeks behind schedule. Janita would have kept the team on schedule. She would have known the right questions to ask and used the team's responses to guide them in the right direction. Managing operations had been her strength. Charles realized now he'd come to rely on her too much. He'd taken her for granted, and her death more than doubled his workload, despite his taking a sabbatical from Soul Core to allow him more time to